Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is a first installment of Concave Earth Sessions. I thought I'd start a little session discussion with two of my friends here. Damian Nix, who's a prolific writer, and he recently found my work on YouTube, and so we started up a little discussion. And we also have Jon DeVeaugh here, who is another concaver who actually started a Concave Earth blogspot, which has some really good, interesting articles on there that backs the Concave Earth. Why don't we start with Jon? Jon, why don't you introduce yourself and just kind of go from there, I guess.
All right. Well, as you said, my name's Jon DeVeaugh. I get interested in a lot of different topics, and one of them was the flat Earth, which eventually led me to the concave Earth with experiments like the Rectilineator. And then, of course, I met your videos along the way and decided it was about time I start writing about it.
Excellent. And you and I, we had a few discussions already. And what is you've been telling me that you've actually been interacting with people, like just like friends, family, just people at work or whatever. And what has been like their general response to the concave Earth concept?
Well, it's foreign to many people. It's hard to get past what's been taught in schools, and it's hard to open your mind in a lot of ways. There's a lot of primary foundations that are not easily accepted, and because of that, you kind of got to work at trying to explain to people where concave Earth makes sense. And though we have the data to back up what we're saying, we still have the opposition because of people going to college and physics and other things. And not that education is bad, but it seems to create compartmentalization to other ideas. So my experience is you have some people who will listen to you and they find it extremely interesting, and those people generally hang on to the idea for a while. And then you have the other people who just immediately want to ridicule everything you say.
Right. Do you find that they're less inclined to ridicule you when it's face-to-face contact? Because it seems like when people have the filter with the internet, it seems like they feel more comfortable ridiculing or mocking the concept. But like when you're face to face with somebody, and you're just telling them the facts that, number one, the Earth, there's no proof whatsoever that there's any rotation to the Earth, or I think to me anyway, I think that when it's like a one-on-one confrontation or just discussion with somebody, I think they take it more seriously and they respect you more, I think. Is that what you find too, or?
Absolutely. Face-to-face is so much easier than, on places like YouTube or commentaries online. And the reason being is because I can, in front of you, show you examples. I can explain to you and give you, I guess, a better visualization of what I'm talking about.
Right.
Better comparisons, things like that.
Let's go on to Damian. Damian, why don't you introduce yourself and just give us a little bit about information about your background and how you came about to know the concave Earth.
Sure. I'm Damian Nix. I run just a little blog called altnews.info, where I cover esoteric, strange subjects of all types and memory hole articles from media, just to kind of preserve the memory and history of whatever's going on at the time. So I came across the concave Earth theory when I first read an article in Omni magazine. It was called the Hollow Earth theory, the maddening theory that can't be disproven.
Right.
Basically went into Cyrus Teed's work and the Rectilineator as well. Basically proving a few different aspects, saying that hollow Earth could be proved with inverse geometry, which I found intriguing because math is always kind of extremely.
So you've heard of Mustafa Abdelkader, that Egyptian mathematician?
Yep. Yeah, so they went into his work and found that you could basically make the same argument for a concave Earth as you could for a convex Earth. So that stuck with me for quite a long time. And then last year, I had this really vivid dream about basically looking at the mechanism that worked the Earth. Like it almost felt like an Ezekiel's wheel kind of revelation in this dream, where I could see the inner workings of the planet. And then I basically, I know it was like I was intrigued by that, and it's been kind of haunting my memory for a long time about that. And then I found your videos, and I saw basically how you put it all together in this elegant, graphic form that you can basically get your head around really easily. You can see how it functions. You can see, the rotations and the different movements of celestial bodies in a rational way. So I kind of latched onto it that way, basically.
Awesome. So, what do you think? I mean, as far as like, I think there's a lot of concave people that are kind of like just in the shadows. They're just kind of, they're like afraid to like actually step out and tell people about the concave Earth because of the obvious ridicule that people would give them. But
you have to think you're trying to surmount like decades and centuries basically worth of ideology. It's a scientific, what they've proven, like I said, is basically the truth the whole time.
Right.
It's been accepted in that form, and it's hard to, people come against cognitive dissonance all the time.
Yeah. Right? Why do you think why do you think the concave Earth is so suppressed? I mean, the information, the science is there. I mean, like the Rectilineator experiment. Why do you think that's never been publicly reconducted since 1897?
Quite honestly, I think it would scare everybody. It would just be thinking that you're inside a sphere. You feel more
claustrophobic, maybe.
Yeah, it's like claustrophobic. You feel like you're in a prison, and if you know where the prison walls are, then you start going, "Why is it there? Why are the walls there? Who built this?" Now, Damian, I think that's something they don't really want anybody to know about. Essentially, that's probably why they're keeping it a big secret.
And also there's like a paradigm between like what is actually reality versus what is fiction. And Damian, you're a writer, right? I mean, you write fiction, and you write stories and stuff. And I think having this concept of holding on to this fictitious concept is like a form of denial, which actually allows your imagination to run wild and elaborate on things, we can talk about aliens, we could talk about parallel universes, we could talk about other worlds, we could talk about, it's just kind of like your imagination can run wild.
Yeah, absolutely, and it creates huge industries as well. Think about Star Trek, and think about like Star Wars, and all the imaginative ideas of going out into space and traveling at hyperspeeds and visiting other planets, etc. If none of that's possible, that's going to create kind of a creative vacuum in people, and they may find themselves very depressed. That's what I'm thinking. That they may just
I do.
You may just what's the point? We can't get out of this thing. And
right. It's almost like like when I was in prison, I would have the greatest dreams. It's like I was stuck in a cell here, but I'm having these awesome, vivid, elaborative dreams of fantasy adventures and stuff.
The capacity for the human mind to want freedom and to want like the boundless, the expanse of the universe to be out there, able to be explored, is something that you can't easily quell, and you're not going to be able to like just come out and say this, and hopefully people are just going to not riot and not, or not just be depressed and stop working and the economy, etc. So I think that's a big incentive for keeping it a secret.
I think there needs to be a healthy balance. I think people still can have this vivid imagination of what their mind can produce as far as like fiction or fantasy, but you really need to be grounded in the truth and the reality in which we live in, the earth in which we live in. And I think
absolutely. I agree.
So there's like this, there's this denial mechanism that's deeply, deeply indoctrinated ever since, the Copernican revolution, really. And it's just like completely shuts out any concept of concave Earth. When I talk to people in person, some people they feel very depressed about this. We're living in this prison, like you said, we're living in this prison. How about you, Jon? Did you find that with people too? Did they find it depressing to think that we're living in the concave Earth? Or?
No, but I'd like to expand on the thought at hand here. if indeed the Earth does not rotate, we now have a collapse, a first domino, if you will, that starts to fall on every single thing in science.
That's right.
The dates, the millions of years, the trillions of years, the age of the universe, everything starts to topple. You have problems with evolution because you need all these millions of years.
Right.
All dating systems, all these sciences that depend on the Earth's motion.
Exactly. Their foundation just like the legs are just knocked right out from under them. It's that foundation of the premise of the Earth rotating. It's just, I actually there's the Wild Heretic, right? And you guys have seen his site before. He's got a maxim at the top of his page. It says, when you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And so we can take, there's basically, I would say, 4 different models of the universe. First, you have the generally accepted heliocentric model, where we have a convex spinning Earth and it's orbiting around the sun in a vast universe, and stars are light years away. However, when people start realizing, there's no spin to the Earth, we can go into the Sagnac experiment, we can go into Michelson-Morley, we can go into Airy's failure, we can show how the Foucault pendulum has problems with Maurice Elias, showing that during eclipses the pendulum changes rotation. There's no proof whatsoever that there's any rotation to the Earth. So if we knock out that initial model of the universe, then we have what? We have a convex geostationary Earth, which a lot of Bible believers believe in. We have the Principle movie that came out over the past year, and people like that think that the Earth is the center of the universe and it's stationary. However, it's still convex. However, there's problems with that too once you get into the understanding that, okay, well, why, if you ascend high in an airplane like 35,000 feet, why isn't the horizon lowering? Why is it still at your eye level? If you were on a convex ball, I even did simulations in 3D, the horizon would be much lower, right? So, and there's other problems too. It's like, well, we have this geostationary Earth in the center, and so you're saying the sun is still 93 million miles away, right? And so this sun has to do one full revolution in a 24-hour period. If you do 2 pi r, the circumference of a circle, you're talking about over like 500,000 miles in one day, and that's just the sun. Then you have the stars, which are even supposedly further away, like 300 million light years or whatever, how many light years away. You can't, that's asinine. You cannot complete a light year in a day. It just doesn't make any sense. And so there's a lot of problems with a geocentric convex model of the Earth. And then, of course, this whole flat Earth baloney that seems to be popping up on YouTube, that's baloney too. I mean, they can't map out the heavens, for one thing. The celestial sphere up in the sky, they have to conclude that it's a hologram or something, because we have 2 pole stars, the North Pole stars and South Pole stars, that have axes. They're showing that there's a sphericity to the heavens, and so they can't map that out within a flat Earth paradigm. Amongst other things, the distances in the southern hemisphere, they still coordinate to spherical coordinates. I don't care if you show me a plane flight that takes its route from South Africa to Dubai and then back to Australia. If you take a direct route from, let's say, South Africa to Auckland, New Zealand, it can be as fast as 13 hours, 14 hours. You cannot fit that on a flat Earth pizza with the crust being Antarctica. It just doesn't work. So there's many problems with that. Also, too, like from an artistic point of view, I'm an artist, and aesthetically, you look at this flat Earth map. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, you have like Africa, like the Horn of or the Cape of Africa and South America. They're like bloated out like they have gout or something. It just doesn't make any sense. And so the 4th model is the concave model. So it's I've eliminated the first 3 models, and there's no problems with, if you understand that light is bending upwards. And a lot of people ask, okay, well, if the Earth is concave, why can't we see the other side? Well, that's not how light works. I mean, Wild Heretic has some great articles about light bending upwards. So the curvature of this light, this line of sight, it's not a line, it's actually a trajectory, a curved trajectory, is hitting the stars. When you look when you look across, you see the sun setting at the horizon. It's actually not a straight line. It's actually a curved trajectory, and so it's curving up like that. And so when we cannot see the other side because of the visibility limitation of curved light. And so that's what I'd like to present to people, is that you just eliminate the impossible. What's left, however improbable, must be the truth. What do you guys think about that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's too many things in relativity that just people have to take for fanciful nonsense. Like the thought experiment of the barn door thing. Have you heard of that one at all?
The thought experiment with the barn door?
Yeah, the barn door experiment, where supposedly you run at the speed of light. You have a pole that's longer than the two doors on either side of the thing. But since you're running at the speed of light, your pole is gonna shrink. So when the front of the
time
barn door
dilation,
closes, and then the back of the barn door closes, the pole will fit inside.
See, that's all theoretical hogwash.
Well, I don't understand how they can make that assumption when there's been no evidence of anything shrinking in size.
Well, that is the great special theory of relativity.
Yeah.
The necessary nonsense, if you will, that is required to keep the Earth in motion.
Yeah,
I mean, they used it to say the interferometer of the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Right.
The left arm shrunk, and then this bothers me a lot. All over the internet, they tell you Einstein can never be disproven. How they say this is just preposterous. The man comes up with an idea based on the contraction theories, doesn't have to prove it, and instead says that the Michelson-Morley experiment is the proof. But where did they actually show that? Where's the measurement to prove that the left arm actually shrunk? It's not right. So we have an inherent problem that people just don't understand.
Yeah, they just universally accept. It must be. I mean, we cannot entertain this, that the Earth is not spinning. We have to come up with some other answer. So let's Einstein to the rescue, or the Lorentz contraction to the rescue. And it's crazy. And
it does take a lot of faith to believe that kind of thing. I mean, really, when there's a much more rational explanation, and that's just that we're not moving at all.
It definitely does. It definitely does.
Go ahead. Well, if we wrap in the idea, I just want to bring in the atheist perspective for a second. They are dependent upon the scientific method of showing proof to claims, and this is basically the system that the atheists use to figure out if God exists, and they'll argue, okay, well, where's your proof? And you don't have evidence, and you're making assumptions. But when it comes to these sciences, they're not applying the same rules. So, even the atheist has to reconsider the way they're thinking about things.
Yeah.
You guys, you're with me on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's difficult to even tell them, hey, you're being blindsided when it comes to science also. You're just accepting authority and other fallacies that exist.
Yeah, it's a confirmation bias with this ad populum mentality that modern so-called science is their gospel. It's right. And we went to the moon. NASA's 100% correct. Everything they say is gospel to them. I mean, it's just a substitution. Their God is substituted instead of this. The God of the Bible. It's the God of science or so-called science, falsely so-called. So it's hypocritical.
I think it's easy to believe this stuff when you see it packaged in a pretty package, like the Nova episodes and all the things that they put out with all these pretty graphics and stuff. It's easy to just get swept into it and believe exactly what they're telling you, and it just comes in at a conscious level, because while you're looking at these pretty pictures, they're telling you about all these lies.
Yeah, it's hypnotic. I mean, you just sit there and watch the Nova channel, and you look at the meteors and exploding in space and everything. It's just wow. It's like, we know this is CG, this is fabricated, but subconsciously we're absorbing this. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, it becomes a reality for you. It's like it's just a thing that they put into your brain. It's a programming device. And they use these pretty images quite often.
Fiction is more sexy than the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's sad to say, but
Oh, I don't know about that. I think the truth is what got me to Concave Earth in the first place, which is far more interesting.
Fair enough. Good enough. That's fine with me.
It's entertaining, though, to be lied to, I think, and people generally like to be lied to. That's why Hollywood's such a big success. That's why TV programming is called programming. It's why it's a cycle of programming. Basically, that's all it is. They're implanting their mindset. That's what they want you to believe, so that you don't question why we're here. Why is there a prison wall around us? Who built this machine, etc.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because I don't want you asking those kind of questions. Those kind of questions are dangerous, especially if they can control the central sphere. Then they can basically control a panopticon, if you will, of absolute control, and they don't need to explain that if nobody knows about it. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I think that's what's happening. If you own and occupy that central sphere, you have a central location where you can spy and look upon every part of the world. It's a panopticon theory, essentially. And if you can occupy that space, and I think that they've been trying to with the nuclear weapons in space, with Operation Fishbowl.
Yes.
And all
why would
they?
Trying
to get there now with portals, trying to get up there with CERN. I think that's definitely one of their goals, is try and occupy the space, because it must be a very powerful location.
Yeah, so you think they're trying to get up in the middle of the Earth there, middle of the heaven. Let's talk about the glass sky a little bit. What do you guys think about that?
I think it makes sense. I was just reading some article. I forget who posted it, but I think it may have been you, John. Where you posted something about zero-G glass. It was formed in space. It's more transparent than any glass we can trade here. That's metallic.
Oh yeah, NASA had an article about that, didn't they?
That was a very intriguing article, and that they want to go up there and create that stuff in zero-G would be.
Well, that would make sense too. Yeah, I mean, if this glass was formed in where there's supposedly no gravity, I mean, it's going to be a lot more transparent than glass formed here on the surface of the Earth, because of the. I guess there's more viscosity up where there's no gravity. I hate to use that word gravity, but where there's no gravity.
But in the space in the ethereal, I'm sure where it's not. Well, you say the things in your model, Stephen. You've got satellites in geosynchronous orbits, etc. So I'm curious, like geostationary. Mm-hmm. So you think those are places where you could achieve what we would equivalent to zero-G?
Well, I'm not definitely saying that. I'm not sold on it, but I'm trying to make sense of it all. I'm inclined to think that they did penetrate the glass firmament and launched some kind of satellites. That I talk about. There's actually supposedly there's 4 equatorial equilibrium points within the ocean, and it's kind of interesting that we have 4 points. Obviously my model has this octahedron in the middle of the celestial sphere, and so if it's emanating magnetically these 4 points, extending it outwards toward the Earth, it could be this equilibrium zone, or these equilibrium zones that are actually allowing whatever objects that fall within that region to actually just kind of levitate there. So I think it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's definite, but
well, that would follow then. If actual glass is being formed there, metallic glass that's more transparent than anything, it would follow.
Well, yeah. I mean, and, the whole concept of space being a vacuum. I mean, glass would be a very good container to contain that vacuum of space, and
Yep.
Of course, you have the auroras, and just like on a plasma ball, which has glass encasing it, you can create electric discharge forming the auroras with the plasma. So a lot of good, I bring up a lot of different reasons why. I mean, the whole idea of rainbows in the first place, sunlight being dispersed through the glass, and the different wavelengths of the different colors going through at different speeds, and so they refract differently. Red has the least amount of refraction and violet has the most, and so it creates the spectrum, And I believe the whole reason why we have the bow is because the sun, the rim of the sun, extends almost like if you just shine a flashlight, and you're going to have a rim to it. And so a lot of good reasons to believe that there is glass in the sky. And so when you have that understanding, then these mysteries that modern science cannot understand, fathom, where they're like megacry meteors, where are they coming from? Well, if you have this glass ceiling,
that does open up a lot of like explanations. I mean, even just historical stuff. When you start thinking about, like, because you have the octahedron in the middle, and it's made of, you said, magnetite, right? Or is
I'm not sure what it. I mean, this is all speculation on my part. But I think it's magnetic. Yeah, I think.
Well, it has to be magnetic, I'd imagine, to be like, because it would fit the model even on their model, because they say we have a highly magnetic core.
Yeah.
When if the core is in the sky and it's highly magnetic and it's an octahedron, which is the crystal habit of magnetite,
exactly, it is
mineral on Earth.
Exactly.
And if it's a massive structure, that would follow. It seems that you could actually make that argument as well, since especially you can find plenty of articles and things about pyramidal energy and levitation and other aspects.
Joe Parr.
This is suspended in the middle of the air and have, it's possible.
Yeah, I made a video about, you remember, you guys know Joe Parr. He was a pyramid researcher, and he did studies on the pyramids, and he found out that there's a spherical energy bubble that surrounds pyramids. I think he had the pyramids actually rotating. And so, I mean, you have this concept of a sphere encapsulating a pyramid, and so that's essentially what we have with the heavens and the earth. We have a series of concentric spheres that are covering this central octahedron or pyramid, which is levitating. And so
I think that icon, the pyramidal icon, just appears. I mean, it's beyond coincidence at this point that it's appearing everywhere in the world. Obviously, somebody knew about that.
Oh yeah,
back in the day.
Yeah,
we have,
the Illuminati symbolism is pretty much everywhere, but.
Which is why it leads me to believe that in the panopticon idea, that this basically this prison that you have absolute visible.
Well, that's the whole idea of the eye watching. The eye of God.
Exactly. It's the all-seeing eye.
All-seeing eye. It's watching.
That's the parent angle of it, and seeing.
If it's right in the middle, there's your panopticon. It's right there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's an interesting concept. I wonder if they've actually made it inside the sphere at this point, or if they failed.
I don't think they can get that high. I think you guys remember that article that came out a couple months ago about the Star Trek wall?
Yes.
The Van Allen belts, and it's almost like these electrons are hitting a glass wall. Well, yeah, they are. And so recently, I actually revised my model to include these concentric glass spheres. I think there's possibly more than one glass sphere now. So if you have these glass walls, it's going to be pretty hard to get through, especially with all the radiation. So I don't think they can get up there. I think they might try. What do you guys think about? Go ahead.
Do you think that they can get to?
What's the highest?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they can get past the first glass.
100 kilometer Kármán line, 62 miles.
Yeah, something like that. But it's all speculation on my part. I don't know. It's just I just got to go with what Just make.
We have to go on videos where they're telling us exactly what's happening. But I mean, I think that maybe we've gotten past that first layer at some point. And, know if we can get further. I'm kind of curious because I'm kind of curious how the Van Allen belts would work inside the concentric spheres. If it's basically just radiation that's coming around as the sun's rotating around, is it just the energy that it's projecting outward, and it's too hot to get through?
I don't know. I think the sun does play a part in it. I'm not really sure though. Couldn't. I'd have to think about that more. But
I was just kind of curious. The Van Allen belts have that torus shape all the way around the Earth,
So they say
in the Katz model, but it could be translated in the internal as well.
Yeah. Well, then you have the auroral zones that over.
It's basically just being the heat that is generated as light is going around.
Right. Over the Arctic and the Antarctic, they have these auroral zones, which actually I think that I have my model. I have this outer rind to the Earth. I believe it's made out of metal, and there's possibly these openings in the north and south, which has been covered over with plates, with basalt or continental plates. but I believe that's why we have the actual auroral zones.
Do you think there's portals out at the poles?
I think there might be some small ones. I don't think it's some. I mean, if you ever watched any Hollow Earth, convex Hollow Earth propaganda, they
like
show,
the Garth and all that stuff.
yeah, that's all. And that's all fantasy baloney. And then Bird's Diary is a forgery and stuff. But anyway, I'm not sure if I think a lot of that imagery is photoshopped or whatever. But I think it's very possible that there might be a few small portals in the north and the south, possibly. I think even Wild Heretic mentions that too. That he thinks there are some, and within this closed system, you would think you would need some kind of heat escape as well.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Well, what about the polar vortex? I was wondering. I'm actually kind of thinking of a theory, maybe that the Norse people have talked about tall whites. Like basically, they describe the tall white alien type race, basically the tall giant types and the ice giants. And looking at it, kind of an interesting, like, what if they're surface dwellers, kind of, and that's their weapon is their polar vortex that they can send in. Just from the esoteric nonsense point of view, I'm just I'm as a writer and fanciful thinking.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we can guess. I personally think that once you get outside of Earth, there's nothing. I mean, a lot of people always ask me, well, what's on the outside? Are there multiple Earth spheres? Are there, I say I don't think there's anything. I think this is it. I mean, but I could be wrong. But Scripture says that the Earth is hung on nothing. Job chapter 26. It also talks about being kicked out of the Earth in Job chapter 38, and its outer darkness and a bottomless pit. And so, this could be the extent of our physical world. And so what we have is, like we talked about initially, is that we have this vivid imagination. Would you like to conjure
Absolutely. I'm still trying to dream the creative out there. I want, if even in the concave Earth, I don't want to be limited.
Yeah, it's kind of like I make the comparison. It's like your brain is this mass. It's just like this 5-pound mass inside your cranium, but it has the capacity to like expound and to elaborate and to imagine these wild and vivid fantasy reality or so-called realities, and so, but in essence, it's still just a brain. So I think like the concave Earth is like the brain, and so we have this imagination. We like to think of these vivid universes, and I think the whole parallel universe is a bunch of crack. It's just it's a cop out. It's kind of a hypocritical cop out for atheists to actually entertain this idea, this notion. I think that one scientist, his name was Charles Lawrence, whatever, he talked about, well, I like the parallel universe idea because it excludes God from the equation. And the whole idea is basically because they have to admit that this so-called universe is so perfectly fine-tuned, everything is working in synchronization, everything. Well, there's got to be other universes by chance, right? By random chance that are not so perfectly fine-tuned. So it's like, well, no, that's just
infinite, and then anything's possible. Obviously, you can just create anything you want to. You can make things up out of whole cloth.
Yeah.
That's the thing about that. That's why that theory is the standing theory, is because people, they really want to believe that stuff. They think that we're in some, just a random universe.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a little pale blue dot. When I talked to Richard Cohen, the NASA scientist, he even admitted, he was talking with his colleague, and he's like, he called me back after I initially told him about the concave Earth, and he was like, you got a point there, Steve. I mean, the concave Earth is more credible than the parallel universe or the string theory, because you have cold hard facts. You have experimentation. You have the Rectilineator. You have the Tamarack mine shafts. I mean, there's no reason not to seriously understand or consider the concave Earth, and especially because in light of what I believe will happen, because within this stationary Earth you have the sun moving, and if you read about it in legends, they talk about a time where the sun actually stopped a long time ago, about 3,500 years ago. It's mentioned in Scripture too, in Joshua chapter 10. So if that's going to happen again, I have this doomsday scenario. If there's this, if we have this origin, we know where the ice is coming from, the top of the glass sky, and the ice falls when the sun stops. It's recorded in Joshua 10. The sun stops and the ice falls, and especially if NASA's been poking holes through these through the glass sky, and it's been jarring loose chunks of ice from time to time. Maybe that's why I believe they're actually spraying chemtrails, is to actually contain the man-made anthropogenic heat from rising. So they have all these chemicals in the chemtrails that are actually the same chemicals that are used in apparatuses to suppress fire. So I believe it's like this endothermic blanket. They don't want another Tunguska, because I talk about how Tunguska is probably just a large chunk of ice that fell down a long time ago, because there's no, it's a mystery to them, because there's no evidence of any meteors or anything. So you have this scenario, this doomsday scenario with this concave Earth. It's scary. It's scary to a lot of people, but
You think if when the sun stopped, that the ancient people actually had seen the mechanism at the center of the sky, and that's why these myths of pyramids and the eyeballs, etc., have appeared in our, and the Mayan calendar, for example. Like,
I don't know. I think the whatever you want to call them, the Anunnaki or the Nephilim or whatever, I think they had knowledge of the pyramid. When the sons of God got kicked out of heaven, they came down to earth. I think they had the blueprints, the knowledge. That's why they can build the pyramid of Giza with such accuracy. And so I think that there's, pre-flood civilization had a greater understanding, a greater first-hand knowledge of what was up there. And the sons of God, it talks about in Job 38, the sons of God shouted for joy when they built the foundations of the earth, and they talk about laying a cornerstone on the top. And so you have this knowledge that they brought down with them, and so that's what I think anyway.
Well, sure. I mean, to go along with sort of what you're saying, a little bit different. You know how all the ancient civilizations have depictions of Saturn, and you have the Saturn pagan-style religion, the god of Saturn and stuff like this?
Right.
With the glass sky, as you say, was formed after the flood.
Mm-hmm.
It's the opposite of the canopy theory.
Yes.
And what that glass sky does is it basically helps block a barrier. I think it was much more clearer back then, before the glass sky was formed, so these people actually can see Saturn. Because Saturn is also referred to as a sun. They called that the second sun in some of these civilizations. You have the Sumerians, they can see all the planets quite clearly. So I think that glass sky, with whatever refringences or whatever there is for optical change, has distorted the view.
Yeah.
So it seems like everything's so far away now.
Yeah, I even actually considered whether or not pre-flood, before the glass sky, we could actually see more of the land, curving upward, or maybe we can see across the other side of the earth. But, it's just conjecture, but I think it's very possible. But with that glass sky, it changed a lot. I mean, there's records, and there's fossils of giants, 10, 14, 20 feet tall, and then you look at some of the blocks on the pyramid, or the blocks of Stonehenge, and you get the understanding that people were much bigger, much stronger. They lived longer. Scripture in Genesis, they talk about people living up to 969 years. And so what I came to understand is that, just a matter of process of deduction, is basically that within a hyperbaric atmosphere, where there's a greater amount of oxygen, those conditions are possible, where you can live longer and you are stronger and you're bigger. You look at when they show you comparison of vegetables, you have like a 20-pound tomato that was grown under hyperbaric conditions versus just a regular tomato. And so pre-flood, I believe, without that glass sky, I believe that there was a higher. We have nitrogen and oxygen in the atmosphere predominantly, but mostly it's nitrogen, and nitrogen is lighter than oxygen. It's a 7 versus an 8, and so I believe pre-flood that this nitrogen was staying comfortably above the oxygen, and so all the oxygen was really close to the ground. It was not diluted with the nitrogen, and so, but after the glass sky formed, it actually compressed all that nitrogen at the top and mixed it in with the oxygen. So we have now we have a lower amount of oxygen, and everything is more compressed, and so that's my theory about why. we can't live as long, we can't grow as big, we can't get as strong after the flood.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, even in football, they put them in the chambers for, those oxygen chambers to try to promote healing, things like that. And, we got those people walking around with the oxygen tanks, stuff like that. So, I mean, it makes sense, and this is just one of the things that people gotta understand. I mean, once you get past certain basic foundational concepts, you can start moving on, and more things make sense than before.
Yeah.
Just like as we're explaining. So, I mean, it'd be great if more people would have an open mind.
Yeah, I think I think we're slowly making progress. We got some good YouTubers out there. Joseph Winthrop, he's going out there and he's actually making. He's going out with a laser and he's surveying the land. He's showing that it's impossible to have this convex Earth, or even a flat Earth for that matter. And so it's, and I welcome maybe this can be like the first installment of more sessions to come with other people as well, and we can just grow from there. But
well, I think as far as progress in concave Earth goes, if we look back at cellular cosmology, or cosmogony, is the book from Cyrus Teed and the Koreshians.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the concepts were trying to be worked out, and I think today we have. I mean, imagine if we had as many scientists working on concave Earth as we have for the heliocentric model, there would be so much more things answered already.
Yeah.
And we've only seen the progression over the last 100 years plus of concave Earth theory being more solidified and making more and more sense. And then we don't have to scratch our heads when new scientific data comes out, like the heliocentrists.
Yeah.
They're always getting this data and wondering how it fits in their model.
Yeah.
We see the data and we say, well, that just backs up what we're already saying. And, you do this a lot on YouTube as well.
Yeah, well, to me, I just have to guess that the power structures within each country, they know the Earth is concave, but it's like they purposely keep this stuff secretive for whatever reason. One, it's not a money-making, model. Two, it's too scary for the public to realize this. So, three, you have all these dignitaries, all these luminaries in science. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson and all people like that. That would be totally ridiculed. So it's like there's no incentive really for the public to embrace this truth. But within my eschatological understanding, it's you don't have much choice in the end, because we're on a time schedule here. Things are going to start happening, so this shit's going to hit the fan soon. So it's really a wake up call for people to get with the program. You guys want to continue living in La La Land, fantasy land, and take that blue pill and go to sleep. Or listen to me, listen to you guys. And I just want to say I really appreciate you guys coming out, and Jon and Damian, you guys starting your own blogs here and going. We just talk about my friend McKelly. He's actually talking about putting together a production, a Concave Earth production. He's actually a movie producer, and so we're talking about putting that together. Damian and is helping with the script on that. So there's a lot of good things down the pike for people to believe the truth, the reality. So,
what do you think is the single most asked question immediately in response to this, to presenting this theory to somebody that you guys have heard?
What's on the outside? I think that's the most. I don't know. What about you, Jon? What do you get quite asked?
Well, as far as answering something like what's on the outside, I asked them, well, why is the heliocentric space system finite instead of an infinite plane? I mean, sometimes you gotta ask the question,
right?
You gotta ask the questions back to them. Does it matter what's on the outside?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
it doesn't matter.
We can't prove that, so ultimately it's not going to matter. I mean, this is where they can't prove things, and you guys talking about multi-dimensions, parallel universes, dark matter, which is basically the new ether. Linguistic placeholder for ether is dark matter. I mean, it's just all ridiculousness.
Yeah.
And it just gets more and more wild. Take one wrong idea and start compiling all new ideas that don't make any sense because they're all based on one wrong idea.
Exactly. It's like they're just like putting Bondo on their car. Oh, well, we're gonna fix this dent right here. Oh no, there's another dent over here. It's just.
I think the main problem is the idea that the Earth is concave. After you get past the Earth not being in any motion whatsoever, it's now the shape of the Earth that becomes an issue. And this is what the flat earthers struggle with. They struggle with the rectilineator, and nobody will reproduce it. It's been, if you go onto my blog, you'll see what I call the legendary article, where they actually put up a challenge. They say, hey, you do your own geodactic survey and prove us wrong.
Exactly.
And even to this day, all they can do is ridicule it, come up with, erector sets and other stupid nonsense. It's the happy coincidences in science. It's a happy coincidence that the interferometer's arm shrunk just enough to not show the Earth's motion.
Or, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a happy coincidence that the rectilineator sags just enough.
Yes, exactly.
It's the exact measurements you would expect if the Earth was convex.
Exactly.
Except it's a happy coincidence that it showed it to be concave.
Yeah.
So they call the information null, but there's data and there's proof.
Yeah.
So it's foolishness.
Yep.
And like I said, they are very scared that if these things are redone and proven and special relativity gets removed, the geodactic survey gets done again and defines the proof. They are so scared because all these sciences, like I explained before, have to change.
Yep.
Everything we know is wrong.
Exactly. Everything.
They're already sort of backpedaling when the new Planck image, the axis of evil data, it basically says that we're kind of at the center of everything, which is
right.
Kind of blows the whole Big Bang out of the water, unless it happened like right here.
Exactly.
Well,
so that's a big crisis.
You saw my article that they put it on a ball. They mapped it out on a ball, which is, Stephen put the Milky Way band on the celestial sphere where it belongs, and they also do the same exact thing.
Interesting.
Yes, indeed. There's no reason to believe the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy. It's a band. It has a function. It actually, the CMB is showing a dipole. It's showing that this universe has two hemispheres, and so the Milky Way band is actually dividing it, and there's two different opposing currents in each kind of hemisphere, and so you understand how the sun is operating, how this band or whatever, depending on what hemisphere the sun is, it's steering the sun either north or south, and so that's why we have this, the cylindrical orbit of the sun, which actually oscillates and it moves up and north and south every 6 months, and so it performs a function. So it's everything just makes sense, and so.
I think that's the thing about the concave Earth theory is once you start embracing the concept, that you really start to make sense of a lot of different aspects of mythology and science that can't be explained. It's kind of like a cascade of, like revelations at that point. You're just like, okay, I can see it. It makes sense now. And especially when seeing your graphics, the hard work that you put into that is like, it's immense because, I couldn't even imagine putting that all together. But it perfectly illustrates exactly what you can't really conceptualize when you're thinking about it, just in terms of, this. It's kind of a nebulous concept of having spheres in the sky, etc. But when you see it actually working in the working model, I don't know. It's inspiring. You can actually see the model.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, well, we're just
it's good work, man. You did excellent.
Thank you.
You deserve a lot of credit.
Well, I want to get the truth out there. It's so.
It's good that you're using your skills as an artist to to do that, because I think that it's a state, it's science that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, I left the rat race.
Experiments
I left the rat race of corporate graphics a long time ago. There's got to be a better reason for me having this ability, this talent, and so I'm going to put it to good use.
Well, it's awesome. It's awesome that you have the ability to grasp the complex math involved in that as well.
Well, I try. I'm not a mathematician, but
Sure.
Right.
No, you do.
You have their math, and their math inverted is equally as acceptable, and they admit to this.
Yeah.
So all you're doing is basically inverting their math through diagrams.
Yeah.
And people need visual evidence, you know. And I mean, we could do a whole show on what the heck is wrong with heliocentrism. And I put an article to support like Wild Heretic and stuff like that with the seasons. Stephen makes the seasons in the concave Earth, and everything is exactly as it's observed from our perspective on Earth. We're seeing the Polaris always where it belongs. We're seeing the sun never going into a northern arc in the summertime. It stays where it's supposed to be, and everything is working. In the heliocentric model, you can't explain the axis always pointing at Polaris, the sun's arc in proper locations, and it's supposed to be going 300 million kilometers in a travel around an elliptical orbit around the sun. You can't show all these things and explain the seasons in any simple form like a diagram, which the concave Earth can do without a problem.
Exactly, or the moons for that matter, or the orbit, the motions of the moon, I should say. It's like you have that graphic. One of your recent articles, Occam's razor. It's the simplest answer is the best answer, and so there's no reason to have this elliptical orbit of the moon, and the whole idea of tidal locking, and it's just like you said, it's a happy coincidence that the moon just happens to make one full rotation every orbit, and it's so the same face of the moon is always facing Earth. Yeah. Oh no, that's a little too coincidental, I think.
Your diagrams of the retrograde motions of the planets was excellent too. You can totally see how that works. It's just basically a push-pull motion.
Yeah, I just went in Stellarium, and I just wrote down the right ascensions of the planets, and I just went into my 3D program and I just mapped them out, and so that's how they work. And so it's an accurate plotting of the planets, and it shows how the sun is affecting the planets. It's pushing and pulling them. It works out. So
yeah, and you're using their math, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just using what's observed through. There's no reason for me to recalculate what's already observed by astronomers. It's like,
but that's what I mean. You need to have the axe rotating. You need to have it on a 23.5 degree axis. You need it to go around the sun in order to explain planetary retrograde and call it not actually happening. Mm-hmm. Which is one of the biggest problems they had when they were starting to get into heliocentrism versus geocentrism. It's just one of the things that, at that time, it may have helped heliocentrism, but at this time, we don't have to say that's not real. We say that data is real, and we have the reason why.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly. That's great. We had a great talk here. It's going over an hour now, but we should do this again, and we'll invite other people as well. And so,
absolutely, we presented a bit of evidence for people to look into this episode.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, look for the link. I'll shoot you guys the link, and you guys have a great evening, guys.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Nice to meet you, Joe. Yep.
Take care, buddies.
Damian, you too.
Bye.
Yep.
In the earth, there are so many wonderful treasures, and if you know where to dig, you will find gold and diamonds, all kinds of treasures. But if you don't know where to dig, all you'll find is rocks and dirt. We can show you where to dig and what to dig for, but the digging you must do yourself. So no matter what we tell you, you're going to have to go back, confirm, verify anything you hear. You hear the scientist out there, you hear physics, whatever it is. Concepts make sense. Verification may change what the concept actually means.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what?
As far as what's been going on, there's always stuff going on. Talking to people every day. There's new people getting interested all the time. And everybody's got questions. Everybody, they want to bombard you with all kinds of stuff when they get excited because they've never heard of all the concepts. Throw away gravity, try the ether, try new concepts, try things.
Yeah.
Now you see where you get. But I think everybody has to just slow down a little bit. You have to try to learn what the model is and forget what you think you know, because you tend to run comparisons against things you've been taught your whole life. The more you study, the more you find things are not always what they seem. So that's pretty much what's been going on in the blog and everything else. But Joseph, how about you?
Yeah, well, for me specifically, I got into this in November, so it's been pretty recent, but excuse me. Yeah, what specifically?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, we got Peter. Peter joined us, but go ahead, Joseph. Tell us about it. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Good. We're just talking to Joseph Winthrop right now. He's talking about how he came to understand the concave Earth. So you were saying back in November, right, Joe?
Yeah. So it started in November for me, and before that, I just went straight to the concave. I saw the flat Earth people, and I thought it was kind of silly, and then when I came across the concave Earth, I thought it was pretty interesting, and Yeah. So
yeah, I remember you initially started. I was like, "Who is this guy? This guy." He's acting just like a little me. He's like, "NSA, put this person on a 3-minute detention."
I felt that's one of the biggest things is that I was like, "Who is this person?" It was the same thing. So that's why it was a fast process for me. Yeah,
it's like you got it, you clicked it, you totally just understood and just went with it, and
yep,
it's really quite a help dealing with all the criticism and the trolls and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
And so you were like determined to go out and conduct geodetic experiments.
Well, I just wanted to do something.
Yeah. And so you said you had a background in electronics, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. I used to get broken Xboxes and repair them, kind of like a hobby. But
well, you're only 21.
That kind of warmed me up into it.
That's great. So how many actual laser experiments have you conducted?
Whatever I uploaded to YouTube is all I really did. I tried to do more, but there's problems with like no trespassing, and people are kind of they're kind of paranoid about me being with the laser at night.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever.
They didn't call the cops on you, did they?
Well, one time there's a park ranger. He was pretty nice, so he just told us to leave. And there's another time where this guy came out and he yelled at me. He's like, "Yo, you need to leave. The park is closed." Blah blah blah. And whatever. I just have to deal with that.
So you went out there with your dad then, or what?
Yeah, I went out with my dad, my stepbrother, and my friend.
Oh, okay.
Each different times, but my dad helped the most. So.
And so you did a 20-mile test, and then you did a few shorter range tests, right?
Yeah, the 20 and 12.5 mile, that was with my stepbrother, because he lives in Antioch, and it was perfect distance for that. And
so
my dad,
Go ahead. Your dad.
My dad helped me with the other ones.
John, you got any questions for Joe?
Yeah, I gotta just say, I got this strange repeating feedback. So
Yeah, you got it. What you got to do is on your Vaughn Live channel, there's a little play button. You got to mute the volume.
Oh, all right,
mute the audio there. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I have it muted.
I'm hearing you guys twice.
And Peter, I don't know if you're on my Vaughn channel too, you got to mute the volume there. Okay.
There we go.
No,
Yep.
not on one. So
Okay.
Live stuff, people.
okay.
All right, take it away, John. What do you have to ask Joseph?
Well, unfortunately, I missed a bunch of what you said, but
Oh.
I'll go on anyway.
We were talking about his experiments, his laser experiments. We talked about he went out with his dad, and he had a few altercations with neighbors and park rangers, but and then he did a 20-mile test. He did a 12-mile test, and
Yeah. And
So-
then excuse me.
go ahead.
The flashlight was the one I did with my friend, and that one was kind of a fail.
Oh,
But
really?
I put a video about that. It was just that's what led me to suspect that flashlight light is different than laser light. Yeah, so I mean, it's not that simple of just they're photons, blah blah. I guess it's more to that. So
Can you expound on that?
well, yeah, I think with the flashlight is that it's basically it's just more it's weaker, if that makes sense. I think the laser is more directional and it's coherent,
collimated, or
yeah. So I mean the flashlight was like looking at like lamps, like a street lamp in the horizon. So
I see.
that's why I think that worked, or excuse me, the laser worked, but not that. So I tried it again at that same spot with the laser and it worked. So I don't.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you were able to pick up the laser all the way from the other side, then, right?
Yep.
Even this was going across the water.
Yeah.
Can you hear that, John?
Yes, I hear it clearly. Yeah, I wasn't aware it was going to give me that feedback before. Yeah, so the different lasers, how do they affect the curvature? I heard.
What do you mean, like?
Well, in order to shoot a laser across, 20-mile distance, according to all the math that we have, it's for those from the observational eye on a convex sphere to the horizon, where the horizon is basically where the fading distance is. There should be a part of Earth's mass to block that 20-mile laser, and light bends upwards towards less density. So when you're shooting different colors of lasers over the water, how does that affect the beam of light in order to reach that 20 miles?
Well, I do think the laser light bends. I just think it basically bends less than what you would say ordinary light, and I think it's because in the case of the blue laser, it's 1600 milliwatts in a confined space because of the divergence of the actual laser. So, I mean, my stepbrother was the one who saw it on the 20-mile, and he said he could see it with his naked eye. He was able to see the whole time, but the camera couldn't pick it up unless it was directly in front of the camera. So, that's after that. I think that's might be the last time for a while that I do a laser test. I talked with Steve about another idea, so I'm working on that one. But as far as the wavelengths go, I don't think it really matters the color, as long as if it's powerful enough and the light shouldn't spread too much, or else it won't be visible at all.
Mm-hmm. Right. So just the simple fact that you could shoot the laser over 20 miles, that should dispel the idea that the Earth was convex, yes?
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, there are better ways to go and measure and prove things. That's why I always...
All right, well,
what
do you got? I mean, the rectilineator is one, and I consider your laser shooting 20 miles distance an appropriate, a helping of showing another example what the Rectiliator is trying to show.
Yeah, it's more of like a confirmation, if that makes.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So what else you got that might prove the curvature of the Earth?
Well, that sextant idea, it's like what they use for navigation and in celestial navigation in the oceans. It's like a protractor with the mirrors. You can measure the angular distance between something like a tower or something that's at a distance. If you can measure the angular distance, that could also give you a measurement of curvature. So that's what I plan on doing next.
I've seen them, two people post on YouTube showing that, and it being removed within 10 minutes.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, after showing it.
Showing what? And the sextant idea?
Yeah, the sextant idea.
Oh, I didn't know anyone else came up with that.
You mean pulled off the internet, like removed?
Yeah, and then I talked to the guy about it. I sent him an email, and he said, I don't know why they removed it, and I'm not, trying to create waves. So, and the other guy kind of just disappeared. So.
Well, I'll still do it.
Well,
yeah. I mean, can't hurt, no harm, no foul. It's not like we're,
Let me pull up a diagram because I was. You keep talking, but I'm going to pull up a diagram and just kind of basically show the mechanics. It's pretty.
Yeah, but that's a very good idea. Using a sextant, it apparently can actually show the distance of how far the sun and the moon are from the Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the curvature, though. What I was telling Joe, what he should try to do, and it just came to me. I was thinking, there's got to be another way instead of, like the rectilinear is a great. It's kind of nobody's ever reconducted, and it does take a lot of thought to actually build one, and you have to get it. You have to be near the ocean. You have to have like the caisson next to it, so we don't. You have to you don't have the tide water rising and lowering and stuff. So there's a lot of precision that has to go into it. But as far as like a simplistic experiment, however, I just don't know if the distance is long enough. Here, I'll just pull this up on the screen here. But,
well, if you look at the studies that were done for the laser level, the German or Polish guy, I know the original write-up is in another language, so it's not familiar to me like that. But the Wild Heretic wrote about him with the dummy level.
Yep.
And then shooting the lasers on each side with the dummy level. This experiment showing the light curves upwards.
Yep, Wilhelm Martin. Yep.
Yeah. Where was I going with this? Well, anyways, with the light curving upwards, I want to see what do you think, Joe? The light curves upwards, right? It's even less with the laser. Then you have the confrontation of this idea is with a convex sphere. What they're showing you is the light will go actually around and curve down to, it has to go up on a convex ball. It has to go up past that horizon with a 20 miles. What they're trying to say is in a 20-mile distance. At 10 miles, the light actually goes up, and then it goes back down, and then down even further to see that 20-mile distance. That's how they try to explain away the curvature of the Earth being concave. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I've had a couple of people say that. Say, "Oh, special relativity." I don't even know how that makes sense, but they say that because of relativity, it bends, or some people have said refract. I don't know. Another guy today said that it scatters like the same reason why the sky is blue. The blue light scattered over.
Oh yeah,
you come up with all different ideas. So that's why I said, you know what,
I did another. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did the 20 mile. I think that's good enough for now. I'll try something else and focus on other stuff.
You made another video about why the sky is blue. It's kind of similar to my idea with the glass.
Yeah.
But real quick here, I just wanted to point out those experiments up on my screen. I was thinking about, if you had something high enough, like a radio tower or a lighthouse, would probably be better because a lighthouse is by the water, and you're at 0. You know, as long as you don't have a tide going up or down, you're at 0 degrees sea level. But anyway, basically it's just, you know, simple trigonometry. You know, if you have a 1,000 foot tall radio tower, you just simply walk off that same distance, and you have 3 curves going on. If concave, it's curving up, straight, or convex. Now in trigonometry, you know, this is the right triangle, and so it's actually an isosceles. So this is going to be 45 degrees if the land is flat. However, that angle is going to be greater if the land is concave, or the angle is going to be lower than 45 if the land is convex. I just don't know if if it's long enough distance to actually get any kind of deviation from 45 degrees, and plus the fact that light does bend, and I guess it'd probably be doing it at night would probably be more beneficial, because during the daytime light tends to bend more when the sun is out. So, but that was the experiment. So basically, you know, just going out there with a sextant, you know, and measuring the angle. So that's what I was thinking about doing. So
as long as you got a level surface like the water, in a level water area, it should work out.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to get this through, because there's going to be a lot of people listening right now who are going to say the whole problem that we were discussing with the light bending over and everything else. What we got to know is the refractive index of air is less than that of water vapor.
Mm-hmm.
So the air and the water, you know, there's virtually no difference between a vacuum and the water vapor as far as the refractive index goes.
Right.
So you're going to get virtually nothing. And then with light bending upwards, as the studies show, the light basically goes pretty much straight and then starts to curve in an upwards manner.
Right. Yeah.
Being that the water vapor is also less dense than the air, you know, not only is this a really small amount of refraction, but light traveling into a denser medium like water vapor to air would refract away from the observer, not towards them.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, if anything, it's more in our favor.
Their whole explanation about, you know, why the sun appears before we actually see the daylight, and, you know, because of atmospheric refraction. Well, yeah, there is refraction going on, but it's not because of the air. I mean, there's glass, you know, it's creating it. That's why there's a squishing of the sun and the moon. That's not. I mean, there's the gradient of refraction in air is not gonna be that significant. I mean, you're talking 0.0000 whatever, or 29 or whatever. So it's not going to cause that much refraction. That's all there is to it. And so they can't get around that.
Look, I did the math on the calculator, and you know, you could pull up the math and do it yourself if you're, you know, physics math savvy.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it turns out to be able to view a 20-mile distance, even for the laser to have reached that far, with just that math, and I'm going to get to my point right after this, but with just that math, you would need to be on an elevation of 260 feet, just about that, a little bit higher, in order to see a visible distance of 20 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm saying is, the math gets really complicated because these concepts are so simple. They sound simple, and this goes with what I told you before. You got to do the digging yourself. Yep. You look at the concept, it sounds simple, but then you have to include the bending of light. You have to include, you know, the densities. You have to include what you're going over. There's these other statistics that have to do with everything. That's why when we view these things, mathematically, we're creating structures that don't necessarily reflect reality.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why experiments are needed to get rid of this concept and see if the concept actually makes sense or not. If we can't verify the concept, well, it works conceptually, but not realistically, which is the same thing that math does.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, the 260 feet thing, that can't be explained, especially with recording it with a cheap camera, because I was thinking I was going to have to get a DSR, whatever, the single reflex.
Yeah.
single lens reflex, but those are too expensive, and that's I'm
Yeah.
whoever has that, whoever already has one and has a laser can afford it. Maybe sometime they can do it. So.
Well, Joe, why don't you tell, you have a video about this, but why don't you explain to anybody who's listening how they can do this themselves and check for the curvature of the Earth with the lasers like you did?
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, you can really do it on any type of, any distance. I would say about at least 2 miles. I mean, if you want to just prove it for yourself, like with your friend, all you need to do is have somebody stand on one side, and it's very simple. You would shoot at a height less than what the calculated bulge should be for for the planetary model.
Well, if we just did a foot,
Yeah.
and you were able, because about 6 feet, we should be able to see about 3 miles with our naked eye.
Right. So it's also the perspective of
How many inches do you think per mile does it curve?
8 the first mile, right?
Yeah, it's 8 the first mile, and then because
Then
it's curved, because it's a circle.
It'll be like 32
it'll
inches
be-
a second mile. And,
Yeah.
Okay.
So the longer the distance,
I'll see if
better.
I could get that information for you right now.
Like
I have
for like 5 miles, really, if you're about 3 feet, that should work, because the bulge should be four. I think it's 4.1 feet on 5 miles, and yeah, that one really works. That one.
Well, I'm in here in Chestertown, Maryland, and I'd love to find somebody to do with me down here in the Chesapeake Bay, and get a boat in the center and to see if I can measure if there's an actual, drop.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be good. That's a good idea. Definitely. 6 drops from the chat says, in the Navy, we have something called a sonobuoy, dropped at the right depth of the ocean at the right temperature. One can hear a whole hemisphere. Perhaps one should examine sound waves more. That's a good interest. That's a good idea there. Oh, yeah. So, how do you refute? I mean, there's a lot of flat earthers that think that, it's not concave. It's we see it. It's flat. I mean, you've seen what I've practically tore apart flat Earth theory on my videos lately. But what do you think it is about them? Why do you think they're just so incorrigible into embracing concave Earth reality?
Well, ultimately, I just think it's mainly a rebellious type of thing. Mm-hmm. After seeing the concave Earth, I mean, I could maybe understand a little bit if they just went from convex to flat, and then they're discovering, researching, and learning about NASA and all this stuff. But I don't understand. I don't. I think they just have a problem with you at the end of the day.
Well, and you made a video about them. They're greedy.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And they want to sell their books, and they want to sell the products, and they don't care if they're disingenuous or not.
Well,
they don't even have to believe in the flat Earth theory. They see it's an opportunity for them to make some money, right? I mean, that's how I see it.
I think some of them can't get past what they can see, and
yes.
That's where the problem comes in.
Correct.
Is what they perceive as reality, and you tell them that there is something else out there just beyond your reality, a different dimension that's concave, and they don't want to hear it. It's interesting.
Exactly. It's it's just, what is that, the Zetetic philosophy? It's just what we see, that's what we observe. It can't be anything differently. No.
Yeah.
That's not that simple, guys. I'm sorry. But I've actually, there was a flat earther who actually invited me to his forum because he was banned from the main International Flat Earth Society forum, hosted by Eric Do Buy My Book. And
that's good.
But He was.
Yeah.
This guy. I mean, the whole flat Earth movement is in shambles. If you really look at it, they're all in disarray. You have these. They're all at each other's throats. You got Dubai fighting with Sargent. Sargent thinks he's a shill, and then you got Boylan. Oh, Boylan's just a Fruit Loop, but I guess this guy was like, he was saying that they banned him from the forum because he wouldn't speak out against the Jesuits, or he wouldn't speak out against, I don't know, but he thought he was a shill. And so, like, you know, I had a Skype conversation with him. He seemed like a real nice guy. He's from Italy, and he's a real nice guy. And so I said, okay, I'll join your forum. And so they have their own little forum there. And actually, John, you joined as well too, because I told you about it. But
yeah, and the Rectilineator forum, I actually put the cellular cosmogony there.
Yes,
so,
I saw that.
You know, it's about 240 pages worth of what the Rectilineator. I mean, look, I get this, okay? I'm sure you get this. I'm sure anybody else who's trying to help people get this gets this sort of feedback. I get this very fast, okay? I ask, have you ever heard of the Rectilineator? Okay, the response comes back as, yes. And it was of poor design, it's not rigid, and it sagged, and it was done by a pseudo-scientific crackpot. Well, congratulations, you just reiterated everything Simonek just said, and have no thought process for yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
They want a quick, convenient answer to dismiss it, and they don't even want to even look at it.
Yeah, but they're presumptions.
Yeah, exactly.
Do the experiment yourself. I mean, with the laser experiment, what Joseph's doing is saying, hey, listen, I'm going to see for myself if I'm going to try to verify this the best way I can. Mm-hmm. So you go out and you do an experiment. You try to figure it out. If you can't do an experiment and you don't have the equipment, well, then you got to do more research. You can't just listen to somebody. Like, don't listen to us. Don't just listen to what we say. Go look and verify what we're telling you.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, when they look, how is it that we have the same thing I said last time? If indeed the Rectilineator sagged, they did everything possible to remove any sort of claims of sagging, any sort of, you know, it took 4 weeks to calibrate the device every single time they moved this thing.
And it was they
flipped it upside down every time they moved.
And they had all these skeptics, all these convex skeptics making sure it was done properly.
Yeah. And you have the 25,000-mile circumference.
Exactly.
But, you know, we get to the point where if it sagged, why is it the happy coincidence that it sagged? The exact same identical measurement if it was a convex sphere, just in reverse, to show it's concave. How is the sag that precise? I mean, you've got to have a big imagination to say it was perfectly incorrect.
What are the chances? Let's calculate that. Let's see.
I stress the word perfectly on the incorrect part.
Yeah. But it's just completely. I mean, it's just insane that this experiment has never been publicly reconducted, and especially because it proved so controversial. The evidence. I mean, the results. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, the beam sag." Construct this little freaking Rector set, and I think the beam sag moved next. No, dude, this is a life changer. If this gets out to have any credibility whatsoever, this rewrites every science book in the classroom, every astronomy,
it's too much work.
It's just too much money lost, too much work, too much recognition lost, and no, we don't want to admit that heaven is a real place and God is real. No, we don't want to admit that.
Yeah.
Let's just keep on going backwards and see how far we get.
Look, I got this guy. This guy here, David, makes the videos trying to disprove flat Earth, pulling the camera away from a boat, and shows a convex Earth. He's asking me questions now. He says, I made a simple illustration of a concave sunrise. Does this really look plausible? And he sent me this link of this thing. Now here's the thing. I asked him, is your program capable of bending light? Do you know the amount the light actually bends? to input this information into your computer before you run this simulation.
Exactly.
This is what I'm saying. The concept, he loses it on the concept because there's more you need to know beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Exactly. Yeah. He's special effects, but he uses Lightwave, and I use Lightwave, and Lightwave cannot bend the light. So I know.
Well, yeah, that's another. The light bending is another thing about the flat Earth. If they have to admit that light bends, then they have to admit that the sun is moving in a how do I say, a concave. It would have to move abiding to the concave Earth model. So yeah.
Well, Steve, check this out. He asks me this: how come refraction of the glass sky does not distort the stars, especially near the edges where it's thicker? And then he says, through a crystal ball. I wonder, where do we see the thickness of the edge of this ball? Because we never see it because our eyes never get that far. You know what I'm saying?
You're not going to see the edge. You're not going to see the edge of the celestial sphere. I had that one morphing the sky video where I just like pull a convex ceiling and I wrap it and I just invert it so it's a concave dome. So you're not going to see the edge, and but there is actually, the glass does just create the refraction along the perimeter of the stars. That's why it squishes things like that. But the glass sky is evident. They call it lensing. I mean, they call it redshifting. There's so much proof that there's glass. It's not mass. They say, well, mass is distorting the stars. It's Lawrence Krauss will pull up a graphic and he'll show what looks like something viewed through a warped frosted glass or something. And it's because it really is. I explained it. I show, well, this is how, if you don't understand there was a global flood, if you don't understand that there's a glass sky, a celestial crystalline firmament that was damaged during the flood because stars are created by sonoluminescence, I believe they clustered together before the flood and they melted holes through this glass, and then they eventually healed back together, so now you have this bumpy surface of the glass sky. And that's the reason why I believe we have what they call gravitational lensing. It's simply real glass lensing. That's why we have the redshifting. That's why we have different redshift readings from quasars. Quasars are supposedly have a very high redshift, but they found like this one particular quasar has this jet, like it's connected to a galaxy. So it's like, well, how can that be? Quasars are supposedly so far away because they have this very high redshift.
Yeah, they refute themselves.
Yeah, no. If you understand, you're just looking through a warped glass, and different regions of that glass is going to create a greater aberration of redshift, and it's going to project this fringe on this particular quasar that happens to be. It's probably even closer than the galaxies that it's connected to. So.
Right. Well, let's get into colors and temperatures for a minute, because I don't think redshift even occurs to be able to tell you distances. Joe, you went on with the colors of the sun, the colors of temperatures and things like that, and then wavelengths. Why don't you tell us about the colors of temperatures, and then if you can tell by wavelength of the color spectrum that something is actually distantly away from you.
Yeah, I guess that's their theory on how they calculate the distance. They look at the color temperature and then they plug that in to basically calculate how far it is. So if red, the whole. Sorry.
Repeat that. I think we lost your audio there for a second.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I said that. So we're talking about the redshift, right?
Yeah, or the colors.
The color temperature of stars. Mm-hmm. So yeah, because there's the glass sky, it throws everything off because they're looking at the stuff and they're saying, okay, this one's red, this one's blue. That means this star is hot. than the color temperature, though. They look at the luminosity and all this other stuff to get an idea of how far and what they're actually looking at.
And so, in essence, what you were saying is that the sun is actually a lot hotter than it appears to be due to the color temperature of the sun.
I think so, because if it is small, there's no way it could be. I mean, maybe it could, but I don't think it could be 5800 Kelvin, because just mathematically with the radiant flux. So we have a solar constant. We can measure how much watts per square meters of light is coming in, and if it's a 5800 Kelvin sun, it would have to be a giant. It would have to be what they say it is, the star, gas giant, whatever. But if it's
this is being gelled through a colored gel.
Yes.
I mean,
so yeah, like a color correction filter. Like it could be glass too. The gels are just like these.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's theater, and you have gelled lighting and stuff. But
yeah.
So it actually can diminish the apparent temperature of the sun.
Yeah, and the glass sky is the perfect color to do that. So, being yellowish green.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense. It adds up.
Yeah. You want to talk about the Cavendish, your video on the Cavendish experiment?
Oh yeah, the gravitational constant.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what they use to calculate the 9.8 meters, how fast the rate at what things fall. They Henry Cavendish. Excuse me. Yeah, it was sometime in the 1700s. He went and he took these massive lead balls and he measured a pseudo attraction. It appeared to be, the smaller balls appeared to be attracted toward the bigger balls, and that's what they concluded, that it's gravity. And then, I mean, it was before that with Newton, but that's what really gave the mathematics came out with Cavendish. So
right, but if we understand that there's an ether permeating the Earth, and what Tesla believed is that this universal compression, this ether, is affecting objects within the medium of ether. And so within the same experiment, you can simply say that the bigger steel balls or the bigger blocks of lead or whatever, the bigger objects were actually obstructing the ether on that side, and so on the other side of the small ball, it has unobstructed ether. This is how I'm interpreting it. It has unobstructed ether, and it simply can push the small ball into the big ball or the block of lead. Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And they tried it. They did the same thing with the mountain. I can't pronounce. It's going to be hard for me to pronounce it. It's Schiehallion. It's a mountain in Scotland.
Right.
They had a pendulum, and they measured a deflection.
Right.
In the pendulum swing, and they concluded, okay, so the mountain is pulling the pendulum toward it, basically.
But it's really obstructing the ether.
Yeah, you could look at it both ways, and really, I mean, because now that we know, after the rectilineator experiment, that we're living inside of the Earth, there's no way it could have been attracting it, because that wouldn't work at all. So
right.
There's more, but that's all I really know for now about that. So,
well, the ether is one of the things that I've always had an interest in, because the explaining away of data, which is what special relativity was for, keep light constant, which decays over time. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of that, but everything decays in this universe. Eventually, you have a state of decay. So, light traveling these hundreds of millions of light years seemingly doesn't make sense, because the light would have to have an infinite range of energy.
Right.
And the energy is decaying as the light is traveling. So when we're getting these numbers and stuff, it just doesn't make sense. But either way, when we disproved that when they were trying to find ether drift, they were trying to calculate that with the motion of an Earth spinning. They didn't have a motion of the Earth spinning, so they said, well, we can't detect ether, and for some reason we can't detect Earth spins.
It's like one mistake mounted upon another. And then they talk about, you ever hear about Olber's paradox? It's this guy Olber. He thought that he said that the star. Why is there nighttime if stars are, why aren't the stars, all the stars in all the galaxies, why aren't they hitting us, and why isn't there daytime 24 hours a day? And so they had to come with the stars are going at supersonic speeds.
Yeah, exactly. Light would always have to never decay in order for that to even to occur.
Right.
Let alone, you've got these NASA guys telling us that we can't see light without something to reflect upon. Well, we have a glass sky, so the light reflects upon the glass sky, thus we can see the stars. They say they need the gold in the reflectors for the astronauts, and this is what they say. Whether I know there's a controversy of whether we go to space or not, but the point is, if you shoot a laser, for instance, you can't see that laser between where the laser is shooting. You only see what it reflects off of, unless it's reflecting on a dust or water or moisture or something. It needs something to reflect on. Well, this is with all light, and so I mean, I don't know. We're talking about redshifts, chromatic aberrations, stuff like that, and you need a lens in order for any of this stuff to even occur.
Yep.
Yes, you do.
Well, one of the things I wanted to say, I mean, there's a lot of people that are so headstrong on relativity, and relativity must exist, and all this other stuff. Except we can't prove gravity, And Einstein later, when he removed the ether in order to keep the Earth moving, he went back on what he said. I got two quotes here. I got two quotes here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Einstein says this. But on the other hand, there's a weighty argument to be adduced in favor of the ether hypothesis. To deny the ether is ultimately to assume space has no physical quality whatsoever. The fundamental facts of quantum mechanics do not harmonize with this view. Another quote is, recapitulating, we may say that according to the theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. Okay? And in this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the theory of general relativity, space without ether is unthinkable, for in such space there would be no propagation of light, but also no possibility for existence of standard of space and time, nor any time intervals in a physical sense. Now, what do you think?
Well, what do you think motivated him to change his mind like that? I mean, it's just like... Do you think he was actually pressured to say that, or? I mean, well, what was it? Do you have his initial quote of refusing the ether?
Well, I could pull that up. He actually didn't know about Dayton Miller's experiments, and Dayton Miller and him had a problem because of that. And
was that the abiogenesis experiments, or no? That's something else.
No, not abiogenesis is the beginning of life.
Okay.
That they use, life came out of
Miller
a
came
rock.
to mind. Didn't Miller do the abiogenesis? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's life came out of a rock sort of thing. Oh, I know where I got this.
What do you think gravity is? Do you think it's a push or a pull, or?
I think it emanates out of the center of the celestial sphere where everything's rotating.
Me too.
It's an electromagnetic type of static force.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, so it's more of a push then.
Yeah.
Yeah, universal compression is the best way to explain it as where our position is. It also explains density, because gravity doesn't make any sense. I mean, you yourself don't experience gravity.
Well,
you experience densities.
Well, you have to understand there's equilibrium going on. So there's forces, pushes and pulls. I mean, but I believe that initially in the center we have this magnetic, we have this octahedral shaped object. I believe I've never seen it, but it's just my guess. And so It is attracting. It's attracting metals. I believe the sun and the moon are metal, and so. But also we have this push force that's exerting from it as well, and so there's this balance that's created, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Tides.
Let's see.
Tides
Okay,
are.
here's a quote from Einstein in a letter to Edwin E. Slossel, July 8th, 1925. Okay, he says, "In my opinion, Miller's experiments is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity, in its current form, would be invalid." Okay? Experimentum summus judex is what he says. The only equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a significant different theory, which is exactly what we're talking about. And by Einstein admitting the ether has to exist, otherwise nothing makes sense, he also says right here that general and special relativity also don't make sense.
Whatever he says, whatever you say, Albert, you're universally accepted.
To me, if you ask me,
Huh?
if you ask me opinions.
Sounds like what?
He's confused. You have
Exactly.
He's so smart. He's confused.
Yep.
Don't you get? Just look at the guy. Come on. Is this guy really that smart?
What is his bedhead?
He looks like Larry Fine from the Three Stooges' cousin or something like that. I don't know. I think they have this, like, I don't know, the Jews or whoever they were, the Zionists. Let's prop up some imbecile and let's make him out to be the greatest, the smartest man in the world. No, Albert, no, don't comb your hair. No, just leave it like that. You'll be fine. It makes me wonder about Stephen Hawking's too. It's like, is he just like some fucking retard in a chair?
Stephen Hawking's is another one.
He most definitely is.
Huh?
He most definitely is.
I don't know.
He really.
I don't know. I'm just wondering. I wouldn't doubt that they might do something like that. Let's see who's the next retard. Who's the next imbecile?
No, but I think they do that on purpose. I mean, even the flat earthers have. This guy, he calls himself NASA WikiLeaks. He's got the NASA channel for YouTube. And,
Matt Boylan?
Yeah,
the comedian dude? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy is.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, he has an interview with some guy about David Hawking, about how
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, it's like a big conspiracy how they keep him in that state. I mean, personally, I don't see that this guy is even talking through a box at all or writing books. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you know anybody who's similar state that has apparently the same disease as him and can talk?
What is his? What is his disease? What do they call it? Do you know?
I don't know it offhand.
Yeah, I just know he used to be normal or something before that, and then when he was like 20-something, he just that's what I read a long time ago.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, but
I feel bad if it's he's really that way. But
is it Lou Gehrig's
I don't
disease?
believe it.
Well, I don't think we're laughing at Stephen Hawking.
No.
I think we're laughing at the idea
Yeah.
that somebody can be in such a position and be able to write books and all this other stuff. I mean, maybe if your mind's still functioning completely, but that's, to assume some things. And you never notice they don't update his voice?
Oh.
Right.
You have to keep his voice that old, 80s, 70s, early talk box voice,
Yeah, that's true.
I don't listen to him. So I don't even know. I don't even know what he sounds like. I might have heard him before, but I don't waste my time with those clowns.
Like
What
the
do you
first
think-
electronic voice ever.
Yeah. What do you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh my god.
I think he's a great talker.
Exactly.
I think, he's
Bullshit
got
artist.
he's got a personality,
Yeah.
and the people like him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's an easy face. And this came up on a different talk I was listening to. That it seems like there's a duality here. There's people trying to show the truth, and then there's always the shills, and the shills seem to be all the good talkers. They can talk, they can get up and
sophistry.
They must be trained in all this stuff. But here's the thing, right? Yeah. You pay anybody enough money, and I'm not saying this is Neil deGrasse Tyson, but when he said like, "What's time?" When he said some other stuff, he's got like some radio thing that he does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in disagreement with what he says, and then he sugarcoats a lot of things.
Yeah.
If you really listen, he's just telling you.
He's very manipulative. I mean, he tries to get you on his side. Come on my side. But like I said, he's a good talker. Another good talker, and I'm talking about shills. Mark Sargent from the Flat Earth crew. What do you guys think about Mark Sargent?
That's one of the things I was leading into. But Mark Sargent, you listen to him. The man can talk. He could give radio interviews with no problem. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he could do the same thing. And anybody who could talk and sounds like they know what they're talking about, and then you say they have degrees or anything like that, the public seems to accept it more. I mean, look. Yeah. If I came in here with a British voice and I sounded like I knew what I was talking about, for some reason in America, I'm trusted more.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny.
Oh, yeah.
You are smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
he never called you back, did he?
No, he never called me back. You just look at that guy's videos. It's just complete PowerPoint presentation of bullshit. Even like things that don't even have any bearing of resemblance or relevance to flat Earth. Well, just throw this guy with, he's got his hand on his chin or got a big question mark in the back of his head, or, it's just bullshit. It's psychological manipulation to the mass. He knows what he's doing, because most of these, the flat earthers, they ride on emotion, and they ride on, go get him, yeah, Earth is flat. Go get him, Mark. And now,
yeah, he's like a mascot.
Yeah, but come
Everything's on, a hologram.
The guy can't believe that shit that he's spewing. It's total frickin' baloney.
Well, you know what though? You went ahead and you verified the flight times he was trying to say.
Yeah.
But that's my point in the very beginning. You need to do your own digging and not just listen to these guys.
Exactly.
Okay. This guy, if you watch his video, what does he do? He says, I waited. I was watching the flight times, and I'm watching the southern hemisphere, and I'm watching for the planes, and then they disappear, and then he's explaining, I waited to see these planes, and he's showing like a skeleton by a computer, and the computer there's no proof to what he's saying.
I know.
He claims.
I know exactly. But you're right. He's got a good voice. He's influential, and so that's what makes me think. What's your fucking incentive, Mark Sargent? Okay, you're not supposedly not getting paid for this. You're not making. I mean, at least on the table, maybe I don't know what the fuck your incentive is for doing this shit, because obviously I busted you over and over again. You won't fucking call me back. Are you afraid to talk to me, Mark? Or what? I mean, what the hell? Are you afraid I'm going to bust your ass? You're bullshit. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you see my gout video? Like the distances between cities in South Africa versus like Spain and Portugal. Supposedly they're like the same, amount of miles, but.
No. Soon. I know.
But
No.
Shut. Okay. But on the map, they're all blown out of proportion. I mean, come on, who are you kidding? To have actually people think that they're going to believe you, and actually they're I don't know. It's like, God. I never thought when I started disseminating information on the concave Earth that I would have to combat flat Earth theory. I never thought that. I was like,
well, I still don't know what the point is of the flat Earth. Like, I don't know what the goal is of it for the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, it's self-seeking individual goals of how much can we profit off the stupid masses. It's I don't know. How much do you think? How many books do you think Eric, do you buy my book? Made or sold? How many think?
I don't know. He's probably got at least 20 books or so.
Sold or just?
No, he's by sold.
40 bucks.
He's got 20 books written.
He's got
a
20
website
different books?
It's filled with books on one page. I don't know. Maybe a dozen, something like that.
What a bunch of baloney.
He probably sells a good amount, but
Think so?
who knows? I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway.
I was spending some time doing his airport jockeying and trying to figure out flight times. And I spent about a day on it, and it got very frustrating trying to get flights that would connect. And it was really when I saw your video that you showed some really good evidence of flights that went across. But
yeah, it's about making money. An airline is not gonna. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but an airline's not gonna go straight across if they can make, pick up some more people, pick up some more passengers, make some more money, and fill up their plane, and then go back. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
But there are direct paths, and there's no way.
Logic fallacies.
There's no way on a supposed flat Earth paradigm that you can get from this, South America to New Zealand in 12 hours, if it's supposedly all the way on the other side. It just doesn't work. Come on.
No, it doesn't work.
I don't even know why. Like I said before, I just don't. I never thought I'd have to battle this shit. I thought, my enemy was always heliocentric, convex spinning, Earth spinning. But wow, it's like.
Well, you still have that too, so.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah. Right. But
Yeah.
you never thought you would be attacked by flat earthers specifically.
Well, it's like it's flies on shit. Did you say that? Somebody said that. They're like flies on shit.
Right.
What the fuck?
Well, yeah, I would tend to think that the flat earthers would want to upgrade and believe something better, like the concave model.
Well, yeah, I think I could see. It's part of it's my fault because I'm insulting them too much, and they don't want to believe me because they have this emotional, aversion toward me. But I try to apologize to them. But what can I say? I get mad. I get mad when I see these people manipulating other people and influencing them to believe this baloney. It's like the shepherd, like a wolf coming in and stealing your sheep, and you get pissed. Get the hell out of here.
Well, they deserve it. They deserve to get yelled at, in my opinion.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
All right, so you guys got that photo I just sent, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you see this? This is what they call a flat Earth map. You know what that really is?
Yeah, that's the azimuthal equidistant map, according to Mark Sargent, right?
It's the map if you were to have a convex ball and look at it from the North Pole down. That's why it looks like that. It's not like the you know how they say that the United Nations flag is the flat Earth map?
Right.
It's not. It's just the Earth from the top down, looking from the top of a ball. Like this whole conspiracy, they wrap a conspiracy around. Look, they know. Look, there's these maps, and that's what it really is. I mean, how foolish can you be? You need to do your own research.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got it's just ridiculous. But they say that is what it really looks like, where your cartography comes in. When you were checking those distances, and the distances aren't going to work, of course, because we're looking at it from a different observational perspective in that photo.
Right. But
it's a joke. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people can we get to join the club? We'll just pick up stuff as we go along.
And they say that the whole thing is moving up too, like it's accelerating.
Oh yeah. Well, you have different camps. Some people believe that, but other people don't. And I don't think Dubai believes that because it's like, well, an airplane would crash into the ground if it was lying.
Well, sure. Then you need to have the whole thing like when we talk about if the Earth moves. You need to have this magical Velcroed type of structure You know what I mean? It defies any. I mean, when we take away gravity, and we insert ether, and we insert these other ideas because they make sense.
Yeah.
When we take away gravity and we take away ether, and we tell you the Earth's moving up, but magically nothing is moving down. Like clouds aren't falling down towards you all the time. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, they'll say the water. How does water rise up to the size of the concave Earth? Well, water is. The rectilinear shows that water is curving, but you refuse to look at the rectilineator. I mean, it's even your laser experiments. There's a dip in the middle of the lake. Okay, so however it's done, whether it's an ether push or acoustic levitation or whatever force, it's doing it. You flat earthers have a million times more problems than what you think we have problems with. Which we don't.
What I like to say is that I think flat Earth is very religious. It's taken out of a bunch of verses from the Bible and stuff like that. But the thing is, when it's easily explained why the water would be the way it is on any other shape besides flat, is to also assume that God couldn't have any creative ability whatsoever. You know, I mean, look. Yeah. The horizon stops, but there's more after that. It's all, I don't know. Just like you say, I mean, you're getting duped by God.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I think, you got to look at it. I mean, when you understand the concave Earth, you understand the retrograde motion of the planets and how the genius behind the creator who actually created this deception so that it can actually pretty much work if the Earth was supposedly spinning and you have this apparent retrograde as opposed to having a real retrograde within the concave Earth. But there's some little flaws, and I got to do a little bit more research about it, but I hear that comets don't necessarily go into retrograde motion, and I'm wondering, if that's something I can take advantage of, I might have to do a video on that. But I got to do some research on that and figure that out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So they're lying about the shape of what we're in. Anybody think that there could be like more land out there? Like maybe Atlantis really does exist and they just hid it from us?
Well, if we look at things like the flood, you had all these civilizations.
Yes.
The flood came and it washed away these civilizations. So Atlantis, maybe it could have existed. I mean, off the shore of Africa, if you look in, Google Earth, you'll actually see in the ocean, on the bottom, there's like this square type of structure that looks like it could have been some sort of city or whatever. You have pyramids buried off the islands of Japan.
Well, John,
apparently they found 13 more pyramids underneath Egypt, under the sand. I mean, how does that happen?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, John.
I don't know how it happens at all.
I was going to say, this is my...
But I want to say something here.
Go ahead.
When I talk about concave Earth to other people and they're not sure, Peter, what you said is they're lying. I'm going to take that away for a minute. I don't think there's lying at all. I think what it was is initially when they started the heliocentric model, it was accepted before it could be verified. Once it's accepted before it's verified, this starts to become a predetermined model. They're going to try to filter everything through to prove it. This is why they need redshifts, because their model promotes a Big Bang. But they have nothing to prove a Big Bang, so they need redshifts to tell you the universe is expanding. But then they have conflicting information like, space is supposed to be an infinite mass, but at the same time it's only so old, so it can only be so big. So now they made it finite again. I mean, right there is a conflict right there. But when you go into the sciences, right, you start to have a compartmentalization. You have different groups of scientists that are not talking to each other, not sharing information. You have space and cosmology, astronomy, that promotes in the heliocentric model, this is what it does. It promotes these dates, right? Then these dates tell you how old the Earth is. Then because how old the Earth is, they come up with asteroids that killed dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Everything, evolution takes millions of years. Nothing's observable. But everything has to be a projected millions, billions, trillions, because that's what their model suggests.
Mm-hmm.
You start to take away.
But what I'm getting at is, I think very few people really know the truth.
Yeah.
But there are people that know the truth, and they're suppressing it, and whether it's very intentional, it seems to be. So.
Yeah, cosmic microwave background radiation is considered by the heliocentric model the axis of evil because it refutes what they're saying. They get the data and they don't know what it means to their model. It's conflicting, it's confusing, but they're going to run it through filters and hypothetical models to a predetermined bias, so it fits in their concept. It's not that it's true; it's just that they need it to fit.
Right.
How dare you give us information? I mean, they sent 3 probes up there because they didn't like what they saw. They got it back. They said, "Oh no, we can't have this. Send another probe because that one must be broken."
Right.
Got it back again. Oh, you know what? We'll wait and send another probe.
Yeah. They did the W map and then Planck. What was the first one?
Yeah. Just like when they tried to detect gravity waves with I believe it was the LIBO, L-I-B-O. They send this thing up there, they get data, the data is static, they run it through a filter, they remove whatever static they don't like because they run it through a hypothetical model. Well, at the end of the day, the model is the data they receive is hypothetical because they washed it through a hypothetical filter with the predetermined bias of heliocentrism. And you need gravity, the way they say, in order for anything to work.
There was that one video YouTuber, he talked about that. He broke down point by point why gravity didn't work. I forgot his name. Did you send me that link, John? I forgot his name. I'll look for it later.
Yeah, I did. I actually I have a book. It's over there. I could go get it with my notes of all these experiments that are wrong or they've washed the data.
Right.
Because they conflict with relativity. They conflict with special relativity, and they have to wash the data or tell you something was broken, or the rectilineator sagged, or the interferometer's arm shrunk. They got to make up stuff so their model still works.
Exactly.
I mean, when I do my research, and I think when you guys do your research as well, no matter. I mean, we said this last time with Wild Heretic's quote on the top of his, PIT website there. Doesn't matter what the data is. The data is what it is. Okay? Maybe your hypothesis could have been wrong, but you received data, and that data means something. We can't just throw away data from experiments because we want to. You know what I mean?
Doesn't fit the paradigm, throw it away.
Yep.
Make something else up. It's like the one CNN video that I talked about with Lawrence Krauss, who's like, "Oh yeah, the dark matter, it's not showing. It's only 30% showing proof of a flat universe. So we've got to find some other way to prove that the universe is flat." Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even know that they believed that flat universe thing.
Yeah. They do, because ultimately, I guess it's an atheistic point of view where they want to believe that something came out of nothing. So quantum fluctuations produced a universe. That's what he says. So quantum fluctuations produced a universe. Yeah! The universe must be flat! I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Just shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Concave Earth is picking up some steam. I think its hardest things that it has to fight is the secular world that's slowly gaining steam as well. I mean, and I think it's a lot because you have Facebook and stuff like this. You have a lot of atheists promoting, seemingly atheist viewpoints. And, they're biased themselves as well. because they don't put that same filter they do towards religious ideas towards everything else. Well, concave Earth, if the Earth indeed, which it does, through verifiable experiments. I mean, I don't have to say it any other way. Just verify the experiments yourself. Go out and do them like Joseph did, and you can verify the curvature of the Earth. Once you get that far, and then you start to see gravity isn't gravity, special relativity isn't special relativity, light decays, and all these other concepts, and knowledgeable, verifiable things. You have to take everything verifiable, run it through. But the point is, all of these things that start to fall into place, couldn't have been there unless there was an architect to build it this way. Mm-hmm. Once you get, if they were to admit that the Earth curves upwards, they have no choice but to admit that there is a God as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just can't take one from the other. It's just very hard. To me personally, this is one of the things that solidifies the idea of God. I'm not 100% on, I don't agree with, the normal ideas of what God is to begin with. Mm-hmm. I think, a lot of these people put so many limitations or ideas that don't make sense, like when you say outside of space and time. Like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
This is, I don't know if you guys saw this, the Ottawa Citizen put out an article. They said, "Why don't people trust science?" And they have the, they have the Crescent cellular globe as a picture of the article.
Oh yes, I saw that.
But then they actually featured me in the article, and they said, what did they say? Here we go. An American named Steve Christopher posts extensively on the theory that we live inside a hollow Earth. He uses the name Lord Stephen Christ. The Citizen wrote to him and asked what keeps him going, even though he writes online that his beliefs have caused him to lose friends and have a lot of heated arguments. He replied, desiring truth. I don't even really remember talking to these people, so it must have been like on a YouTube comment or something like that. Or maybe it was my Vaughn Live show. I'm not sure. But that's what we have to. That's what we're up against. The majority, with all this, brilliant minds and in scientific research, which is actually really good. But you're talking about the microscience level. You're not talking about the macro. You can be totally 100% spot on with all this scientific information and research that's done on a micro level. But I'm talking about the macro and. Come on, the moon landings, really? Come on. Oh, man. So, yeah, John, now, John, what's your background? Were you an atheist at one time, or what?
Okay, I'll give you I'll try to make it short, but I'll give you the story of how I've got the way I became.
Okay.
Basically, 9/11 occurred. I was working in Manhattan on that very day. I was 6 miles away, yet there's still people running down the street 6 miles away. I worked in a federal building, and I had to quit what I was doing, and they put me right away to security. 4 days later, I became head of security in that federal building. Okay, and I was 19 years old. I'm a boss of 9 other guys. Okay. So that changed a lot, and everybody was fighting about religious ideas of, the Muslims are out to get us, the Muslims are out to get us.
Right.
And I had to figure out, what exactly was going on. My parents raised me as a Catholic. They had me go to church all the time, but my mother and father never went to the church. It's just me, my brother and sister had to go. Mm-hmm. One day I said, you know what, I'm not going to go because you guys don't go. And I never picked up on anything the priest said anyway. So to me, it was like useless. So, back to the after 9/11, I started talking to everybody. I picked up the Bible. I picked up a Quran. I read the whole Quran. I read the whole Bible. And then I started asking questions. And, it took me a while to become humble, because what it was is, every single new piece of information I would be pulled towards and say, this is right, this is the new thing, and this is right because this makes sense.
Right.
But and then what I started to do is say, you know what? like I went to the Kingdom Halls with Jehovah's Witnesses. I went to the Mormons. I went to the Pentecostal church and speaking in tongues and faith healing. I mean, I've seen all this stuff face to face. Okay, and
so you dove into those religions, sects.
Yeah,
or whatever.
because like a detective, I got to find out. I mean, you got one verse, but everybody's got a different opinion of it.
Right.
You know, so I'm like, how do you know this? How do you know that? And you know, ask everybody the same question. How do you know? How do you know? What do you know? What do you know? And I had Bible software and all this other stuff, and they had all this catalogs of information of commentaries and what they said about all the verses and things. Well, I started to find some real interesting stuff, and I think getting into the politics also at that time brought me to a conclusion like this, right? I think Israel is over there. You know, if you take away the conspiracy, I'll put a logical possibility rather than, oh, they just hate America's freedom. Because I think that's just bullshit. They want to feed us a propaganda slogan or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You have America that supports Israel. Israel supports America. I don't know if you know, but there's the only people who hold real dual citizenships are Israeli Americans.
Yeah.
And they've been caught bringing Americans' information back to Israel.
Right.
Stuff like that. But just like, you know, the Bible says, you can't be faithful to two different masters.
Right.
You know, and
Right.
this is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But what is Israel doing on a daily basis? They're, you know, killing, destroying, taking the Gaza Strip. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so you have the Arabs, who are usually more Muslim, against what Israel's doing because they're taking the land, and they're like, you know, and we're supporting Israel. We're the ones we give Israel millions of dollars, maybe billions of dollars every single year. So, if anything, it's a backlash because we're actually stealing people's land. It wouldn't be because they hate our freedom. It's because we're helping theft from them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, you know, you go into the religion, and I started to get into philosophy as well. And
Mm-hmm.
the atheists, you know, I listen to a lot of debates. I think podcasts are a good place for debates. And I could listen to, you know, I listen to evolution debates, religion debates, does God exist, the moral debates,
Mm-hmm.
you know, all these things. They're very interesting to me. But ultimately, it's hard for me to say because you ever heard like Matt Slick?
Matt Slick?
You ever heard of this guy?
Maybe. I'm not really sure.
He you know, he's supposed to be one of the front men for, I don't know, I think a Pentecostal group.
Okay.
But like he doesn't really. I never see him. He does debates and stuff, but I never see him. And he's on one of these radio shows, these podcasts that's online. But what he does is he plays word games, and I started to notice a lot of people play word games, and a lot of people don't understand what the hell they're talking about. Word games like the word faith. In the religious context, faith is different than in a normal trust confidence.
Right.
Faith is like taking belief as if it's reality. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Things you believe are actually real,
Mhm.
whereas the other faith is just a trust and confidence.
Right.
So you can have faith in somebody, or you can have faith in, you know, angels are actually real. I mean, that's what faith means to me. You know, I heard in a Mormon, I don't know, group talk or whatever, they said God has faith, and that just boggled my mind. I said, how can God have faith if he knows everything that he can do? And to me, that was a conflict. So I had to figure this stuff out, you know?
I see.
And, you know, it's very difficult for me to just receive an information and completely agree with it. I have to sit on some information for a while. But, you know, through all this stuff, you had the flat Earth. You know, and this popped up on one of the websites I like to read my news. It's got alternative news and ghosts and all this other stuff. So, I mean, I'm interested in. I could talk to you about anything really, but I was like, flat Earth, really? Like, you know, you hear it and they say, and this is why you say this is a stepping stone. I never believed in the flat Earth. What it was is I looked at the flat Earth and I said, how is there people that think this is true? And I thought for sure, I thought that. Well, you laugh, but I thought to myself, this has to be absolutely ridiculous. So I started to make like a tally list, okay?
Right.
And I said, okay, they say the Earth doesn't move. Can we see the Earth moves? Well, it works either way. It either does or doesn't, and you can't prove it either way. I said, okay, so equal. And every single thing I was checking initially was equal.
Okay.
It worked in both heliocentric models and flat Earth models.
Okay.
It started to get intriguing, and I was like, huh. And I kept going. And this is where I actually started to come across some concave Earth, geocosmos concepts.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, huh, look at this. This is something else too. But see, like I said, I don't throw out the data. Tesla and the ether made a lot of sense to me, even before I got into flat Earth. So I was like, okay, geocosmos uses the ether. Flat Earth uses a raising Earth. I mean, I was like, okay. So I started to, I even told people, I said, I'm looking into flat Earth. The Earth could be flat. And they would laugh at me, and I'm like, yeah, but you don't know because you don't try to see if it's true or not. You're just laughing at me. So I understand the flat earther. I do.
And that's where I have to, I have to apologize every time and time again. Okay, all right, I can see, you're trying to work things out, or at least some of the people are, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think you can get the flat Earth without doing some sort of research at all. I really don't. Mm-hmm. I think unless you're just a follower, and you think this is like the way to go because you just look at the horizon and that's the only thing you used, But the Rectilineator, that cellular cosmogony. I literally read the whole entire book. I read books. I have I'm David Icke, Alex Jones, the Pale Horse. From William Cooper, and I listen to all these radio shows and Coast to Coast AM and all this stuff because it's just all interesting.
Yeah, that's great. You're very inquisitive. I like that about you.
Yeah,
very curious.
As far as God goes, how I came to say yes, there has to be is the concave Earth because I was always looking for some sort of verification and one of my atheist friends there on YouTube, I introduced the idea to him, but just the Rectilineator. Mm-hmm. I also find I don't like to talk to people concave Earth necessarily bringing religion into it because the atheist perspective that immediately shuts it down.
Yeah, I don't like to do that either.
So I'm going to say, look at the data.
I actually find that most Christians or religious people that I did try to help understand the concave Earth, they would reject it. It's really sad too.
Yeah.
Because they don't look at things, empirically. They just look at things. Oh, Jesus, he's in another dimension somewhere. Praise the Lord.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems to the people who.
Some people think it's demonic. They think, oh, it's demonic. How can you think that?
No, but if you talk about the Nephilim, there's a lot of people who are understand the Nephilim. They understand the giants. They understand everything's bare. Look, my dad says this, right? He says that he thinks we used to live on Mars, and then we left Mars and we came here, and then we helped with the destruction of the dinosaurs. Now, it sounds funny, right? But I said to him, I said, Dad, don't you realize that if we were here and then a flood happened, think about it. Say I'm a mechanic right now, and I know computers. If the four of us were in a flood and only one of us was left, do you guys know how to work on cars and build computers? I don't. Look, I don't even know how to make gasoline, but I can put together an engine. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So in that way, our technology starts to get lost. Mm-hmm. So we got to essentially start over, and that's my dad's point. Civilization was there, and then it got destroyed, and everybody had to start over. This is why you have these humongous 40-ton, perfectly square blocks and stuff, building walls, and they say modern technology can't even produce these things because they had this technology, But we're in a state of finding this stuff again, and this is where. When the flood comes in, and then the glass guy that goes over it, like I was saying before, people could see past the glass guy. I don't think this was they probably knew more about all of astronomy. We're figuring out all over again from scratch, really, is what we're doing. You know, they were able to see Saturn. They were able to see all these stars, and like I was saying on the last podcast, you have the Sumerians. They built a kind of like a quite inventive clay cylinder, and the cylinder had like a picture. So if you roll the cylinder onto like dirt or mud or something, the flat image then appears. But they show the planets are there.
Right,
right. And I'm just saying, like, when that glass sky, after that flood, after civilization has been lost and technologies, you know, like I'm saying, we can't build a car, I can't make gasoline, you know.
That reminds me of Job chapter 38 when he brought up a cylinder. It talks about have you commanded the day spring, and it says it is turned as clay to the seal. So talking about cylindrical rotation. So the day spring, meaning, you know, the sun and the solar system within the concave Earth, is turned as clay to the seal. It's a cylindrical orbit every 6 months, like that. Anyway, I brought it up.
Peter, what do you think? What do you think, Peter?
About what?
About what, all the stuff I just said.
Peter had an interesting
Well,
side. Go ahead.
you know, I was really thinking about you being a mechanic, and I'm a mechanic myself. And I was thinking, you know, it's got to be our troubleshooting skills and, you know, our ability to look into things and say, you know, okay, I'll run this test on this, and I'll get this result, and then try to figure it out. And a lot of this is like troubleshooting. We take the certain things that we've learned here through certainly everything Steve has shown us here. It's amazing to get us to get to the final result of, you know, the concave reality. So it's been a pretty good ride for me personally. You know, I don't think I would have ever made it if it wasn't for when I was like 13 and I actually saw the Earth concave.
Did know? Yeah, John, did you watch the video where I talked with Peter about this?
No.
Yeah, go tell us about it, Peter.
Okay. When I was 13, I was at a beach, and I was by myself. I mean, where in America can you be at a beach by yourself? But I was. And it was the calmest day I'd ever had. The water was like glass. But I could hear waves breaking in the distance. And I just happened to have binoculars with me, so I picked them up, and I looked out, and I saw about 6 miles away an island, and these big waves were breaking on it because there was a hurricane out to sea. And so I got the idea of to get in the water and then look. And when I did, I could see the rollers in the center of the channel, but I could also see the waves breaking on the shoreline at the same time. Then the waves would break, and then they would come in sets of 3, and I'd only lose sight of the beach for about, when it would get about 1,000 yards from the beach, and then it would break. And I was like, how can this be? You know, it's certainly the only way I could see the rollers in the center of the channel and see the beach where the waves were breaking is if it was concave. So that was the first time.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So
yeah. You told your grandfather he believed you, but your parents trying to talk you out of it, right?
Oh yeah. My mom thought I was crazy, and but my grandfather was like, yeah, you know, it very well might be, and so yeah, that was really what kind of sold me on it. But you know, I had the thought in my head that I was going to get in touch with the Flat Earth Society at that point, but then a couple things happened in my life, and I went a different direction. But it wasn't until later that I said a simple prayer. I said the Lord's Prayer, and I said, would you show me all the evils in the world so I could better protect my daughter. And within 3 days, he showed me a video about 9/11, and then I started to question it. And so I said, "Oh, let me talk to some of these people, that are talking, about 9/11." And then I discovered, well, they're not even talking about it now. There's a total cover-up. And then I discovered chemtrails, and I'm like, oh my God, those things are real. And then I was like, then I really started to question things, and it wasn't until I ran into a lieutenant colonel, and he said, yeah, there's these crazy people that say, the Earth is, flat, the Flat Earth Society. And I was like, well, maybe he's trying to tell me something. So I started to look it up, and at the same time I found the concave Earth theory, and that's when I started to take it very seriously. So that's kind of how I got here from there.
So then you made a reconnect. Oh, when you were 13. Whoa, it's coming back to me now.
Yeah, it did. I had like a recall. Yeah, kind of just shut it aside, and so, and then I had that experience when I was 10. And when I saw the same visions that you did.
Yes, that's right. You talked about that. Yeah.
Yes, and that is where I saw the back of the sun, and I saw the pyramid, and I saw the Earth concave, and I was like, wow. I was totally blown away. When you started talking about I was in a boat. You said you were in a raft, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was like a floating raft type structure, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Could have been a boat, I don't know.
Yeah. So I thought it was way too similar. There was too many synchronicities.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, there's definitely, I'm convicted to believe that there's definitely a celestial ocean above us, and the back of the sun is definitely flat and dark, and it has these parallel light rays going across the diameter. It's hard to convince somebody, but actually, when I was quoting Job 38 earlier, I wanted to talk about that too. It says, "From the wicked their light is withholden," and it says, "Then the high arm will be broken." And to me, I interpret that this high arm is that, in my animations you see the light rays going hitting the back of the sun, and that's what I interpret as, from the top of the pyramid going to the back of the sun. That's the high arm, and so that light is withholden, or it's hidden. We cannot see the back of the sun. We can't see those light rays, and it's all about perspective. It's about being down here on Earth and not being able to see it behind because of curving light. But once you're from that perspective, you can see it, and so it's kind of I feel honored. It's like it's a matter of having this privileged eye of visually eyewitness seeing the back of the sun.
Right, and it makes me wonder, like, how many other people have seen it throughout history. Has it come to them in visions, and
maybe. I bring up the Plato's cave analogy when I talk about that. It's like everybody down here, they think the sun is a gaseous ball that's 864,000 miles wide, and but they're in the cave. They're looking at the shadows on the wall. They don't know any better, because it's a matter of perspective, location, what they cannot see, and so once somebody leaves the cave and actually goes outside and sees the sun for the first time, then goes back and tries to tell them, no, the sun is not a ball, guys. It has a flat backside. It's dark. And they'll just laugh at you. This guy is looking crazy. You know how much study we put in, NASA puts in the Solar Observatory and the stereo A and stereo B. How can you even think that? I saw it.
Yeah, exactly. And but how did your vision come to you? You were awake when it happened, or?
Well, they call it hypnagogic, like hypno meaning going into sleep, gogic. I believe it was gogic, going to sleep. But anyway, I was laying on the bed, and so I wasn't in complete sleep. I was like falling into sleep. It was during the daytime, and it just came to me. It was like I was out of body, and I was there. It was like I was just as if you're experiencing your everyday life, walking around, whatever. And that's how I experienced it.
Were you guided by anyone?
No.
I felt like I had somebody guide me. Yeah.
Yeah, you said you had somebody guide you, but no, it was just me all alone. Just bam, in a different place. So.
Cool.
But I was totally lucid. I was totally conscious. I wasn't hallucinating. It was just like sitting in this room here. It was that real.
Right.
So I experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
So the both of you say concave Earth more or less because of experience. Like the start that.
I think the experience accentuated it for me. It was really my path was pretty much kind of similar to yours, John, where I was just down this path of wanting to know the truth. I made videos about this before. I don't want to go into great length, but initially it was I was in a charismatic Christian church. I grew up Catholic, but I left that, and then I was in a charismatic Christian church for a while, and then I kind of fell out of that. Then right before Y2K, I was like, something's going to happen with Y2K. The computers are going to shut down, and I better start finding out what's going on. And so I started reading the Bible more, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, the New International Version it's a New Age Bible. I got to read the old King James Bible. And so, it's just like peeling off layers of truth. I was a King James onlyist for a while, and then I said, well, the King James Bible says that the sun is moving and not the earth. And so then I became a geocentrist for about 2 years, from 2001 to 2003.
Mm-hmm.
And then just after that, I was debating some guy, this atheist guy, and he brought up Mustafa Abdelkabir and the universe, geocosmos. I've never heard of that before. I'm like, whoa! So that's when I started researching Cyrus Teed, Helmut Diel, Ralph Kepler, and it took me about 3 days to switch from geocentric to concave. And soon after that, I say, wait, there's got to be a glass sky. I read the Bible, Job 37:18, Psalm 104:9, Jeremiah 5, where these verses, they just stuck out to me. I was freaking out. There's a glass sky. And so before I could name all these different pieces of evidence that show there's a glass sky. I have these videos that have 25, 26 different pieces of evidence that show there's a glass sky, and then what was that, a couple weeks ago, one falls out of the sky in Australia. Did you see that video I made about that? But
yeah.
But yeah, initially it was just taking my faith. Okay, there's got to be a glass sky. It causes the rainbows. It happened after the flood, and and it was a scientific reason, a token that the flood waters couldn't flood the continents anymore because of the compression, the pressure, the ether. It pushed the water down, so the water cannot rise over it. And so I would start very exuberant. I would just try to tell people, let's go, people, come on. And I would email my Christian friends and, what's the matter? It's revival time, come on. I was they must have thought I was a lunatic, but I was so excited about it, and they just weren't there with me, And what's wrong with people? I mean, come on. We're living in the earth and there's a glass sky. And then I would go to I was living in Wisconsin, Williams Bay, Wisconsin has at the time, it's still to this day the largest refractor telescope, the Yerkes Observatory Telescope. It's 40 inches in diameter. Now, refractors are not as powerful as reflectors because refractors are made out of glass, and the main reason why they can't make them that big is because of the chromatic aberration. The bigger the glass, the more it will sag, and so 40 inches was the biggest they made. But that's the observatory that Einstein wanted to visit when he came to America, and he actually did visit. He was like, I must go to Yoki's observatory. But I would go to the observatory. I would go to the free tours there. And I would debate with the tour guide, and he was getting all mad at me. No, there isn't glass in the sky. I'm like, yes, there is. Tektites, rainbows. Come on, colorization of clouds. And then it was like a group of 20 people there who were just watching me go back and forth with this guy, and he was getting all flustered, and I was just maintaining my cool. And then at the end, I was just like, "There's glass in the sky, and God is real." And everybody's just like, and I just walked. So I was just very excited about it, but I was just finding it hard for people to, take me seriously. So,
yeah, I hear it. Hey, Joseph, what about you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm still at an early time in my life, but I had a pretty similar upbringing to what you guys said about being Catholic, and yeah, it was the same thing. My brother, my parents, they would make us go, my brother and sister, but they didn't want to have anything to do with it, and we would have to go to Catholic school, and I mean, at the time, I didn't really think about any of that stuff. I kind of just, I was still kind of too young, but after that, we moved up, and that's about the time of 9/11, and that's my mom went. She actually moved to New York, and I was just with my dad. So after that, we went. I went to a Christian academy. It was a school and a church, and they would have a pay system. Sorry, and
in New York or California?
I was in California. I stayed in California.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we became Christian, and my dad, it fell apart. We stopped, and he started experimenting with other religions, like you were saying, he was studying with the Mormons. He studied with the Jewish people. And just me watching that, I kind of gave up. I don't know. It was overwhelming. So for a while, I was an atheist. I just didn't want to. I had angst issues too, and a lot of stuff. And
what issues?
Just anger issues with God.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's when I went to public school, and it was like a culture shock, because before that I was in private school, and the Christian academy I went to was like a charter school, so it was basically there was only like 100 kids in the whole school, so that was the first time I really experienced being with people, and it was a lot different. And during the whole time I kind of felt like I was being led somewhere. I know I would I didn't really know what, but I felt like I was I was on some sort of path, and I left school, and when I was 17 I graduated, and that's kind of when it all started for me. I discovered it was Alex Jones first. I discovered Alex Jones, and he was the first part of my stepping stone. I said, oh wow, okay, so all that, it started. I started on the paranoid route. I was like, okay, so there's this new world order, blah, blah, all this stuff. And I kept going, and really, after that, I kind of went into like a new age type of thing. What is that?
Can you see him?
What is? Not really. What is that?
Too bright.
It's the Infowars app.
Oh. No,
Yeah.
we can't plug them.
Yeah. Anyways, I got into that, and it was just I was just kind of trying to put it all together. I was like, okay, what is going on? I was still young. I didn't know. You
still are young.
Yeah. So yeah, I know. So that's what I'm still I'm still experiencing all this stuff. But after that, I would go on like conspiracy forums just so I could get an idea of what was being talked about and stuff.
Right.
Amongst the alternative news. And I was seeing all these flat Earth stuff, and I remember I was thinking, you know what? I don't even want to believe the heliocentric model anymore. I really felt like something was coming. I was being prepared for something. I said
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, then a couple weeks after that, I saw a Concave Earth. Somebody posting on a Concave Earth thread, and at first I thought it was a troll. I thought okay, he's making fun of the flat Earth. And when I found out you're serious, and I said okay, I have a similar feelings and similar personality.
Were you posting? Were you posting Concave Earth threads on Godlike Productions recently? Maybe about a month ago.
Yeah, for like a week and a half.
Yeah, I could tell it's your style because it's very similar to mine.
Yeah, so it was a connect. I just made it. I was like, wow, I can't believe this is. And okay, so I forgot. Before I have to backtrack a little bit. Before that, I became a quote unquote Christian in 2000. It was right before the Comet Ison thing.
Okay.
In 2013. So before that, that's when I actually first read the Bible. I went from Genesis to Leviticus, and I jumped to Matthew, and Matthew to the New Testament, and that's when I knew. That's when I had the feeling. I said, you know what, the Christ is not what people think. It's a different person. That's when it started coming to me. I felt like,
Yeah.
I felt a connection, but I still felt like there was a lot missing. I didn't really understand. I couldn't connect. I didn't go to church. I couldn't connect with any of the churchgoers. Like, there's this Jehovah's Witness lady that she still tries to come and convert me and all this stuff, but I just couldn't really connect with anybody. I felt like I was the only person that anyway, so then I discovered the Concave Earth. Yeah, I discovered the Concave Earth, and like I said, at first I was like, okay, it's a troll, and then I kept watching videos. I was researching, and it just kind of came in a snap of a finger. It took like a week for me to really accept it, and then I said, okay, well, let's see what happens if I start commenting and all this stuff, and yeah, everything was good. So
good deal.
Yeah,
I'm glad to have you aboard, man.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's coming up on 2 hours almost. We talked good. We had a really good discussion here, guys. Thank you all, Peter for jumping on, and Joe and John.
Yeah, no problem.
And,
all right. Well, it was good talking with you guys, and have a great evening.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Any last comments, John? Anything you want to say?
No, just the same thing. I mean, I'll end it with the same quote. In the earth, there's so many treasures. You know where to dig, you'll find the gold and the diamonds. But if you don't know where to dig, all you're gonna find is dirt and rocks. So, we're telling you where to dig.
That's right. We are.
All you gotta do is do the digging yourself and confirm what we're telling you.
There we go. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me. Until next time.
All right.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you guys.
Later.
All right. Bye.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third session of Concave Earth Sessions. I am your host, Stephen Christopher, and we have with us our return guest, Jon DeVeaugh, Damian Nix, who makes the second appearance, as well as Joseph Winthrop, and we have Andy Holmes here as well. And we might have some more guests that come along while the show is progressing. So, initially, later on, probably about a week ago, I was actually coming up with the concept of possibly changing the name of Concave Earth to something else. And actually, you guys, my YouTube fans and my Facebook followers, y'all gave me a bunch of good ideas, and so I just like compiled a list of them basically, and I said we're going to vote on that. And so I actually put together this straw poll where I just picked, I think it has like 28 different terminologies here. I'll just put the link in the Vaughn show where you guys can go ahead and click on what you like the best as far as concave Earth nomenclature. Obviously, the reason why I wanted to change it in the first place, because a lot of people don't really necessarily know what concave Earth means. They think, oh, well, concave Earth is like a bowl or something. And I wanted to differentiate the whole idea, because there's, a lot of flat earthers, some flat earthers think that Earth is almost like a bowl, but it has a rim to it. And I wanted to get away from that. I'm talking about a concave spherical Earth. We're inside the ball Earth, basically. So initially I came up with ball Earth, and that got a couple good reviews. And then another person came up with inverse. I thought that was pretty cool. And you guys kept on going. Then geoverse came out, and I thought, hey, geoverse, that sounds really cool. Geo, like a geode. The Earth is like, you open it up, it's like a beautiful geode. And so anyway, people in my show, if you can just like click, you can actually vote on multiple entries here, and we can just see. Some people thought, well, let's just keep it concave Earth, and I don't have a problem with that either. I think that it's already established, and if we start with a new name, it might be harder for people to catch understand. Well, this is what we called the concave Earth, and now we're calling it so and so. But anyway, it'd just be good. It's a good exercise, I think, for people just to go ahead and vote. What do you think? What do you think you would like to call it? We have concave Earth, in-ball Earth, with inverse, geoverse, innerverse, cellular cosmology, uni-Earth, container cosmology, geo-universe, concaveverse, inverse, in-globe, the inverse, inverted Earth, converse, okay, innerverse, terraverse, the universe, inverse cosmology, inside out Earth, inside out cosmology, inverse Earth, ISBET, which stands for Inside Sky Bubble Earth Theory. I thought that one was kind of fun. Inverse, the outer innerverse, the outside innerverse, geowomb, or concave world. So at the end of the show, we'll just tally up the votes and see what you guys came up with. What do you guys like? John, what do you like?
Well, I actually just voted. I like the with inverse, the geoverse, concave Earth is still good.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too.
Pretty much, it's a toss up between those three. But I'm more after what's most interesting to draw interest to the topic.
Yeah. What about you, Damian? What do you think?
Well, I like the geoverse quite a bit. I think that sounds very succinct for what it is. But just keeping it concave Earth is cool with me too. I actually got kind of a laugh out of the geoverse.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. The universe, what is it?
I don't know.
I like that.
The geoverse. It's the geoverse, ladies and gentlemen.
I like geoverse. Though.
You have been you have been lied to all your life. You are living in the geoverse. I don't know. That's pretty cool. How about you, Joe?
I picked with inverse. I like that one the most.
That's right. You put that in your video, didn't
you? Yeah. So I already picked. That was.
But with inverse.
Yeah.
I like that too.
I like geowomb too, but I haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah.
I just saw it now. So.
But yeah, go ahead. What?
No, concave Earth is probably the best to keep it original though, but with inverse is more. That's like more direct.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Can you hear me, Stephen?
I can. You're a little bit fuzzy, but I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear if you said one. I thought of in Uverse, sort of like universe, but switch the I and the U around. In Uverse.
In Uverse. That's interesting. Yeah.
Simple.
Okay. Well, we'll.
So I like Concave Earth. There's a bunch of good ones.
Yeah. We'll just tally it up at the end of the show. We'll see. Show's only going to be until I can only go for an hour and a half, so like 10:25, 10:30 Central Time. So, but yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Jon actually wrote a new article where he talks about stellar parallax and redshift, and it's some really good information. As far as let's go back. As far as parallax goes, stellar parallax. I made a video about that a few months ago, and Jon, you kind of expounded on that, and you want to talk about that a little bit, Jon?
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of different people online, and it's one of the most common things that people have a problem with is the Doppler effect, the redshift, and parallax, which they're all together as this same situation.
Yeah.
My article is a compilation from many other people with really good information out there. I wanted to make a single source where if you're talking to somebody else and they bring up the same stellar parallax, redshift, Doppler effect type of problem, you can go visit concaveearth.blogspot.com, reach my article, and you can show them. And I try to use as many pictures or whatever graphical images I can use to display what I'm trying to convey. And I think it's pretty clear. I mean, basically, parallax doesn't actually happen. Redshift appears to happen, but Joseph touched on this in his videos with the lasers and then the sun and how colors and temperatures and spectrums would display differently than what we actually see. This is due to a glass sky, which again I say, if you're new, don't just say, okay, I said there's a glass sky. Don't throw it away on face value. Look into it a little bit further. There's a lot of evidence for it.
Definitely, there definitely is.
Right. So, as we continue, we start to get into where I've found that the information on quasars actually refute the idea of a redness and color will show a distance.
That's correct.
And one of the things that I'm not sure about Stephen. I know I'm not sure about Joseph, but I know Stephen, you have come across this as well, where people have a hard time understanding that the scientists run their data through a predetermined model, a type of bias that if it doesn't fit the heliocentric model that they've already been working from, they do what they can to explain away the data. And in this case, the quasars did the exact same thing when they find quasars being such a super bright luminosity,
yes,
yet supposed to be so far away,
right,
they do not show the redshift that everything else would show. And then it's attached to what they're calling another galaxy.
That's right.
And the way they tried to explain this was, hey, look, it's just a coincidence. I mean, the wording that they use is quite funny. It's a coincidence that they find it the way they did.
What was the name of that galaxy? Do you remember? I made a video about that. It was this quasar that was attached, had this jet.
There's actually three objects attached.
Okay.
And it would the chances of this happening are extremely rare. The galaxy is called, the image of the galaxy that they're using, we have to use their terminology, is NGC 7603.
Yes.
And
did you watch that video I made about that, where I was actually drawing on paper? I don't know if you watched that or not, but
no, you have a lot of videos.
Yeah, I brought up the same exact quasar, and I showed how it's actually the chromatic aberration and the original glass firmament that was damaged after the flood. I believe were the stars, the sonoluminescent stars that clustered together, and they burnt holes through this glass, and that's what caused the water to downpour out of these holes. The Bible says the windows of heaven were opened, right? And then I believe that it eventually healed back together. So the glass cooled off, and it closed back. And says, even Scripture says the windows of heaven were closed after the flood. And so what it left was this bumpy surface of the celestial glass firmament, and so it's like looking through, a bumpy glass, a frost, or not a frosted, but this, like almost like a carnival mirror glass where it has all these bumps and grooves, and so when you look at stellar objects through, they call it gravitational lensing, but it's not really gravitational lensing. It's actually real lensing. Real glass lensing that's going to vary the redshift. It's going to vary the chromatic aberration of different regions of whatever you're looking through. So if you're looking at this particular quasar, it happens to be, maybe it's like right over like one of these bumps in the glass that actually gives it a higher redshift value. But but it's still connected to the.
Well, I think it was important for me to try to show how they're viewing redshift, because when I've said this online before, I've said the redshift is just a chromatic aberration,
right?
And somebody said, well, that can't be because you need lenses. But isn't it funny that they totally bypass that you need a telescope, which means you need to view something through a lens.
Exactly.
Though all telescopes aren't made by using sections of lenses, they use mirrors and other type of telescopic devices. What they actually are doing here is they're taking a prism and they're putting the prism against the light and comparing the sun's light versus the star's light through a prism that literally shifts the colors into a color spectrum. Then you'll have different elements like helium that will actually cause a darkness in the color spectrum.
Yeah.
They'll take one star and compare it to the other darkness, and they'll see, oh, well, there's a little bit more redshift here than that one, and then this is how they're trying to get the distances. But you have to shift the light into a prism, which you're viewing it through another glass.
Yes.
And it's just, I don't think a lot of people understand how they actually are viewing redshift, or how they're getting the spectrum to actually split.
Mm-hmm.
But redshift does not show distance.
No,
it just doesn't.
It does not, and that's their big stumbling block. They think that it's the Doppler redshift effect, and it's showing these galaxies that are moving at exorbitant amount of speeds away from you, and they're just totally off the mark on this. It's just crazy that they would believe that stuff. It's funny that you bring up chromatic aberration and lensing. I made a video earlier this week or last week about, I was just like having this parody pretending to be this southern guy, and I was just saying, well, they show this moon going in front of Jupiter with this, I guess it's a Schmidt-Hassel, I don't even know what it's called, Castle Brain or whatever, telescope. That's not what it's called. I'll get it later. But anyway, they said that these.
I know the video you're talking about.
Yeah, these particular telescopes. It is said that because they're reflector telescopes, they don't use glass. They use mirrors. They use mirrors, and so you're not going to get chromatic aberration with these telescopes. However, it's very evident what they show in this image that I made in this video was definite chromatic aberration of the moon's shadow, the Jupiter's moon, as it went across Jupiter. It projected shadow. The shadow is traversing across Jupiter. And it is obvious. You see this obvious redshifting. And
well, they need to film the telescopes through something, don't they? I mean, I'm not sure how they set it up, but I imagine they'd have some sort of camcorder.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, maybe it's the camera attached to the telescope. Maybe that's it. But I don't know. I think that the camera would actually filter out that as well. But anyway, that's
Well, Photoshop can filter out chromatic aberration.
Right.
Pretty easy.
But anyway, I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
And so let's go back to parallax, because I want to talk a little bit about what the scientists will tell you. This is how we measure the distance of stars, is through stellar parallax. We find out at one time of the year when the Earth is on one side of the sun, and then we take a look we see the stars, and then 6 months later we'll wait till the Earth goes on the other side of the sun, and then we'll look at the stars again, and we'll compare the distance of parallax between those two times of the year, and we will get an accurate reading of how far the stars are away from the Earth. However, if you just go into Google and just type in stellar parallax, you will not find any real imagery of this oscillation back and forth between 6 months here, 6 months there. The stars do not oscillate like that. There's what they call proper motion, right? I mean, that's just the star going on a linear path. That's like I call it a free floater in the heaven bowl, basically. But you do not get this back and forth, this so-called. All you see on Google Images or when you type in stellar parallax are diagrams. That's all you see is illustrations. This is how parallax works. And then we measure the arc sects, and then it's total, complete bullshit. And what do you think about that, John?
Yeah, proper motion is one of the things that's on. I put on the article. I have the Bernard star, the Proxima Centauri, which is commonly used. I think Proxima Centauri is the closest star that they try to measure from Earth, and even Proxima Centauri does not show the back and forth type of motion that they're trying to explain, that parallax explains. I mean, anybody can do this and just put their thumb up, which I also have a pictorial here. You put your thumb up, you look at it through your left eye, you look at it through your right eye, and you can see your thumb seems to move one way or the other. Well, that's what parallax is. Stellar parallax, they're trying to say the Earth is on either one side of the sun or the other, not behind the sun, because then you wouldn't be able to see the star. But that's supposed to be this measurement of back and forth. You're not changing your position on the Earth, you're just changing basically your head, similar to your left eye or right eye, to look one way or the other, and then that should give you a triangulation in the physics.
But there's no real imagery of that, right? I mean, how do they get away with this?
There is not a real imagery of that. They get away with it because in physics the math works. The actual mathematics are it would be a good way to measure something. The thing is, when we actually plug in the data of any of
it's
the
all
stars,
theoretical bullshit. Yeah,
right? It's a
theory
conceptualized event. I don't know. My biggest problem is a lot of the people I talk to, when you tell people this thing, it's, oh, well, they use the scientific method, this can't be what you're saying, and they're having a very hard time thinking that what they're saying is not true. But then, I think a lot of people are lazy, don't want to look up the actual data themselves, and just agree with what they're told to think.
Well, yeah, who are they to come up against this whole entourage of scientists who supposedly can tell you stellar it's gospel to them, stellar parallax, redshift, it's and those are the two methods in which they supposedly calculate the distance of the stars, and we just completely annihilated those two theories. And so what does that tell us?
In doing so, we've also eliminated the Big Bang.
Yes.
Which is the major thing of why they need the stellar parallax and the redshift. And there's a lot of people, everybody has a problem with, okay, not everybody. I'd put it more into scientific atheists have a problem with creationism instead of magical Big Bang. Somebody tried to say that in one of my articles that I didn't understand Lawrence Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing. Yeah. But he is saying nobody believes.
He actually made a book on that? Oh my.
Yeah, I have it. Nobody believes that something came from nothing. Nobody. Not even Lawrence Krauss, even though he puts that in his title. And I think that this is, when I tell you that, he's using linguistic games.
Yep.
And it's not that. Nobody believes something came from nothing. At least not. You have two choices. You have a magical miracle, which science is asking for, who don't want to believe in creationism, and then you have God.
Right.
What other options are there? You have only those two options.
Well,
so go ahead.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, I made a video about the cosmic microwave background, and I feature him in my video, and he's talking about he needs a justification. He needs a reason to prove that the so-called universe is flat. Okay, so we're not talking the Earth flat here. We're talking the universe flat. I mean, millions and millions of light years. There's this flatness to the universe, and what he comes up with. I mean, they calculate the dark matter in the stars, and they find out that the stars versus the so-called dark matter that surrounds the stars, the dark matter is so much more dense. It's so much more, it has so much more material or weight to it than the actual stars, and And so, well, and so then they try to calculate, and well, they say, well, we need at least, I don't know what he says, but he says they only found 30% of the so-called dark matter to prove that the universe is flat. And like, so the numbers didn't work out for him, so he had to like rearrange his theory, and he had to, well, there's got to be some reason because we know the universe is flat, so we're going to figure out why the universe is flat because something came out of nothing because, quantum fluctuations produced a universe. We have to prove that God does not exist. So the universe has to come from nothing. And so the universe must be flat. And so it's just like, and then they talk about, okay, well, maybe if we take this long distance, this 100,000 light year distance, and we can show by triangulation that the universe is flat. It's just utter fucking nonsense. And it's crazy. It's like, I don't know. How about you guys? What do you got, Damian? You have any thoughts on that?
On Parallax or
Parallax or flat universe or Redshift? I mean, we can talk about anything.
The parallax thing is interesting just because there's been so many attempts to prove that there is none, and they all seem to come back with the same result. There is no conceivable parallax in the stars. So how could that be possible if we're traveling supposedly 1,000 miles around and around in circles, and going through the universe at incredible speeds as well? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow because it seems to me that those stars would start to be flying out of our sky pretty quickly.
Oh yeah. And then they had this whole thing called the Olber paradox, where Olber made this conjecture that since stars are very bright and they're very big objects, and we should not experience any nighttime during the midnight hours. It should be always daylight constantly, and so he had to come up with this. That's really why they needed to justify the Big Bang, because they needed to figure out a way in which the stars would take a long time to get here, and so that's where they came up with the Doppler and the redshifting and stuff. So it's just one piece of shit on top of another piece of shit. That's all it is.
In engineering, that's what we call compounding the error.
Exactly. Compounding the error. There you go. Joseph, Andy, you want to chime in with anything?
Well, with those topics, I'm a bit at a loss, Joseph.
Okay. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just reading on his blog, and I have the same feeling about these parallax because they never, it's saying the Proxima Centauri has a distance of 4.23 light years, but those values never change. They're always measured at the same fixed distances. So I haven't really researched much into parallax because it's kind of out there. So yeah.
One thing you did research into a little bit, Joe, is you made a video about the sun, which was very interesting because I actually just saw it today. It was up for about 4 days now or whatever. But you brought up the vision that I had. I had a hypnagogic vision of the back of the sun, and I saw the sun. It's not a round gaseous ball. It's not a sphere. It has a back side to it. And this back side is actually flat, and it's dark as well. And I saw these parallel light rays or lasers that were going across the diameter of the sun. And within this concave Earth paradigm, where light is always bending, when you look up to the sky, you try to look. Even if you look at the horizon, your eyesight, your trajectory, your eye is always going to move up to the center of the Earth, and so that's the same with the sun. You can never see the real backside of the sun within the concave Earth, and so you're always looking at the front. From Earth's point of view, you're always looking from the front side of the sun. However, if you're up in heaven, which in my vision I was in this celestial sphere. I was on this raft. I was floating and I looked through the water, and I saw the back of the sun, and I saw the moon, or the sun, actually eclipsing the moon. It was actually what we call on Earth a solar eclipse, but from heaven's perspective, it was a lunar eclipse. The moon was being eclipsed by the sun because the moon was behind the sun. And so and the moon was fully illuminated, and the sun just traversed across it, transited across it, and then I talked about it later in my Facebook group. I said, well, we give this from the Solar Dynamics Observatory, or SOHO. We see sunspots, we see animations, the spots of the sun going across, and it gives the implication that the sun is rotating, right? And yet there's this differential. They call it a differential rotation. The sunspot, or the sun, appears to be traveling faster around the so-called equator than the so-called poles of the sun, and so that's why they conclude that it's a gaseous ball, because it can't be solid in doing that, basically.
Yeah.
And then I would say, well, no, that's not really what's going on, because I saw the back of the sun. There's got to be something else that's giving that illusion of rotation. And so what I said is that there's got to be some kind of conveyor belt action where, the sunspots are going across the front, but they're not going all the way behind the back. They're actually kind of going in the inside surface, the inside concave surface of the sun, and then coming back around like that. So anyway, Joe, you made a video about that. And
yeah, that's the exact. I felt the same exact way. I saw those SOHO images and I thought, okay, well, obviously this can't be possible if it's big gas giant that they say it is. So the first thing that came to mind was that conveyor belt motion, and as I did some further research, I noticed that that's what the scientists actually have been discovering with they have I think it was like a magnetic, some sort of MRI satellite, whatever.
Okay.
They detect conveyor belt motion, and one problem that I found was they say that because it's a gas, the gases are spinning faster at the poles than the equator, like you were saying.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing should happen with the other gas giants like Jupiter and
Correct.
Neptune, because they teach those as gas. So they don't display that differential motion.
Do they show? Well, yeah. Obviously, Jupiter, we have things going across it, so we can detect a differential in rotation. But there isn't. Are you saying there isn't any differential rotation in Jupiter?
I try. I mean, it's kind of difficult to look at, but it's not like the sun.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that they had this terminology.
I didn't either.
Belt. I didn't even know about that. I'm like, well, I just figured there's got to be some kind of conveyor belt going. And lo and behold, you make this video where you bring up all these articles that they have.
Well, it's still kind of new. I still am kind of. I was planning on making another video because it kind of just all came at once. So I just wanted to get the idea out, and yeah, I thought it was pretty funny though after I looked and saw that. You bring up these articles that have the phrase conveyor belt in their article, and I'm like, wow, that is pretty confirming. If that, there's my original sketch of it. I just showed it to be like this conveyor belt, basically. Yeah, and I had no idea that you were talking about that. So that was another.
Yeah, you didn't even like. I mean, you watched the vision that I had of the back of the sun, but that's all you.
That's it. Just I didn't know that you were talking about the conveyor belt too. So.
Yeah, I was, and so that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go back and see some of these. Yeah, there's one article: impact of changes in the sun's conveyor belt on recent solar cycles. So I didn't even know they compared it to a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
Extended solar minimum linked to changes in sun's conveyor belt. Huh. It's all over the place. What do you think, John?
I don't have much to say on it. I think it's very interesting. I think it's interesting that you found it by yourselves. I also think it's interesting that science, okay, let me put it this way. Science seems to always somehow confirm what the concave Earth is always saying, which is, to me, this verification is what's the most interesting of the whole concave Earth topic. I mean, everything you said. I mean, I started off going through some of your videos when I found you, and I said, okay, if what you're saying is true, there should be verification. I come from more of an atheistic background where evidence should clearly give you a reason why you believe in something, whether it's true or not. So, I don't throw away evidence like the Rectilineator or ether, stuff like that. And at the same time, I look at what you're saying about the sun. I think Joseph does awesome by showing the science behind it, that they're actually using the same terminology. Similar to the Milky Way band, how they did the same thing like that. And it's just great. And this is the stuff that people really want to know. Yeah. Is it verifiable, or is it just our own ideas? And it's really not our own ideas, and it is verifiable.
But just think about the whole masterful plan of the creator to create this deception. 99.9% of the entire scientific community thinks the sun is this gaseous ball that's spinning, and yet, but then you have like the EU crowd, the Electric Universe crowd, like Donald Scott or Thornhill, and they'll talk about, well, the sun is electric. The sun is receiving its electricity, its power from a different source. And even Eric Dollard says that. He talks about the sun receiving its energy from a different source. And yet, like you said, what we talk about, or what I talk about with the sun or the concave Earth, it confirms everything that they're actually, like, maybe I'm trying to figure out if, like, there's a good small percentage of this community that actually is cognizant of the concave Earth, and they're just like throwing out hints, and just trying to keep it, kind of, surreptitious or whatever. But if that's the right word. But anyway, it confirms what we've been talking about. I mean, and also, like, from a functional point of view, you don't need the backside of the sun within the concave Earth. It probably would do more damage than harm. And so, but anyway, going back from this thought of this creator creating this masterful design where actually he can deceive the masses into them thinking that the Earth is rotating and that the planets are going in retrograde and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and yet there's a simplistic answer, an inverted answer that it works out better and it makes more sense, and yet the majority doesn't believe it. And ultimately, it's a conspiracy against believing that there is a creator, I believe, or there is a literal heaven. Any thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I think that science has a way of tacitly agreeing with most of the things that you've said. But I don't think they can outright come out and say that we live inside an Earth.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, the panic of that would just be too much.
They did a report in the 50s called the Brookings Report, and this was all about UFOs and stuff, but they had estimated in the 50s or whatever, I think it was the 50s, with this report that, the panic that would ensue from realizing, aliens were among us or something, that it was just too much. So I think that's along the same scale.
They would go into shock. It would be like
bigger than that, actually.
Everybody would go into shock, basically. I was actually
I think that in a way they have to actually tacitly agree. They can't actually come out and say it openly.
Right. They have to hint.
But they can make little hints at things.
Yeah, like the Star Trek glass sky thing, or it's that's
exactly. Yeah, that's one thing I was going to mention, that the electrons hitting the glass wall in space.
Yeah. I was actually talking to somebody today, and she was telling me that there was this guy who was like I want to say engineer or something, but who worked at Texas Instruments, and she was talking about when she began waking up to the realization that we've been lied to, that NASA lies to us, and the moon landings are a bunch of baloney. And so she asked him about it. What do you think about the moon? The so-called, there's a lot of suspicion that they never went to the moon, and he's like, well, I'll look into it, and he started looking into it, and he started realizing, it's complete rubbish, but then she told me that he told her, I cannot communicate with you anymore, or I will lose my job. I cannot talk about this to anybody within the company. So it's all, once people can be, even within the corporate world, once they become illuminated to this, it's like they're shut down immediately, or they're threatened, or they're blackmailed, or we have these, you read those articles that 74 NASA scientists have died over the past 2 years. I don't know if that number's inflated or not, but wow, it's like you people are really.
Stephen, what do you think about? I don't know if you've heard of the theory, but people have said that Stanley Kubrick actually was involved with the moon landing shoots, and that he had actually admitted it in The
Shining.
The Shining. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, it's very obvious. It's not even inconspicuously obvious. It's very obvious. I mean, all the hints, the innuendos in that movie. I mean, the pattern on the carpeting looks exactly like the launch pad they used for the Saturn V rocket, or just
the kid wearing the Apollo 11 shirt.
Kid wearing the Apollo 11 shirt, or they have like just furniture ladders in the background that are spelling out A11, Apollo 11, or. It's all over the place. I mean, you'd have to be an imbecile. And once you understand, the Apollo 11 was just a staged hoax, and how it's very obvious that Kubrick was definitely involved. I also made a video about where I think Kubrick also knew about the Concave Earth and Glass Sky in 2001. Toward the end of that movie, I talk about when Dave is regressing back into his embryonic state, and he's covered with this glass sphere, and he looks at the spherical ball Earth, but he's awake because he's looking at it through the glass. And so there's a lot of, I think Kubrick knew a lot, and who knows how he died really, but there's speculation that he was taken out after Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know.
But I know that there's a lot of revelation in the method that they do. They basically tell the story of what it's supposed to, what actually happened, but they do it through fiction so that they can close people's eyes. Like there was a, Ian McClellan Ian Fleming, not Ian McClellan. Ian Fleming, who wrote the James Bond books, was basically telling real stories in his books, but he was fictionalizing it. And his idea was to fictionalize to open eyes. His idea was that if you put it all in fiction, that people can actually become aware of what's actually happening, but it's a plausible deniability thing. So because he was like an MI5 agent or something, and he was all heavily involved in secret acts and stuff, and he couldn't actually come out and write a memoir for this stuff, but he could put it all in a story form.
Yeah, but how much would you say percentage wise of the public actually picks up on these clues that they throw out there?
I don't think a large majority do. I think the people that are intelligent and critical thinking people do, because they can make connections. But I think most people are just entertained.
Exactly, and so it's kind of sad. That's why I'm all about being overt, being conspicuous, and just not being cryptic about my information, and because there have been a lot of authors and artists, musicians, even John Lennon talks about keeping things, kind of covertly, and just kind of revealing, little bits and pieces of things. But the time for that, that was then. And now is the time where I just want to blast everything, I don't know if you understand that, but I just don't have the fear factor involved. I just maybe that speaks of who I think I am. I just want the truth to be out there and to be known and be taken and understood. And sometimes I think it's too much for people to take in. It's just TMI, too much information, and they kind of freak out. But that's where I come from anyway. So, what do you think, John? What are you laughing about?
No, my wife had to run by to cover the video.
Okay.
I got this guy here in the Vaughn Live, Iron Man, talking about how Parallax he thinks may disprove the lunar landing, which it kind of brings me to the thing though. Some of the people I talk to, they want to know, is it necessary to see NASA as fraudulent and lying in order to understand that concave Earth could be a reality? I have different views on this. I mean, I have the poll up online. The rockets going to space.
Right.
There's a lot of disagreement among this whole thing. I see a couple of possibilities, and I don't think you necessarily have to believe that we didn't get to the moon. I mean, what are we saying? The moon might be about
32 miles wide, something like that, maybe as much as 100. You could, even if you got there, I think you still could land on the moon. And I think if you look at let's just say, let's put it into terms like this. If they did land on the moon, we'll just assume that they did. We'll take that position for a minute, okay? Just for a minute for visualization.
Okay.
If they did land on the moon, the video footage that they show, the horizon drops just as you would see on a convex Earth, and it drops so drastically that it could just be 32 miles in diameter. That's the way I see it, as if we were to take the position that it was possible and they did do it. What do you think?
You're talking about the moon horizon or the?
Yeah,
there's so many problems with the moon. I mean,
I don't like going into too much of the conspiracy with the concave Earth, because it just can fall into a trap of.
That's true. I mean, you can just go on a sidetrack and be tangentialized and talk about whether or not the moon landings were true. But I agree with you. I don't like to delve into too much about the moon. But there's a lot. I mean, there's this one site called Aulis.com, AULIS.com, and they have a bunch of information. I mean, they show where, like, that the famous moonshot where you see the Earth like small in the dark sky, and if you take that into Photoshop and you just boost up the levels and the curves and the contrasting, you will see a rectangle around the so-called Earth. So it's obviously a composite imagery. It's there's just so much. It's just
what's funny about NASA's videos is they explain to you how they're compiled. They're composites of other images. I've seen where they actually show you that they take ribbon type strips of data of what the Earth would look like, and then they literally composite it onto a sphere.
Yeah.
It's not that they actually have this imagery. I think it's quite quickly to dispel another thing real quick of a common misconception of how can we tell the Earth spins and stuff. And people say like satellites or the ISS, it's just easy enough to look at the images like Planet Earth 4K. That's one of the ones people like to show. But this shows a stationary, geosynchronous satellite. So of course you have a geosynchronous spot on the Earth that shows the sun is actually moving and not the Earth. And then you have the ISS traveling about 5 miles per second, which is ridiculously fast. So if we filmed from the ISS, we would see a moving Earth because the ISS is what's actually moving.
Right.
I do think, however, the horizon lines, it has to do with the distance of the vanishing point, the fact that the light is curving, and it creates a spherical look to it because that's where our eyes stop.
Well, yeah, I talk about that too. I bring up a couple factors. One factor is that we have convex lenses within our eyeballs, right? And another factor is what I call a visibility limitation radius. And so, like, if we're looking across the horizon, we will only see a limited visibility, a sphere, if you extend the radius around your eye. And even if you go higher, you still have a limitation to your visibility. And so, like, if you go up 10 miles and you see maybe 50 to 75 kilometers in the distance, you're still going to have the spherical radius in combination with your convex lens. You may even detect an apparent convex curvature to the horizon. However, that's not reality. That's just what you're seeing your limitations are. And I actually make a video. I show you how I simulate it. You're actually in a concave Earth, and you're still able to perceive this convex horizon. And so it's all about illusions. What is apparent as opposed to what is reality.
I think it's good for people to look at visual illusions of colors and of images, and to learn how your brain actually tricks you. For instance, you can take a ball and you can move this ball with no shadow in a diagonal across your screen. If you make a shadow that's directly underneath it, it seems like the ball, let's say, is 5 feet in the air. But if I move that shadow up and down as the ball moves vertical, all I'm doing is moving images, but now your brain will think that the ball is actually bouncing with the shadow going with the ball and away from the ball, with the ball and away from the ball. This is just, your brain has to interpret this to make it fit some sort of reality based on what it knows. And, you know, I think people have a hard time with illusions, have a hard time thinking that it can't be the way they see it.
It's like the inverted mask illusion, right? You see that mask that they turn around.
Oh, yeah, that's incredible.
You see the concave surface of this mask, and you think it's a convex surface. It's just... And that's the same thing with the Earth. I mean, you can take... I've simulated this as well in 3D. I'm actually mapping the Earth on the inside of a sphere. It's not the outside, but you look. It looks exactly the same. It looks like it's on the outside of the sphere, and so you can't detect it. And so,
Stephen, the other day I was up at my friend's house. He has a ranch up near Tamales in California, and his ranch is up on a hill. It's about 125 meters up, and from there you can actually see 30.8 miles. I actually did the math. 30.8 miles to see Geyser Peak, which is due north. Like I said, about 30.8 miles. And according to what Google Earth shows you, when you look at that same view from his ranch, you can't see that mountain. But it's clearly visible way up above the horizon. This mountain is 3750, I think. 3750 is its elevation.
Okay. So
it's a pretty tall mountain, but and it should be visible at that distance from about 90 miles or so. That's according to what the math would say. But you shouldn't see basically the entire mountain. You should see maybe the tip popping up off the horizon, but that's not what you see.
They'll just explain that away. Oh, it's atmospheric refraction. It's looming. It's you know, on certain days and certain daylight conditions, the horizon's going to rise because of the refraction. Well, that's not why, obviously, John, we talked about this earlier, that's not why the refraction is really happening, but it's apparent that the math does not work. Your visibility on a convex ball and how much you should see in the distance, it does not correlate with reality. That's the whole thing. You know, the same concept with the stellar parallax. What we see is not what we are told, what they theorize. So.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, look, there's going to be people who are going to get interested in this and listen to us, and they're going to be going to school for physics. We here get told a lot of the times that we don't understand physics, we don't know what we're talking about, but we do understand that there are concepts, and then there's verification of the concepts. The concepts work. Nobody's saying the concept of, you know, stellar parallax is wrong. What we're saying is the actual data doesn't match the concept. I mean,
right, exactly.
It's really that simple. And the concept, it happens often. It's not just one time or another. It's very often.
Anthony. We have Anthony Woodcock. God Rules channel. How you doing, buddy?
Welcome.
Welcome to Concave Earth Sessions.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
You're live.
Actually, yeah. I thought I'd just jump in for a second. I actually have to talk to my wife here. I was getting on Skype to talk to her.
Okay. I just dragged you in. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I just saw you playing there, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
All right. No problem, man.
Hey, I have to go now. Actually, my wife just got on here just now, so...
Okay. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, sorry, man.
No problem.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Maybe come back.
Maybe you will. So that's what it's, you know, it's theory versus what we see in reality. And yes, the theory works in theory, but it's not what we see in reality, right?
Right. It's the same thing. The problem with the scientific method is that it's a scientific method that also gets run through a filter of predetermined biases, and this is just how the process works. I can't explain it clear enough. I mean, it can't be explained any clearer. You just have to look at what they do. They literally take their hypothetical concepts. The data has to fit the hypothetical model. If it doesn't, it has to be explained away. And you think science is always such, very determined, very specific, very on point, very accurate. It's just not. Yeah, I just don't know how else to put it.
No. But they got to know. They got to know. I mean, there's got to be a good percentage of people that know the Earth is concave. There's glass in the sky. It's motionless. Everything is inverted. And yet there's there's a gag order placed on these people with threats, with blackmail. That's how else are these scientists dying? And so from that, if you have that understanding, sometimes I get to that and I'm like, well, I shouldn't be that critical of these people because they're lying, yes, but there's a reason. They're being blackmailed, and so that's what I try to help them realize. We're talking about this. Okay, in the light, we're talking about this. There's refuge if you would just come out and be a whistleblower and help us, help this revolution have some steam to it. And so that's what I wait for. I wonder what Richard Cohen from NASA, that guy I talked to from NASA, is doing. Is he still working at NASA? I don't know.
Maybe one day I'll be able to find out.
Maybe.
Since I'm in Florida now, so.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought based on what you were saying.
It's just.
Go ahead.
I mean, we cannot be that stupid to realize that they don't know this, what we're talking about. It's.
Well, I think back to bringing up the conspiracy idea when we touched upon the moon and stuff like that. I don't like to say this is a conspiracy where everybody is in on it and everybody knows what's going on, because nothing can be that big in that way. It's simply all we have to do. I mean, you look at what Hitler says, for one. If we tell a big enough lie enough times, it's believable. It's a simple concept. The other concept is you have different groups doing different things. And this is kind of what they were telling you about the moon landing also, that can fit into what you're saying here. It's not necessarily a conspiracy where everybody's lying, but it's in a way that not everybody knows what everybody else is doing. So it appears that
right.
Everybody's
compartmentalized, right?
Right. It just appears that way.
I agree.
Well, I've heard things that people in NASA don't even know what people in their own departments are doing. So they're so compartmentalized they don't even know what their colleagues are doing.
I believe that.
I think that there has to be necessarily some element of conspiracy, though. There has to be a group that's in the know that knows this and is trying to keep it secret. Because, by telling the big lie. I mean, there's no reason to tell a big lie unless you want to keep something super secret, correct?
You remember that?
Can I add something here, Steve?
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Well, going on what I think it's John was saying that. My belief on that is that anyone who does know is trying to keep everyone else from knowing. I mean, that's what it would seem to me. I mean, I would guess very very few people are aware that we're actually inside, but I would guess that those that do are trying to keep it from the rest of us.
I think this has been going on a lot longer than NASA, too. I think this has probably been part of the mystery school education since probably the beginning of our creation. You know what I'm saying?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, there's always had to be a certain faction of intelligence that knows the truth, right? I mean, the whole Illuminati symbolism with the pyramid. I mean, well, if you understand that, there's probably a pyramid up in the middle of the Earth. Well, yeah. So.
Well, and it's in a position where it could maintain an all-seeing eye position. Exactly. I mean, imagine all you need to do is turn 360 degrees in any direction, and you can zero in on any portion of the world you want to. Exactly. Wouldn't it be the ultimate position to maintain and occupy?
Exactly.
Panopticon, like I was saying.
Like we talked about the Opticon concept before. Yeah, exactly. And I actually, there was a recent NASA scientist. His name was Alberto Behar, and he worked on the so-called Mars Curiosity rover. He helped discover water on Mars, all the baloney, but he died in a plane crash outside of Los Angeles, and by the airport there. It was a small plane, and he was an expert pilot, very smart individual, and there was another man too that worked on the Mars missions who died suspectly, and what I felt compelled to do, I tried to be as tactful as possible when I did this, but I searched out and I tried to call his widowed wife, and so I actually I called her and I talked to her, and she didn't give me much room to talk though. She was like, are you a conspiracy theorist? And I'm like, well, you can kind of say that. And she said, well, I don't want to talk to you, and so she hung up on me. But yeah, they don't want to go there. You know, it's
that plane crash that just happened the day that I think they fired up the CERN Hadron Collider. The one where the guy said that he committed suicide and smashed into the mountain with like 200 people on board. There were some pretty important people on that flight. Apparently, there were some geospatial scientists.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, there has been a seemingly a culling of some of these people in the know recently, which is pretty scary.
Yeah. So I guess from my point of view, though, I guess I have to like remind myself that there's a reason to be afraid to talk about this, because I don't see much fear in when I disseminate this information. I just I got to just blurt it out there. I don't care what you're going to supposedly do to me or whatever. I just have to get it out there. I just want to get the truth out there. But I also have to like take into consideration. Well, that's why people are not talking about this, Steve. And there's, but I hope I don't know how you guys feel about that. How do you feel about that, John?
I'm sorry. I lost my thinking again.
That's right.
What was the question again?
Do you have any fear involved in disseminating information on the computer?
I did hear you say that, and then I'm looking at the chat over here, and I'm just like, what is going on? But no, there's not a fear. I'm a little. I am a little upset about how people take the information, though. I do find it interesting the way they respond. I use it more like data collection, which helped me figure out what my last article should be. But I mean, I'm now being called a shill. I'm being called a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you told me that you were called a shill.
You start talking, and I mean, and the thing is, like, I'm talking to some of the flat earthers too, and I'm like, okay, well, if you don't think the world is concave, then explain to me what I'm not understanding from your side, because I'm open to listening to it so I can understand what they're saying and not misrepresenting them. Right. I think it's very important that we don't misrepresent the flat earthers or anybody else. But at the same time, when I ask a question like this, they know that I'm from a concave Earth standpoint, so immediately I'm a shill. I'm just there to disrupt them and to stop them from producing videos or whatever else it may be. And I'm just like, come on, man. I mean, we need to calm down. We need to take it down a notch and just be civil. Have a normal conversation,
Yeah. It seems there's a lot of militancy coming out of that flat Earth group. I've actually tried to talk to a few of those people too, and I've gotten like kind of beat down from them. It's like, yeah, I'm just asking questions, man. I want to know what's going on, just like you guys. I like that. Like what you said, John. But basically, I want to see what your point is. If you've got any valid data to bring forward here, other than just plain times and that kind of nonsense. It's like that's all ad hoc stuff. Let's think about the science of what's going on here. That's where I was kind of coming from with that. And they don't seem to be very interested in that. They just want to have their little, their ad hoc explanations of everything, and that's that. But I think that if you're making enemies, we're probably on the right track. People are calling us shills, and people calling us names.
I just on the
right track.
I was just in a Facebook group, a flat Earth Facebook group today. Some guy invited me, and then he said, "Well, invite me to your concave group, and I'll do the same." And so, I just started blasting away videos why flat Earth is untenable. I brought up the pole stars, I brought up the flight paths, I brought up the cartography, I brought up what was another thing I brought up? Anyway, they just couldn't handle, because they they admitted though that my information was accurate. It was the presentation. They accused me of being arrogant. They accused me of working for the government. And I'm like, look, you're just attacking the messenger. That's all you're doing. The message is consistent. It's logical. It shows why flat Earth cannot work.
Yeah, refute the facts. Don't attack the.
And that's they eventually kicked me out of the group because they couldn't handle the truth. I'm like, okay, that's the way you want to do it.
Well, I'd like to answer your question, if I could, about having a little bit of fear. I do personally myself. I have fear at this point of disseminating this information because, I mean, we're really up against a giant. You know, I don't know. Maybe I can think of something better to say that, but in terms of money. We're going to be ridiculed, you know. I mean, that's what I'm expecting. I mean, right now it hasn't really taken off, but it will at some point. And at that point, I think anyone who believes, you know, that we're inside of the Earth is going to be labeled as a loony, you know, or worse. And you know, there's this quote. I think it's Arthur. I'm not sure. I'm not going to who it is, but it's something like, "Truth passes through 3 stages, or all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Secondly, it's violently opposed. And finally, it's accepted as self-evident."
Yeah. I think, you know, it's interesting that you bring that up because, yeah, I know about that quote. And I actually posted a post in my Concave Earth Facebook group today about Reddit. If you guys ever go to Reddit, they call them the Redditors. And
oh, yeah.
They would actually post videos about me over the past 2 or 3 years, and initially it was all mockery. I mean, I had, oh my god, this guy's a fucking idiot. He's the stupidest, he's the most idiotic person on the internet. And now I go back and there's this video that was posted a couple weeks ago, and there's no mockery. They're seriously considering concave Earth theory. And I'm like, wow. And so that's stage 2 right there, right? It's, or maybe you know, it's not necessarily accepted, but they're trying to, you know, they're trying to attack it. They're not labeling me as crazy anymore. And so,
well, Stephen, I appreciate. I mean, that's great. You have optimism, but I'm personally, the reason I have fear is for that second stage. You know, I think at some point I was okay. Here's the story. I was reading the comments on this. This fella who put up some videos. I think his name is Truth Seeker on YouTube or something. Anyway, they're really short and not very spectacular videos. But in any case, he believes that we're, you know, that we're inside of the concave Earth. And anyway, I was reading his comments, and they're quite interesting. I actually mean to save them in an email so that in case they ever get deleted, because it shows what we're up against. I mean, these people are basically, well. First, they're ridiculing him, you know, a lot. Whoever is this truth seeker is, but there's actually some comments that are getting into the violence side already. They're saying, they're saying if I had a baseball bat and I saw you, you know, or whatever, you know, it's just stuff like that. I don't know. I think
I've gotten plenty of.
And the reason, if I can go on just a little further on this topic, is because. I think it's because, you know, well, like I said, there's a lot of money involved. I mean, literally billions of dollars. I'm calling from Hawaii, and we have a bunch of telescopes on top of the mountain here, or volcano here.
Right.
And there's a big protest going on right now, about one of the world's largest telescope they're trying to build for. The cost is $1.4 billion. I mean, that's just, you know, and that's just one of, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of telescopes there are that are, anyway. Obviously NASA, you know, there's just all this money into it and the reason is, though, this is what I'm trying to get to, is I agree with what you were going on earlier, is that what they're trying to hide from us is evidence of not only the, you know, creation, but the creator. And,
yes.
You know, if they can keep us believing that we're outside of the Earth, it's kind of hard to identify where heaven is and where God's place in heaven is.
That's the thing.
So anyway, I think, you know, it's a big thing that the organizations are trying to keep from us, but
that's where you have to.
Really.
That's a test of somebody's faith in God. Is God more powerful than man? You know, and where am I going to feel this security, this safety of talking about this stuff? So that's what you guys have to consider. You know, so I provide an avenue for that. I try to console people. Okay, you don't have to be afraid. I'm blatantly, overtly talking about this stuff, and
Well, if I can just go on a little bit more, Stephen, I think that well, one of the reasons I'm on today because I really don't think we have much longer. I mean, that's my feeling anyway, my intuition.
Right.
I think the internet is going to be shut down pretty soon. I mean, really, within maybe even a few months, they'll probably, or severely restricted or limited anyway. And then after that, I don't think we have much longer to even disseminate this information online anymore.
Well, that's the thing. There's talk about Jade Helm, martial law coming, and there's a lot of speculation, a lot of fear, and it's very possible. I mean, I even talk, obviously, with my doctrine, I talk about a final day and a final hour where the sun is stopping, and so there has to be a preparation phase of evacuation. Getting people ready for the kingdom of God. That's what people who believe in God or the Bible or who are Christians, who are supposed to seek first. That's why they pray the Our Father prayer. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. So it's hypocrisy to think that that their Jesus is just somewhere up in a different dimension somewhere. No, we're talking about an imminent kingdom, not this transcendent one where and this is how I see things. I'm very imminent. I'm very material. We're in this world. I don't really like to talk about all these extra dimensional subjects. I just want to focus on helping people understand, helping the whole world understand concave Earth reality, and understanding how this plays. And I build this logical step-by-step understanding of how doom can happen, how why we should seek first the kingdom, this new world kingdom order. And so and there's a tacit acquiescence within. I feel it. I mean, I don't communicate with people in government, but I feel that people in government, they know who I am. I can go, like I went to the train station the other day and I saw these police officers. They just looked at me like they knew me, and like, hey, how you doing today? And I'm like, hi, how you doing? Okay. So it's like they know who I am. They know I'm talking about this stuff out in the open, overtly and freely. And so, and the advent of all the speculation of martial law and stuff happening. So, there's, what can I say? There's a beacon here. There's a, and when the shit does hit the fan, there's not going to be much of an excuse of why people didn't believe or listen to me. So that's how I see it.
I think, Stephen, at that point, it's going to be up to basically your subscribers, at least those who believe, anyway, that to basically spread the information on a local level from that point. And if I could get into, for a moment, something I wanted to talk about that really piqued my interest much more on this reality of the Earth. Anyway, you posted a video a while ago about Mark Sargent.
Yes.
And I wasn't interested in researching flat Earth whatsoever. But then I got to thinking, well, if there's a shill talking about flat Earth, well, that I should check this out. So anyway, at this point, I've watched all of his videos, almost 20 hours, and I'm thoroughly convinced that this guy Mark actually knows the truth. I think he's too smart to be as dumb, like you said, as dumb as he's acting.
That's what I was saying.
And anyway, and I think he's trying to lead us astray onto the flat Earth path.
Well,
just to keep people away from the concave Earth reality.
You also have to view it from another angle too. If he's military psyop, he is assigned a specific job function, and that is just to talk about flat Earth, because for most people, flat Earth is an intermediate stage of understanding. It's a stepping stone to concave Earth. And so just the fact that he had never returned my call, he never replied to my email, that shows me that he is working for somebody, within the military. That it's his function is just to talk about flat Earth to the public. It's just a stepping stone stage of getting them to wake up. Because I'm encountering people every day that have just come across flat Earth theory, and then they see me, and that's like, and they switch over. It's everything has its proper position. We talked about the fear. We talked about the shock factor. If the whole world were just to finally understand all at once that we're living in the concave Earth, what that would do. So there's this methodology that they enforce that has to, it's a trickling down, or they have to do it in stages. So if you can understand it from that point of view, you can kind of like strip away the emotional attachment that you might have, or the anger that you have toward these flat Earth shills, like Matthew Boylan. Well, I don't know what he's just. I mean, that guy's like intention. I could see the prevarication right through that guy immediately. I mean, we talked about this on the last show, where he supposedly interviewed this guy who was working for Stephen Hawking. He was making his voice box, and he was actually just, Matt was actually like putting words in his mouth. So Hawkins knows about the flat Earth, right? Bullshit. This guy is just like an utter bullshitter. Just shut up, man. But
what was that quote? The best way to control the opposition is to lead it.
Yeah. Who said that? I don't know. Who said that?
I think it was Smedley Butler. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
Well, to finish on that story with Mark, if you got a second here, on a positive note anyway, from all that I've listened to him, he does mention something about when the reality of the flat Earth becomes known. He talks about how people will become much better people, basically, because of their awareness and recognition that the Creator is very near, right? And of course, that would apply equally to the concave Earth. And so I think that would be the case when people realize that the Creator is not, that heaven is near, and the Creator as well. Then people will be a lot nicer. He says wars will end, and that may be the case.
Well, yeah. Definitely, that's what is prophesied to happen. Peace and righteousness, love and joy will rule in the kingdom. But before that, I see it getting very ugly. It's talking about division, dividing the people, and so it's gonna be scary for a lot of people. But ultimately, the way I see it, and I'm not trying to be egotistical. I'm just matter of fact, from my point of view. Concave Earth reality, even Cyrus T talked about this, it points exclusively to one individual as opposed to other theories and stuff. So there's a lot of, I encounter a lot of aggression, a lot of name calling. You're a megalomaniac, or your ego is, you're arrogant, you're a narcissist. But I don't really see any other way to go about doing what I do. I mean, I'm responding to people in the way in which they treat me. I'm mirroring back with how they treat me, and I'm nice to people too. It's just really how people treat me, I guess.
You're taking on the brunt of that ridicule, and but I would like to help you with that if I can, because I'm willing to take on a little bit, but. Not the violence though. I'm scared about that part when the second stage arrives of the truth.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to be harmed
because people of God basically, and so I mean everyone, but those who are.
We lost your audio. What did you say?
Space.
You're coming in and out. I can't understand you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all I had to say.
Oh, okay.
It seemed that there was a big, huge push towards atheism in the last decade. Have you noticed that? Like, it seemed like Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and all those people were making books and doing like seminars, and it just became a big popular thing. I almost wonder if it was because they knew this reality was coming. This revelation was coming, so they had to sort of plant seeds, I guess. It's an atheistic. That this is an atheistic world. There's no God, etc., etc. That anybody that believes that is dumb, and that sort of thing. So that when this actually comes out, people are just going to be like, no.
Well, actually, I want to see how you think about this too, John, but I actually see this whole atheistic movement on the internet as actually a positive thing to help people get out of the pseudo-Christianity churches that they've been involved with. You know, and they're worshiping this fictitious Jesus in the sky, and that's not how I see Jesus. And you can, you've talked with a lot of atheists about concave Earth, John, and it seems like you don't have to bring in any religion. You can just talk about the science, you know, rectilineator science, you know. What do you think about that?
Right. I'll go with, for one, the bit of the Christian movement. Well, a bit of anything radical movement is a little too over the top. As far as with the atheists, like I said, the part of my background is I want verification, I want evidence. The barrier is, though, however, of why would they lie? Why would they hide this? Why would they don't have predetermined models? I mean, there's a part of the psychology, I think, of the people who get to the atheistic point to want the verification, but at the same time, it's an appeal to authority ultimately, and that's one of the fallacies in argument. It's a logical fallacy to always appeal to authority, but that's what they do when they come to science. They all appeal to Neil deGrasse, the Lawrence Krauss,
so hypocritical,
Richard Dawkins. But Richard Dawkins gets stumped also because you ask him, okay, show me a mutation or some sort of explanation from the evolutionary process that actually shows that that information has been added to the genome, and he can't even figure that out, and nobody else can, because you would need to add information. But we're still going to hold to the point that evolution is good, and evolution, look, it's conceptually, it makes sense. I have books on evolution. I've read all this stuff. I've read Richard Dawkins' The Clockmaker, and how he talks about sonar with bats and how the sound and then the ears would fluctuate back and forth in order for it to detect its movements. And they have a lot of good thought, I think, conceptually. But I think when you actually look at it for what it is, it doesn't fit the reality. And this is where the kinds and stuff comes in. You see different species, but they're all the same kind of animal. And I think a lot of atheists have a problem with the word kind. They want some sort of definition, but that is the definition. You have speciation within a certain kind of creature. But bringing it back to what we're talking about, again, it's they're going to apply something one way, but they won't apply that same way of thinking to something else because they needed a new structure to hold on to if there's not going to be a God structure.
Exactly. Okay, I gotta end the show in about 5 minutes, so let's just look at the straw poll, and the results are in. We have an overwhelming majority for concave Earth. That's no surprise to me. Geoverse came in second. With
that's the way. I think that's the way I liked it. I think the concave Earth really is probably the best.
Yeah.
You wanted to give it a clever name. Geoverse is definitely pretty clever.
But I thought it was good that people were interacting, and suggesting things and names and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it concave Earth.
Yeah, that's interesting. 83%, huh?
81% concave Earth.
I think I got a new rope. 81. You're right.
There's no debate about it.
Wow, that's interesting. See, polls are very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, guys, this has been a great show. Well, you know what? I think I'd like to keep it on Fridays, actually, if you guys are available. So you're welcome back next week, and we'll see who else we can bring on.
All right, Fridays works.
It works for me too.
Great. Okay, well, look for this on YouTube, and I'll probably get it up tomorrow sometime. And you guys have a great weekend, okay?
All right, thanks for having me.
Okay, guys, talk to you later.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Stephen.
All right.
Okay. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of Concave Earth Sessions. This is session number 4, fourth week. And once again, we have my permanent guest, pretty much, Jon DeVeaugh. And we also have a new face here, Dietrich Schmitz. Dietrich is a former IT professional, and he's also a truth seeker. He's also a fellow Concave Earth believer. And he came out to join us on our show here. And Dietrich, why don't you just introduce yourself?
Hi, I am a former IT manager working in the healthcare industry. Managed a large family practice with over 500 employees, and all of the coordinating computer issues for healthcare that you can imagine. A family practice with 90 physicians and mid-levels, nurses and nurse practitioners, in Syracuse, New York. So I have a lot of IT experience, but recently retired, and I have been digging into things that I personally feel are, as a matter of seeking the truth. I want the answers to, in looking for the answers to things, I started eliminating certain things. And Nibiru, I thought it scared me for a while, and then
Okay. You were a Nibiru believer at
right,
one time.
yeah, I was, at first, when I saw those double images of the two suns, I was saying, oh my God.
Yeah.
Of course, I was, ignorant of certain things.
Yeah.
So, you start building up
Sure.
a level of understanding, and you go through, on the internet, I like to use the word truthiness.
Truthiness, yes.
Because
you
can read something one place, and if you don't get a consensus for it, it's not true.
Right. Well,
And I tend to go by consensus, and
well, it depends who is making the consensus, though. I mean, there's
right. It's
not necessarily a majority is going to give you the right answer, though.
It's fraught with problems, as you know. But nonetheless, I've kept at it, and I'm persistent. And, I started with the Flat Earth Society, and then somehow I came to crossroads with you and Wild Heretic.
Okay.
And then I went, whoa. I said, this is, the light bulb went off. And ever since, everything that you've been saying, and by the way, let me just say that I respect and appreciate all of your hard work and your dedication.
Thank you.
And your work on YouTube is magnificent. It is, the visualizations are just by themselves artful, creative, and I'm totally impressed with your capabilities and your knowledge. And I really feel that the fact that you have woven into it a faith-based point of view, the Bible and the Scripture, is comforting, and at the same time makes a great deal of sense.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm peeling away the layers and getting down to the bare essence of things.
Yeah.
As everyone else is, who's a truth seeker, and the other people on this panel tonight, we're all interested in the truth. And golly, there's some things that are so blatantly obvious now that it's just killing me that we can't get it out en masse to the larger audience to start to realize.
You actually helped me. Because you post on before it's news,
right?
And you I signed up and I posted an article, but initially when you post your first one, you have to get a moderator approval. And you put in a good word for me, and it seemed like shortly after that they approved me. So I'm posting on before it's news now, thanks to you.
Well, I'm happy to do it. And I hope you will use it to your best advantage.
Oh yes, it's definitely a good avenue to get
another communication tool.
Yeah, I already posted like 3 articles. It was just the other day I started it, but.
So I'm thinking to myself, where do you go to start taking apart this Copernican heliocentrism? You have to go back to the fundamentals. You have to go and you have to start with the fact that the Earth doesn't rotate. You have
starting point, yeah.
And you have to branch from there. And the fact that a prestigious scientific institute, the likes of Max Planck, is now questioning Copernican theory is, as I said at the beginning, like knocking out a load-bearing wall. And the house is going to come crumbling down.
Yeah.
It can't be ignored.
Yeah. We're talking about the W map and the Planck data and this cosmic microwave background radiation. That shows a definite anisotropy, a definite alignment, a definite dipole. This is something that they did not expect. They thought the universe was isotropic. There's no variation. There's no alignment. It's pretty much even, basically.
I got the gist from it that they were implying, or I inferred that that they believe that heliocentrism exists most everywhere in the universe.
But before we go further, let's talk to John. Hey, John, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
What's new in your life over the past week?
Over the past week, just put up a geosynchronous satellite questioning article. Just basically because of the word geosynchronous. Geosynchronous meaning like as if the satellite is attached to a spinning Earth, as if there's some sort of tether that keeps the satellite in that way. Article basically just gets into questioning this because you have to start off with the fundamental, which Dietrich just talked about, that the Earth needs to be in motion in order to even use that word geosynchronous rather than simply stationary.
Right.
So I kind of just break that down, add in the concave Earth explanation to it, and show why it's not geosynchronous.
Correct. Yeah, you got some good points here by. I remember Marshall Hall. He's a geocentrist, a convexer. But initially, when I was doing discovery, before I even knew about concave Earth, I was a convex geocentrist, and I would read up on Marshall Hall and Malcolm Bowden and Gerardus Bow. And unfortunately, they're stuck in that paradigm. I'm not sure why. If it's a pride issue, or if it's just they're hanging on this, what they think, how they interpret the scriptures, and they can't take it any further. It seems like they're.
It's definitely a pride issue.
Yeah, and it's masked with scripture.
Yeah.
So the scripture becomes their stumbling block, but it's kind of sad because if they would just simply look at the objective tests of rectilineator and understand the horizon cannot be that high if you're that high of an altitude, 80,000, 50,000, 35,000 feet. There's no reason to believe that you're on a convex ball. But so it's sad. A lot of people get stuck on the road to truth, and they just think that this is how I interpret the King James Bible. It's the final authority, and so I'm just going to stay there, stay in that paradigm. I've already wrote books, and they can't retract what they purported to believe. But so Dietrich. That's a good place to start first understanding.
I just think that it's fundamentals that's foundational.
Yes.
And you can't build a house without a foundation. So those things have to be attacked with a vengeance. And yet applying delicately common sense in a polite way to entice the user into being open to the suggestibility that things aren't quite the way you think they are.
I have a problem being polite sometimes.
And I mean, really, when you throw something like the Earth is concave at people, they go, they think you have suddenly you've sprouted a third eye in your forehead or something. But really, it makes sense as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But that Max Planck material, I think, is really something that you could take and run with if you haven't already done so, and run for daylight, because I do think it really just barrels right down the middle and opens a gaping, bloody wound in the status quo theoretical establishment.
Oh yeah.
I call it a giant hoagie, and they keep adding layers of salami and cheese to it to compensate for where the error of their ways is. It's just getting out of hand.
Yeah. I think I sent you a link. The heliocentrics, they try to say, well, the alignment is not that aligned. It's there's a little bit of play, a little bit of leeway there, but they still have to admit.
It's like saying you're a little bit pregnant. You are.
Exactly. Exactly. They have to admit there's a definite alignment, and it's anomalous to them. They don't know why, and so I can tell you why. I mean, I mentioned it before. This is what you're actually looking at. You're looking at a ball of stars in the middle of the Earth, and the dipole, it performs a function, like I mentioned before. The Milky Way is not a spiral galaxy. It's actually a band.
I know what it is. It's right in your sink in your bathroom.
Yeah, like a drain, you mean?
One of your videos was.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I have to. This light is so bright.
You made a good analogy by putting something. How did you put dye in the water?
Yeah. I talked about the dark waters and the thick clouds of the sky in dispelling dark matter. Dark matter. It's like when they can't resolve something, when something doesn't fit their paradigm, they have to make up stuff. Just make up crap. Dark matter. So Scripture calls it dark water, thick clouds of the sky, and I talked about the galaxies. The reason why I believe they're spiral is because they are actually literally remnants of drains that happened during the global flood. And so beneath or up above this glass celestial sphere that contains all the stars, there's dark water and thick clouds. We have the nebula. The nebula is very thick clouds. We can't see in the middle because I believe there's a pyramid in the middle. But
there's also, if I can interject just one thought about ether.
Yeah.
Ether is not acknowledged in university college curriculum for physics.
Correct.
And science.
Yeah.
The ether is basically the nothingness or vacuum, which can, in and of itself, form vortices that may explain the appearance of these galaxy swirls that you described.
Yeah, well, I believe there's a push. There's a push outward from center, and there's also a balance that happens where it creates the equilibrium with the sun and the moon being balanced magnetically, and there's also a push. But anyway, going back there, I talked about how during the time of the flood, I believe that these stars, which are products of sound, sonoluminescent sound, and they clustered together, and they melted holes through the glass sky. That's where Scripture says the windows of heaven were opened, And I believe that that's how the water poured out. The windows of heaven were opened and the water came down. And then just like how a drain works, water in a drain, right? When you're draining something, it's going to perform a spiral. It's going to make a circuit. And so that's how I see why we have the galaxies in the first place. But anyway, initially I was talking about the Milky Way, and I'm telling you why it's not a spiral galaxy. That's just an assumption that the heliocentric makes because they just simply assume that, we're just a tiny blue speck, and then we're in the middle of this vast
they're making things up.
light years distant galaxy, and it's spiral. We think it's spiral. We don't know. We've never ventured out 100 million light years away to see if it was spiral, but we're just going to guess it's spiral.
Kills me to read their pontifications where they're talking about things being millions of light years away.
Yeah.
How the heck do they know?
They know.
Stellar parallax.
Exactly. Yep. Stellar parallax is only, like we talked about last week, it's only in theory. It works in theory, but it's not what we see with observation. There's no stellar parallax. And the redshifting is only because there's a glass sky causing chromatic aberrations. So those 2 points that they bring up to try to measure the distance of stars is debunked.
And unless they include ether in physics and science, science is incomplete.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Tesla. They won't listen to Tesla.
They won't.
They'll take all his inventions and perform secret.
They marginalized him and impoverished him like other inventors, and ran with what they could.
Yeah.
And then they classify it, and it becomes military technology.
Yeah. I hear you. So that's, we're just here to bust it. We're going to let the truth out. Also, going back to your satellites article, John, there's a, I don't know if you've been doing any research or if you heard about what NASA is doing. They have a mission, they call it MMS. It stands for Magnetosphere Multi-Scale Mission. And what it is they've taken a rocket and they've stacked 4 satellites on top of each other. At the top of the rocket, they put the nose cone fairing over it, and they shot the rocket up and went up into space, supposedly, and then it's separated, and then these 4 satellites arranged themselves in a tetrahedral format. So they're basically always kind of moving together as a unit, but they're always, there's some variation as far as like the distances are concerned, but they're pretty much sticking together. And what they say they are doing is they are monitoring the magnetic portals that are at the edge of the magnetosphere, where there's supposedly a magnetic reconnection, they call it. So there's the magnetic field of the sun and the magnetic field of the earth, and there's this reconnection where those 2 fields meet each other and they cause what they call a dissipation or an excess of flux of energy. And there's these openings that they say, they call them electron diffusion regions. So electron diffusion, like, when diffusion, you take 2 different electrons from 2 different compounds and they mix together. And so there's this dissipation, there's this spark, and they're really concerned about that. They're concerned about this magnetic reconnection. And so what they do with the MMS mission is they are trying to monitor and figure out why this is happening, because they even admit, I was watching this video by this guy, this NASA scientist, and he was admitting that magnetic reconnection should not happen. Now, I have a theory about why this is happening, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, but let's just play a 1-minute clip from this guy so he explains what magnetic reconnection is and how dissipation works.
So what we're going to see in this wire is I'm going to pass a current down this wire, and this will happen in a minute. And when I do that, there will start to be a dissipation in this wire. What Maxwell equations tell us is, in fact, The current sets up in a magnetic field structure outside this wire, and the electric field in the wire flows the magnetic field in energy into this wire to cause dissipation. Now I can start to smell the wire, and soon you'll start to see it heat. Okay, and that's what we're doing. We're converting magnetic field energy into electrical energy or heat. Now, it's the case that if I crank up the current large enough in this particular constraint demonstration, soon you'll start to see the effects of this, and then very soon we will have an explosion that's very much like reconnection. We release, in this case, the energy of the tension in this wire, but it's still, you saw that hot spot where we have concentrated dissipation, and that's what we're looking for in MMS. We're trying to find those hot spots out in space. Now you can't see them like we could in this wire because it's a rarefied plasma, and that's the major difference between this demonstration and the case of looking for reconnection in plasmas. It's quite a bit of difference in the sense that in this wire I understand what happens, why this wire heats up and we cause this dissipation. As it gets hotter, since the wire's under tension, it thins, the resistance goes up, but the current has stayed the same because I adjusted this power supply that way. And so what happens eventually is all the dissipation goes into a very small region, and then it separates the wire. MMS is investigating reconnection because we do not understand at all what causes the dissipation in plasmas. In fact, if you look at current theory, it should say it should never happen because a plasma is very much almost a superconductor.
Oh, okay. So he's saying this dissipation should not happen according to current theory, according to current plasma theory. So it's happening. Why is it happening? Okay, my theory, obviously, if you know where I stand about how I believe that we're living in the concave Earth and there's actually a glass ceiling to the sky. And I do believe that rockets can penetrate that glass sky, and I believe that they've poked holes in the sky. And so if we have this magnetic field from the Earth, and we have this magnetic field from the sun, they call the solar wind, and if there's openings, there's going to be this reconnection that's happening. And I actually made a video about that too, where I talk about. Find it really quick here.
Was there an Operation Fishbowl?
Yes. It's in 1962 they had the Operation Fishbowl, which I believe they poked a hole in the glass sky as well. NASA actually put out a video. They called it science fiction. See, they're being clever here. They're like, let me just play part of this one too. They call them hidden magnetic holes. I call it holes in the glass sky.
Hidden magnetic portals around Earth. Presented by Science at NASA. A favorite theme of science fiction is the portal.
Science fiction? Looks like science fiction is a favorite theme of
What is the URL for the live video show here?
Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have that. Let me get you the link for that real quick.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay.
Opening in space or time.
Extraordinary.
I've been good on the links today.
What's that?
I've been good on the links today, giving them some stuff to view. If you're watching live, giving them one without live that wanting live. I put some client links on the side. Wanting live.
Dietrich.
Yeah, I'll close it.
You have to mute the volume on the Vaughn show.
Yeah, I'll close it.
You have to mute the volume on the Vaughn show.
I beg your pardon.
Did you mute it yet?
I shut down the browser. And
you don't have to shut it down. You just have to mute the volume.
For the play video, just turn off the volume now.
Yeah.
I made that mistake too, and I couldn't hear anybody.
Okay, let's go back.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
With your rockets.
So I actually think that they're actually poking. poking holes in the sky. They have poked holes, and now they're like, see, this is what leads me to understand why they are spraying the skies with chemicals. If NASA has been poking holes ever since probably 1949, 1950, that's when they say they first began having rockets enter into space. And it's kind of funny too, because I talk a lot about megacriometeors, and I talk about how you can just research online and you can see that they say that there's been a sudden rise in megacriometeors since 1950 or 1949, and so that coincides to me with when they begin entering space, poking holes in the glass sky. And so that's what I think is causing the megacriometers to fall at a more rapid pace, a more numerous pace, is that I believe that this magnetic reconnection, when it hits these holes, they're holes. I mean, they're invisible, because at that height you're not going to have any particles, so you're not going to see the glass, you're not going to see the holes. But when that magnetic reconnection happens, it can jar loose. This is my theory, but it can jar loose a chunk of ice that's surrounding one of the holes, and it can fall to the ground. So they're really concerned about that, because I also talk about how I believe that the Tunguska event was just a large chunk of ice that fell down from the sky. There's no remnants of any meteor, rock, or anything, and it's a big mystery to them.
It had to be a big one.
Yeah, it had to be a really big one. So they're really concerned now, especially with all the man-made heat, all the anthropogenic heat in metropolitan areas. I believe that's why they are spraying the sky. They excuse my French, but they fucked up the skies. Okay, they poked holes in it. Now they're doing damage control. Now there's, oh crap, we don't want a big Tunguska event to hit Chicago. We don't want one to hit New York, because there's a lot of man-made heat rising up in metro areas, so we have to spray the skies. Okay, they also have a project that's called GLASS. I mentioned that before. It stands for Global Land Atmospheric System Study. This is a NASA project. They call it GLASS, and they monitor the land, they monitor the sky. They call it the planetary boundary layer, and they find out where what areas have more condensation than other areas. And to me, I believe that has a lot to do with the glass sky causing condensation. If it's warmer, it's going to have more condensation. If the ice attached to the sky is a little bit warmer, I believe it's going to have more condensation. So they're concerned about that. They want to spray those areas. So these chemicals are actually preventing the heat from rising, as opposed to what they'll tell you, the albedo effect, where they think that they'll tell you that it's just creating a reflection, so it reflects the heat, so it prevents the heat from hitting Earth. But I don't believe that, because I mentioned that before. I actually made a video about this, where I found that all the chemicals that we find in the chemtrails are the same exact chemicals that are found in apparatuses to suppress fires. So in this apparatus to suppress fire, you're creating an endothermic reaction. You're absorbing the heat.
Is it halon?
Hale? What?
Halon?
Halon? No.
Okay.
We got aluminum, barium, strontium, boron. We also have, there's a few more here. I'll just scroll through this video really quick here. But they're all in that apparatus to suppress a fire. So they screwed up the skies. They screwed up the glass sky. They also have to send MMS monitoring surveillance satellites to find out where the weak areas of magnetic reconnection are happening, where the dissipation is happening, where it could jar loose more ice. And they also have to spray the skies as a way to prevent any heat from rising. So they really screwed it up pretty much, pretty big. And to me, I believe it's just a stopgap situation, because I do believe that they understand my doctrine that the sun will stop eventually, and that's why I also believe that a lot of these missions that I talk about, which are all just a bunch of baloney, they're just used to fund their black ops. They're underground, digging tunnels, and so it's a lot of deception, I believe.
Steve.
Yeah.
Do you see what Six Drops just posted there?
Let me read. It's possible that the conveyor action of the sun is actually in contact with the glass layer, scrubbing the glass, so to speak, which would leave the metal bits in the glass from the back of the sun. Well, I don't know. The sun is not. I mean, it's not low. It's not like 100 kilometers high. It's much higher. But I do believe actually, it's very possible that there's another glass sphere that contains the sun, and it's possible. That's a good point. Maybe it is.
Well, being the electromagnetic universe, the video where the Tesla coil breaks through the glass could be similar to the sunspots.
Say that again. I wasn't listening.
I understand the universe to be a bit of an electric universe, which is where we're getting the ether and all that stuff from.
Yeah.
Now, if the sun was wrapped around with the type of glass, and you have the conveyor action, it may work similar. Not saying that it's exactly, but similar to the Tesla coil with the bulb, how it breaks through the glass.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. The bolt. Yeah.
The sunspot would send out that charge.
It's possible. I don't know.
I mean, it's all speculation at this point.
Well, yeah. I mean, lightning. Yeah, that's. I don't. I mean, the metal that's found in living desert glass. I don't believe. I mean, if the sun is not. I don't believe the sun is interacting with the glass the lower glass. So if there's a higher glass, but I don't. That's kind of speculative. But
good question though.
Yeah, definitely good question. But that's what I believe you're doing. And also, you wonder, like, okay, you watch. I was trying to figure this out for the longest time. If they are actually breaching the glass sky with the rockets, and I don't believe they're doing it all the time. There's also talk about if they can even get that high, because of Boyle's expansion. When you lose, you don't have the thrust. But to me, I also see that the compensation happening where you don't have the drag either. So there's really, I don't think there's nothing really to stop it. So I believe that the acceleration could keep going. That's just my personal thought. I do believe they can breach the glass and get that high. But I see some of these clips that they launched. This one's the onboard camera from the Sentinel-1A, the Soyuz. And there's some missing footage here. The missing footage, it's at, there's like 56 seconds of missing footage. Let me just play real quick here. So there's like on the left-hand side, it cuts, and if you look at the timing, it's really hard to tell here. I'll have to give you the link for this later, but there's 56 seconds missing, and then that's when the nose cone fairing opens up, after the 56 seconds of missing footage. And I've noticed that too. There's a couple other videos like that, where there's missing footage just prior to the nose cone fairings opening up. So maybe they don't want to show the footage of them when it actually pierces the glass sky. That's my thought on that. I'm not saying I didn't. I did watch one rocket where it was a continuous motion and it opened up the nose cones. And to me, I can only assume, well, maybe that one just didn't penetrate the glass sky because the background, the Earth in the background was pretty. I mean, you saw the horizon, so maybe it wasn't going that high. I don't know, but that's my theory on that, because we, oops, 1 second here. There's just too much overwhelming evidence to me that shows that there is a literal glass ceiling to the sky, and so they have to be covering up something.
I kind of feel they do too. We touched upon how NASA is very uncredible.
Oh yeah.
But it does appear that they do go up there. I mean, on my poll, I have the rockets go into space as information to see what my viewers would say. 10% say they're unsure. 41.4% say yes, they do go into space, and 48.6% say they don't. It's a good poll. I think it shows what people are thinking. that they're questioning NASA more, but not necessarily whether it's true or not. But it is some good data to have. So
right, yeah, it's kind of split.
It's almost like 50-50 in a way. Pretty close. It was 50-50 for a while until more and more votes came in. But it's very interesting information.
Yeah. Let's see. I also did a video earlier, a couple days ago, about I simulated the horizon in 3D with Lightwave 3D, and there's a lot of people that put out, whether they're flat earthers or concave earthers or convex earthers, they will say, well, look at the horizon. Some people say, well, it's even me. I made a video. I was talking about how the horizon is too high to be convex. It's too high to be a convex ball, because you go up 35,000 feet, you go up 80,000 feet, you go up 110,000 feet. It's going to be too high in the picture frame. It should be much lower. Because what I did was I simulated on a convex ball. I brought my camera up and I just looked out. There was no angle to the pitch. It was looking straight out, and it showed that the horizon would be much lower, like just tracing the bottom of the picture frame. And so that rules out, to me, convexity. And and that's the biggest. To me, I don't even want to go flat. I've already demolished flat Earth theory. There's no reason to even consider that, as far as for me to. I've been there, done that. I've already destroyed it. But so really, what I really want to talk about is that why. And in this video, I talk about why sometimes it will give the appearance of a convex horizon, and I talk about the limited visibility radius, and actually, what we're seeing in this picture here. The horizon actually looks slightly bowed, slightly convex. However, the model that I created is actually a concave Earth model. And what I did was I added a fog filter to it. So the black at the top of the screen is actually just the fog in the background. You can set a distance to the fog. How far away do you want the fog to start? Or how close do you want it to start? You have a maximum and a minimum distance. And so I played around with that, and I got it to actually make it look like it's a convex horizon, even though we're in a concave Earth. But then when I lower it, hi guys. What I'm going to do when I lower the camera, or actually when I heighten the camera. No, I'm sorry. When I lower the camera, the horizon gets straight again. So it's. To me, I was talking about in the video how it's not really. This is not the best test. There's so many variables to determine, and especially because you don't know which type of camera a person used, whether it's wide angle or just not wide angle, and whether.
I wish there was a simple way for us to establish, as a test, is there a glass sky?
Well, that's.
Go up and sample it.
Yeah, that's what if we can get somebody to do that, to launch a rocket that high. They did that one amateur rocket, I forgot what they called themselves, but they say they got up to 113 kilometers. Now there's a problem. I see problems with. You can go into Wiki and you can see that the gauges that they use are accelerometers and magnetometers to determine the altitude. But even Wiki says that accelerometers are not that suitable to determine altitudes, especially when you're going high. And then the magnetometers are also, they measure the magnetic field at whatever level you are. But who's to determine how much of a magnetic field is at what level? Are we to believe NASA? And so I would tend to believe that they didn't even get that high. They could have got just like maybe 100 kilometers and then came back down. But would a laser beam bounce off of glass like that? Well, when you shoot a laser to the sky, it tends to terminate at a distance of. Well, they say it's because when the particles in the air, in the atmosphere, the aerosols.
It's coherent light.
They dissipate. There's no more aerosols, so you won't see the laser anymore, even though it's still traveling. Okay, so that's not really. It's not a feasible option because you won't see the laser hit the sky, hit the glass sky. But no, there's plenty of proof. There's plenty of proof. I mean, just the rainbows, the halos, the comet's tails, the birefringence. Why we see quadruple rainbows in the sky. There's no other answer that makes any sense.
I saw one video recently taken by someone, a German person, of the nighttime sky where a meteor was hitting the glass and bouncing off of it with like a radial output, like almost when you throw a rock in the water.
Okay, yeah. The waves, I forgot what we call those waves, but yeah. I mean, even meteors are covered in glass. They're covered in burnt glass, fusion crust. Is that really coming from the rock? What if it just like skidded across the glass and got really hot and encapsulated? It was encapsulated by the burnt glass. I mean, you look at shooting stars. Why do shooting stars happen? I believe it happens because they're skidding across the glass. They're ricocheting. There's a terminology called triboluminescence. It's like when you rub glasses together, it creates light, and they simply bounce back up into inner space, and they're working. They're affected by the annual movement of the sun, the annual helical movement of the sun. So we have, these annual meteor showers that happen pretty much. They're predictable. They happen pretty much the same time every year, and so even Bottlinger's rings. I talked about that in previous videos. They have these anomalous caustics in the sky. They don't know where they're coming from. There's so much. I mean, if you understand there's a ceiling to the sky, you can place where the megacrybe meteors come from, and that to me is like one of the biggest clues that there is a glass sky, because they don't know where they're coming from. They think that the megacrybe meteors, they think they crystallize in the troposphere, and they think it might formulate there. I mean, I've talked about that.
Another hoagie sandwich.
Yeah, another hoagie sandwich. So, but no, I mean, if you understand that above the mesopause, which is almost 100 kilometers, it's super cold. They even say you can get as cold as negative 226 degrees Fahrenheit. The ice is going to be amorphous. It's going to be clear. It's not going to have any crystal structure to it. So you have the glass and the ice. They're both clear, and there's also no particles at that height, so you're not going to see them. And so you're not going to see the holes that they poke through. And if one of the pieces falls down, it begins to get warmer as it descends through the troposphere, and then that's where the crystallization happens. So by the time it hits the ground, it's pretty much opaque. So it all makes sense.
One of the things I want to say about the glass sky, and I thought this was pretty interesting, and I don't think most people actually know about this, but the type of meteors that are essentially as if, to illustrate the concept, is that if you took a flat rock, chucked it across the surface of the water, it skips along the surface of the water, and then it leaves. Well, what's interesting is there are meteors called Earth grazer meteors. They come down and they actually skip across the glass surface and bounce right back off.
Yeah.
They try to explain it by saying it's the atmosphere that it comes down and bounces off the atmosphere. Yet we have things that go right through the atmosphere, and they're saying it's just the right projection that it caused the skip.
Yeah.
But I mean, we see meteors and stuff streak across the sky all the time, just the sliding on the glass. But these Earth grazers actually skip. They skip along until they get shot back outwards. Away from.
Well, that's another indication of concavity, right? It's not. I mean, if you're inside a concave surface and this meteor is skipping, it's gonna have the opportunity to skip more because it's going along the inside of the curve, as opposed to if it was like a convex atmosphere. You wouldn't think it would just hit maybe once and then it would ricochet off. But if it's on the inside. Are you saying that it actually does that? It skids multiple times, like
it hits the surface multiple times before it ejects back away from the surface of it.
That's an indication that it's inside a glass sphere. You're on the inside of the sphere. That the rock is on the inside of the sphere.
It just strikes me funny because it impacts multiple times, doesn't make itself through, and then goes away. And I just, it's stuff like that that's hard for me to imagine, that it's the atmosphere that is causing the multiple skipping along.
I'd never even heard of this before. This is like big. This is a big clue to show that you're inside, or not you, but actually the rocks in inner space above the glass. They're on the inside of the glass sphere.
Yeah,
because they're hitting multiple times.
Hey, if you don't mind, I'd like to get Dietrich in here a little bit. I want him. He said there are blatantly obvious ideas and things of the heliocentric theories that are problematic. You know, what are these, and what are the things that they're making up?
Well, let's just start with the fact that the if I go over to Wild Heretic, I can make citations on the Earth not rotating. The Ares experiment would prove that the Earth is stationary, and the celestial heavens are effectively rotating. So that would be an example of the problem with heliocentrism, that we are moving about the sun.
There you go. Yep.
And I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with Wild Heretic, are you not?
Yes, we both are. Yes.
Right. And I mean, it pretty much walks right down the line on the issues of concavity and the rectilineator, and it's all contradictory to the world in which we live. It's pointing to something entirely different happening.
Yeah. This is
so when I say it's blatantly obvious, I mean, if you spend a couple of hours just watching some of Steve's videos in conjunction with the Wild Heretic, that tips the scale. And I mean, the Earth, we simply can't be moving at a speed of over 1,000 miles laterally on the equator. We'd have horrendous winds. We would have to go and live in caves. It wouldn't be habitable with the laminar flow of air, and what would result. And those things tend to contradict, and the fact that the flying times would be affected by it.
Yes. Well, I mean, Wild Heretic points out that the density of the air, the atmosphere, is much, much less than the density of the Earth. And so what the heliocentric will say is that, well, the atmosphere is spinning in sync with the Earth.
I mean, you take a look at the dog hanging its head out of the car driving at 60 miles an hour. That should tell you right there.
Yeah. It's a bunch of baloney. Come on, guys. Come on. So, yeah, I mean, you eliminate heliocentric theory. It doesn't work. You eliminate...
Knock it out with a sledgehammer.
Knock it out with a sledgehammer. You eliminate convex stationary Earth because, what I told you before, rectilineator.
Right. I mean, it didn't take me long to realize that something terribly is wrong.
You eliminate flat Earth. I've already demolished it. What's left?
That's right.
What's left?
By deduction.
Yeah.
Out comes the razor.
So, another thing too, I mean, you ever watch my hurricanes video? Oh, hurricanes. Concave Earth. What determines a hurricane's direction? Well, they'll tell you it's the Coriolis force, right? The north of the equator. Actually, it's they have to kind of like explain it a different way, because according to the Coriolis force, the hurricane should actually be moving to the right. It should be moving clockwise north of the equator, but it's moving the other way. So they have to come up with this bullshit ad hoc answer. And so it's impossible. They can't do it that way. And then bring up the fluid dynamics. This guy actually, I think he was working. No, he wasn't working for NASA, but he was like working for one of these. I think it was like UCLA or something like that. And he did this fluid dynamics demonstration with a tub of water. We put dyes in the water, and he showed that when the tub is not spinning, right, and then there's this little flap. They have this little flap on the left side,
right,
and you drop the dyes in the water, and then you flip the flap, and then it agitates the dyes. You see the vortexual action of the dyes. Okay, so they're all moving now, and they're spinning exactly like how hurricanes spin. The phi ratio vortex, and so there's no spin to the tub. So it's not because the Earth is spinning that's creating the hurricane, or creating the Coriolis effect of the hurricanes. That's not why it is happening. And then alternatively, this guy, he actually did another experiment where he spun the tub. Put the dyes in the water, and he spun the tub, and what happened then was that, here I'm showing here in this video where I'm showing the main reason why we're getting the vortexual action. Let's go back a little bit here. This is a non-spinning tub, and I'm showing how there's a greater current on one side of the vortex as opposed to the other. There's a greater velocity on one side of the vortex as opposed to the other. And so it has nothing to do with a rotating tub or a rotating Earth that's creating these vortices. But going back to when he actually did the spinning tub experiment, what he found was large filamentary streaks like you see in Jupiter. I don't think I have it in this video. I have it in a different video. And so it does not look like what we see from so-called satellite data of weather patterns of hurricanes and stuff. It would not look that way. Okay? And so there's got to be another reason why we're getting the different rotations of the hurricanes from north of the equator versus from south of the equator. Well, they call them cyclones in the south. And that has to do with the pressure in the atmosphere. If you have higher pressure, you have colder air, and you have higher velocity. So a hurricane north of the equator, okay, this is like what, 1,000 miles from north to south. There's going to be a great temperature, well, not necessarily great, but it's going to be a significant temperature differential between the north end of the hurricane and the south end of the hurricane. And so since we know that whatever's closer to the equator is hotter, it's warmer, that air is going to be going slower. And so the higher velocity, the higher pressure, the colder air is on the north side of the hurricane. So that's where the spin happens. And since the sun is moving from east to west, the sun is actually just nudging the hurricane along. It's creating this, this solar wind or whatever you want to call it. And it's moving, it's creating the counterclockwise spin to the hurricane that is north of the equator. And then conversely, you go to the south of the equator, and it's the exact opposite. Okay, you go back in the south, and you realize that now the north end of the cyclone is going to be warmer. It's going to be slower than the south end of the cyclone. Okay, the south end of the cyclone is going to be faster. It's going to be colder. It's going to have higher pressure. So now we have the reverse spin. Now we have the clockwise rotation of the hurricane. There's nothing to do at all with Coriolis effect, Coriolis force.
Just as an aside, it's interesting to note also that none of the planets exhibit the specular.
Oh yeah, we talked about specular. Yeah, I made a video about the moon. Yeah, you're right, Dee. You're right. And actually, you know what? A friend of mine on Facebook, he actually brought up. Well, first, I made a video about the moon. Okay, and I talked about how the moon is not a hologram. There's a lot of people that think, a lot of people in the conspiracy camp think that the moon is a hologram. There's even that guy Crow777 who thinks the moon is a hologram because he's thinking that, he films these lunar waves, the lunar wave that's going across the moon. And there's other people that film that too. And he's also thinking he brought up this one guy back in the 1800s, 1848, who actually observed the dark side of the moon, and the moon, not the back side of the moon, but the side of the moon that was not illuminated, and he actually saw a star transit in front of supposedly in front of the moon, and also I think Jupiter was supposedly to be viewed transiting in front of the moon, and that actually confirms what I've been talking about previously with the multiple glass skies, which creates a cloaking effect to the moon, and it's similar to like when a graphic artist is working in After Effects, when they composite imagery and they use keying. In this case, it would be a luma key. It's a value key. It's a black and white value key. Whatever's dark, if it reaches a certain threshold of darkness, it's going to get keyed out, and so that's what I believe was happening because of these multiple concentric spheres within the concave Earth. And I bring up that one experiment that they recently found out. If you put a series of 4 lenses together and you look through these 4 lenses, you can cloak objects. You can put your hand between the lenses, and your hand will get completely cloaked out. And so that's what I believe is happening with that. But going back, I also talked about the specularity. And they bring up, well, why is, if the moon is a sphere, because the flat earthers think the moon is flat. It's not flat. But if the moon is a sphere, well, why doesn't it have a highlight? Why isn't there like a shadow area going? And I talk about, well, it's probably not that specular. And I just brought this up in Lightwave, and I created different versions where I vary the specularity of the moon. And there's also, I was mentioning before, a Facebook friend of mine was talking about how actually, because light is bending around the inside of the Earth, it's not going to be focusing in on one specific hotspot of a celestial object or a celestial body. And that's another reason why he thinks that it's not creating the specular. It's really just creating a more diffused
light,
lighting. So yeah, the moon is not a hologram. It's definitely an object. But once it all fits together. Once you understand, there's cloaking going on. The bent light, or doesn't have the specularity, and also the lunar wave. I talk about in this video too, where that has been known. There's been known to have polarization, linear polarization to the sky, to the atmosphere. Even just modern, conventional scientists will tell you that the sky is polarized. Why is the sky polarized? Well, if you understand that there's glass in the sky, and they did extensive study on this guy named Raman, there's a term they call Raman spectroscopy, where he actually studied the living desert glass, and he found out that it's actually the glass has a linear polarization to it. And so Crow talks about during the equinoxes that you get this lunar wave effect. And so I'm thinking that the angle of incidence of the sun, it's bending around and hitting the moon, and you're going through these linear polarized glass skies, at least one, probably two. There's going to be this interference scan line, or this wave that goes across it. Some other people thought, well, maybe, because I even mentioned that there's probably water above at least the first glass, So if there's water above too, that's another indication. Maybe there's like a wave happening where the water above the glass is actually creating the wave. That's another possibility. So, but it's safe to say the moon is real. There's a lot of visual effects that are going on. There's a lot of trickery, a lot of deception that the Creator created to trip up mankind, to trip up the pride of mankind.
It's a trip, all right.
It definitely is a trip. A lot of subterfuge going on with the Creator. Who, you look at nature, you look at anything in nature, like I don't know, an orchid. You know, you ever see that thing that they have on an orchid? It looks like a bee that's on an orchid. It's not.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
there's like chameleons. You know, change color. You know, insects look like leaves. There's so much subterfuge and deception going on within nature itself. It's such a trick. It's a trippy trick, and that's how the concave Earth works. You know, you think that modern man's going to think that the planets are working in an apparent retrograde motion, but it's actually a literal retrograde motion caused by the sun, the push and pull of the sun. You know, it's ultimately, I think, it's a form in which the Creator, I don't know, it's a form of entertainment where it's just kind of gets a kick out of watching the pride of man stumble and fall in the end of days and recant and be covered with shame. You know. So that's what I think.
I'm trying to remember his name, Malcolm. He's on YouTube. He's English chap.
Yeah. What? Malcolm Bowden. Malcolm Bowden.
He has one YouTube post he did on 0 to infinity. And he discusses science's abuse of the number 0, such as divide by 0, and science's attempt to go further into complexity than God will allow. I mean, it's God being on the infinite side. Every time science learned something new, they learned the biology of a cell. They discovered that there are inner workings to a cell. They first discovered that there's a cell. Then they discovered there's inner workings to a cell. And then when they take a closer look, they discover DNA. Mm-hmm. You know, and they discover the atom. And then they discover that there are atoms have protons, electrons, and neutrons. And then they discover, well, geez, these can be split down into other things like quarks.
Yeah.
Yep. And his point is that there's no end to the complexity, and that's why God is infinite,
irreducible,
and that man will never be able to achieve a full understanding because that's in the realm of God.
Well, I'd like to quote Psalm 82. Their foundations are out of course. Their foundations of the earth are out of course. You know, it's like they have their foundations and their understanding of the cosmos, and they're on an earth-spinning rock. They're going to conclude of these asinine assumptions. You know, so that's where and then I also quote Isaiah 28:17. Where the hail will sweep away the refuge of lies. And that's going to happen, sadly, I believe. The sun's going to stop, and the hail's going to drop. So, we don't have much more time.
Yeah, Eric Dollard seems to be consistent with what you're saying, that we're in a solar minimum, and there's a good chance the sun will stop.
Did he say that? Is the sun going to stop?
I'm paraphrasing.
Okay.
But there's one up there, there's a YouTube where he says the sun is not what it has been...
Yeah. I mean, he talks about...
Yeah. He's sitting in his car talking about...
Yes, I've seen that video.
And he's talking about the solar minimum and how extreme it's been. And
he's a smart man, but I think he's filled with pride. I mean, he thinks he's still... As far as I know, he still thinks that the Earth is spinning.
He's on the Tesla side of things. So,
but he still thinks the Earth is spinning, and he still thinks he does talk about the sun. He says the sun is hollow, and actually, I believe it's hollow too.
I respect him for his knowledge, and I only say this: that even if he thinks that the Earth is heliocentric, he's smart enough to know that the sun is an electric appliance, and I think that's pretty astute.
Yeah, well, I glean off of him just a couple of points about the sun. One, that looking at the sunspots, they're black, they're dark, and he concludes that they're hollow. It probably is. My sun, the way I see the sun, is actually just a half sphere. The back of the sun, because I saw this in a vision. I don't care. I mean, don't want to believe me, but I saw it. It's flat. It's black. It has a series of parallel light rays that are going across the diameter, and so that I believe those light rays are actually coming from the top of the pyramid behind the celestial sphere, the eye, the all-seeing, the apex of the pyramid. But he talks about the sun is getting its energy from a different dimension.
Yeah. Remember I told you about shape power?
Shape power?
Shape power.
No, I don't remember that.
Well, it's the effect of ether swirling around inside the pyramid.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, there's like this conical, this vortexual action.
If you could, Dietrich, explain what you know about the ether, because that hasn't been discussed too much.
Well, you could fit it into a thimble. I mean, I don't know a lot. I know enough to know that I firmly believe that ether exists. And, I can, after the show, point you to a couple of sources for the author of Shape Power, a book, who also did several YouTubes on the effects of shape to the ether and what effects it has on things.
Yeah. Tesla called it universal compression. So it's a push. It's a push force. It's pushing us down.
So there's something, a very special property about these pyramids as far as the ether is concerned.
Some people call it scalar energy. You know anything about scalar energy?
Yes, that's the book there, Dark Shark.
Vorticity.
Shape Power. What's his name? Davidson? I think the last name of the author is Davidson.
And then I actually believe in this video here I'm showing that, how they talk about the bullet. They say it's the spin of the Earth, the Coriolis effect. It'll sink. The bullet will sink toward the west, or it'll rise toward the east. But they say it's because of the spinning. Earth is moving up. It's going from west to east. But no, it is. I show how it's the ether. The ether is actually pushing and creating a relief within the Earth, and so that's really what's happening.
You heard what you just said?
What's that?
Check this out, right? You just say that when you shoot the bullet always heads down towards the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you're shooting it west, it'll go down.
Right, but the thing is, they're trying to say that's because of an Earth spin.
Right.
But then also, if it's convexity and all this stuff, it's just like that analogy.
Yeah.
Works better. I don't know. It's just it strikes me as okay. The bullet in the concave Earth. You're going to shoot the bullet in the concave Earth. I think it would do exactly what you're saying rather than what they're trying to say. And the comparison between Earth spinning, you should be able to take that physics from the bullet and apply it to other things, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So why does the physics only apply to bullet, not to other objects?
I think the ether is going from the sun is moving east to west. So ether is moving east to west, and it's kind of like dragging it down west. Okay, but if you're shooting east, there's going to be a relief, and so the bullet's actually going to rise in the east, and that's what I show in this video. So it works out, better than because we know that there's no spin to the Earth. It's very simple.
Just these explanations. There were always explanations that the explanations from the heliocentric model are more theoretical and non-proven over and over again for almost every single instance they come up with.
Oh, it's heaped up one thing after another.
Or like what even Malcolm Bowden talks about, the gyro in the airplane. What's it called? A ring laser gyro. Did you ever see his video about that?
No.
It's basically the Sagnac experiment. The Sagnac experiment shows that on a rotating table, when you have two different light sources and they're going against reflectors and they're bouncing and they're hitting this target, and they're hitting at different times because there's the table is spinning in one direction. And so they have these ring laser gyros in airplanes that prove that there's no spin to the Earth, just based on the gyros and how they can actually calculate the exact coordinates of where the airplanes are with these gyros. There's no way they can do that if they're on a spinning Earth.
It's like an inertial guidance system?
Yeah.
Using gyros.
Yeah, ring laser gyros. Let's see if I can find that.
Yeah, ring laser gyroscope. Many tens of thousands of RLGs are operating in inertial navigation systems.
Right.
And it says here too, it operates on the principle of the Sagnac effect, which shifts and nulls the internal standing wave pattern in response to angular rotation. And then it gets into the Sagnac effect.
Mm-hmm. So, there's so much stuff. So much stuff, guys.
Overwhelming contradictions.
Yeah. Well, we talked about a lot tonight.
Yeah, I think we touched upon quite a bit of stuff. You know, an array of what we had.
Well, we'll spend another week hammering.
Yes.
Trying to get the point across.
Absolutely. I'm going to do some more articles on Before Snooze before it's all over. And we're going to get this ball rolling. It's already rolling. And
I think it is.
We'll see what happens. Hey, you guys, do you want to talk a little bit about your speculation on Jade Helm and martial law, do you?
I'm going to say that Jade Helm is getting such scrutiny it's going to go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It can't go anywhere unless they are predetermining a false flag event that is scripted.
Yeah, that Baltimore event seemed very scripted, didn't it? Did you watch it?
Yeah, but it is. It really isn't like the Watts riots or anything on that scale. I'm remembering, from years ago, but it's. I think the situation there is under control, and it's just going to pass. And it's become obvious that there was some foul play involved with five officers who are now being indicted on the handling of this man.
Yeah, I have no idea about that whole event. I wasn't watching.
In Baltimore. But Jade Helm.
What about the Walmart? The Walmart closings.
Texas governor is now insisting on the Jade Helm military wearing ID badges so that they can be readily identified and kept track of.
But the Walmarts. What do you make about that? The tunnels and the plumbing and all that stuff.
Well, it's a cover. It's a cover, I think, and it may well be a combination of things. It may well be a labor dispute because there are unions trying to get into the Walmarts.
Well, my take on it, I believe that I just got to believe. I got to believe in Kingdom Come. I've got to believe in world destruction, sun stoppage, and the powers that be are cognizant of this, and eventually they're going to have to start kettling people underground if they want to be saved. And so I see Walmart as a perfect opportunity to, you got one in every town basically. And so not only functioning as a portal,
that's an interesting thought,
but also functioning as an internment facility for those who are dissident. And so I think that, I was tipped, I don't know if this guy's is legit or not, but he said he worked for the DOJ. He said he worked for FEMA, and he said that May 15th they're gonna stage this alien invasion thing. I don't know if it's real or not. But.
I'm worried about a false flag event, and I know a lot about 9/11. Not to digress here, but 9/11 was a false flag.
Yeah, definitely.
The narrative on 9/11 is simply not true. and how it happened is totally different. And the result of that was it was a stealth coup d'état where we have the state of Israel now in control of our Senate and Congress in Washington. But the point here is that a false flag is something that I think might be a byproduct of Jade Helm, and I'm concerned about that.
Well, we'll find out, huh?
Yes.
Okay. John, you want to say anything in closing, or are we?
No, I think we've done good. I think Six Drops had a good saying here. Think outside the box. Think inside the earth.
Think outside the box. Think inside the earth.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Six Drops on the show next time, huh? How do you feel about that, Six Drops?
It's pretty interesting what he said. But yeah, I mean, the martial laws and the 9/11s and the Sandy Hooks and all these other things. I mean, they're all leading to
why not
try to take your guns, try to put in more federalization, the police systems, and all this stuff. I mean, it wasn't but like maybe 8 years ago I got pulled over, and the police officers wearing basically SWAT gear without the word SWAT on it, standing like to the back of my car on the side to pull me over just to give me a warning for a light bulb being out.
Wow.
I mean, I was
a little
like,
extreme. That's scary.
It's just getting worse and worse.
We don't need a Department of Home.
Well, they know where I'm at.
Security, that's for sure.
They know where I'm at. They say hi to me in public places.
It's just Steve. Let him know.
Okay. All right, guys. This was a great show. Dietrich, thanks for coming on, man.
All right.
And again, thank you, John.
It's been fun. Thank you for inviting.
All right. Look for the link on YouTube. And until next time, God bless ya.
God bless.
Take care.
Right, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live for Concave Earth session number 5. Hey, that rhymes. This show is looks like a really exciting show because we have 2 new guests, along with John, of course, my permanent guest, co-host, whatever you want to call him. We have Mr. Fred Winthrop. Fred Winthrop is actually Joseph Winthrop's father, and he's going to share with us some of his stories about he actually worked on the Apollo modules, crafting the modules, the honeycomb structures on the modules, and he also has some experience with cryptography, Morse code, military, and he's also an opera singer. So we also have Teresa Arebalo. She is also military. I mean, we got military personnel here. This is great. She was from the Navy. She flew in P-3 Orions, and she has some real interesting information we'd like to discuss as far as acoustics go within the concave Earth. So she has some really interesting, revealing information of just why acoustics and the decibel level of airplanes, how it actually works. It makes more sense within a concave Earth. So anyway, Fred, let's just start it off with you. You want to introduce yourself a little bit for us, please?
Yeah, my name is Fred Winthrop, and I'm retired. I'm Joseph's father. I just had my 75th birthday on May 5th.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm still hale and hearty and getting around quite well. I retired from singing opera about 7 years ago, but because I love the art form, I started up my own little company. It's called Verismo Opera.
What's it called?
Yeah, Verismo, Verismo,
Verismo? Verismo.
Verismo Opera, which means Verismo itself means real life, true to life. Events. And
is that an Italian word?
Yes, it is.
I know opera. I mean, they like to talk about it, crescendos and acapellas.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't you? Joseph told me you sang for Bohemian. You were invited to sing at Bohemian Grove, isn't that? Is that true?
The Hollywood? No, not Bohemian. Oh, Bohemian Grove, yeah, in San Francisco. Yes. I was invited to join the Brotherhood, so to speak, there, and I declined. I didn't want to be a part of it.
Good for you.
Yeah, the guys, one of the guys, well, there were several in the opera chorus at San Francisco Opera, and they invited me to come over many times. I went once, and I decided it was not for me.
Are you like a tenor? Or are you you're not a soprano, obviously.
Oh, I hope not. No, I'm a tenor.
Tenor. Okay, great.
The tenor gets all the girls.
So oh, really? Oh, that's nice.
Well, anyway.
So anyway, we had a little chat, a prelim chat, and you were talking about your work with the Apollo program.
Yep.
And you talked about how you worked on the honeycomb panels of was it the lunar module itself, or was it a different part of it?
No, it was the capsule, the actual capsules that supposedly went into outer space and supposedly landed on the moon.
Supposedly.
Well, supposedly. I'm skeptical after all these years. I never even thought about it, but because Joseph is such a brain stimulator.
He's a bright young man.
Yeah, and the challenge. I got to thinking about it. Whoa, here we are, what is it, about 25, 30 years hence, and now they're thinking of that. All of a sudden they lost the knowledge on how to put these things together and send them back up to the moon again. Reportedly, when the program ran out, it was Richard Nixon was in office, and they said he just didn't want to spend any more money on it. But I think it was a lost leader. After watching the History Channel and seeing some of the so-called pictures sent back from the moon, I was bewildered because my common sense told me that how could this little module, I worked on it, how could it take off by itself from the moon and come back to Earth, and who was pushing the buttons on the camera to show it taking off?
Yeah, it's really asinine. There's so many problems in anomalies. Go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, well, that created a lot of doubt in me until today. I don't believe that they ever went to the moon, and so whatever anyone thinks about that, that's how I feel.
Good for you. Do you feel like that's? Do you talk with any of your old work associates back then? I mean, do you...
Well, we're talking about this is almost 45 years ago.
Right.
I started working on the Apollo spacecraft back in 1966. And so by my math here, that's about 45 years ago. And I would dare say that most of the people that I work with are probably no longer on this earth. So I just happen to be one who's still around. But I did work on it.
It must be your genes, your longevity genes.
I think so, yeah. It runs in my family from my father's side.
That's great. So anyway, you were actually helping out Joe with some of the laser experiments, the geodetic experiments that he would go out on the lake and he would shoot across the lake, and you'd be on the other side, and you'd be reading, or you'd be shooting a laser and he'd be recording it, and
yeah, it was very interesting and difficult for me because I can't get around like I used to, and I have a bad knee.
had one knee replaced, but I didn't get the other, my right knee replaced, and so I'm just managing now to get along with as little pain as possible. But I went out with him, and we were climbing on rocks and so forth, and it was quite an experience. It was scary at times because we only went out at night, and it's dark.
Yeah.
The areas where we went are not well lighted.
Sure.
So it was interesting to see what
Yeah.
he was very excited. So it's the least I can do for my son.
Sure. And he was the one who actually introduced concave Earth theory to you. I mean, you probably never heard of it.
Never heard of it. No.
That's great.
I'm just like most of the people on this earth. We only believe what we've been told for so long.
Yeah.
None of what we know is empirical. It's just passed down to us.
Yeah. And they say you tell a big enough lie, more people are going to believe it, as opposed to something that's
That's correct. I firmly believe that. Yes.
Hitler said that. And so, what's your expertise with Morse code? You actually did that in the Navy or the Army or the Air Force? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force. My last assignment was at Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, which used to be, I'm not sure whether it is now, but Strategic Air Command's headquarters, SAC headquarters. And I had to have a clearance, a top secret cryptographic clearance to work where I worked, down under about 6 flights under. And what we did was we communicated with the YouTube. I don't know if you guys are familiar with YouTube now because they're defunct at this point.
With the U-2s? Is that what you said?
Yeah, U-2s. They were the birds that flew, the planes that flew 70,000 feet up or something like that, and they were sending back information about Cuba. And when I was in Alaska,
during the missile crisis.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And when I was in Alaska, they were sending back information about what's going on in northern Alaska.
I see.
On the you can to quote somebody, I can see Alaska from my backyard.
So were you actually part of the encryption, or were you actually the decryption? Where you actually?
No, I received the information and passed it on.
Oh, I see.
I didn't deal with that.
Gotcha. Well, you've had an exciting life.
Well, it's been very interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
And now
it's not over yet.
No, it's not over. So now you're just singing for pleasure, basically. I mean, you're retired, correct?
I'm retired, and I call myself a weekend warrior. Because we rehearse on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and we perform on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays.
Excellent.
And that's it.
Great.
And it's good. I have lots of people who are in my group, and being on the weekend program makes it easy for everyone because everybody has a 9-to-5er. And so they don't want to go out during the week, and I can understand that. But
more time to spend with Joe and help him out with his experiments than on the weekends.
I'm anticipating what's going to be next.
Oh, you got a question, Teresa? What's your question?
Yes. Okay, back in the military, I was in AMS 3. I'm very familiar with the fiberglass compositions. And you said this is the honeycomb?
Yeah, it's honeycomb. It looks like a honeycomb. It's
right. I've seen it.
Lightweight aluminum,
mm-hmm.
And there was an outer hull and an inner hull, and it sandwiched in between those two hulls, HULLS, were the honeycomb.
Right.
And the reason for that design was so that it would not have been plausible or reasonable to drill everything, because then you would have a chance of air gain.
Bingo, right there. Yep. Okay, because I was curious about that, because I know that we also use the honeycomb construction of certain aircrafts, but it's only used in the nose radome area. If you're familiar with aircraft lingo, the very tippy part of the nose of an aircraft.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it would surprise me that something, because I know I have myself replaced bird strikes. Are you familiar with a bird strike?
No, I'm not.
That's when an airplane actually has the misfortune of, or a bird, either or, has the misfortune of kissing an airplane, and it'll actually leave a hole in a nose radome of this construction. And it would surprise me that they would put fiberglass, this kind of fiberglass construction anywhere on a device that they would have so many lives depending on out there in space on. But that was a surprise to me when you said that. I mean, who knows? You know, who am I to say? I never shot out in space, but that is quite a surprise when you said. And that was actually on the pod itself.
On the what?
On the space pod itself. There, the pictures we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Apollo 16 or whatever.
13?
13, yeah, Apollo 13. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like, but to me it would have been very claustrophobic, because when we were working inside, attaching or bonding flanges to the interior, I got claustrophobic because it's so small, and they have 3 men in there. There's hardly any room to wiggle with all of the cabinetry that they assembled inside. But it was. It's been so long. I don't know what the dimensions are, but it was barely enough for 3 people to sit into comfortably. And this is why, after thinking about it, after all these years, I never thought about it. But actually, at the time that I was working on it, I was very proud, because it was doing something for our country.
Patriotic.
I believe that, and also they paid quite well, so I had a job. But the job, as we all know, Apollo.
When did you first start suspecting that they never went? And was it just gradual? I mean, what's his name? That guy William Keating, or he wrote a book about it. I mean, back in the 70s. But was it just like? Did Joe bring it to your attention? Did you just?
Yeah, just recently. I really never gave it any thought. What bewildered me or caused me to stop and think early on was that it ran out. The program just abruptly ended.
Yeah.
And it's, I know how countries are just our country, whatever country, they all want to be history makers.
Sure.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, if they went to the moon, why didn't they set up a colony at that time?
What I think, I'm trying to think, the psychology behind it all. And, of course, the Russians, they actually came out with so-called photographs of the dark side of the moon. So they published these photos. Look, we made these. We orbited around the backside of the moon, and look at these pictures here. And then this, I forgot his name, but he published a book. He said the Russians' space hoax. It was a hoax. They didn't orbit around the backside of the moon. And so what I think is that the Americans had leverage now. They knew the Russians faked it. So it's like, okay, well, we're going to blow your cover, Russians. If you don't, if you blow our cover, we're going to blow yours. So we're going to fake this moon crap, and you guys just got to keep quiet. And so it's just kind of tit for tat type of thing.
I believe that. I really sincerely believe it. I told Joe that, after all these years, it just, hindsight is always 20/20.
Yeah.
And so, but I never even gave it any thought. I mean, actually, I was married to his mom, and we had 3 kids, and that was my world. So I never gave any thought to that part of our existence, except I started watching the History Channel, and they had many items on there which caused doubt. And then the final one, the one that broke the camel's back, was the one where they showed the Apollo taking off from the moon, and someone was filming it, or something was filming it. And at that time, we didn't have that technology at that time.
Go ahead, John.
I think that was just a computer-generated, view from what NASA depicts, kind of like how they show us satellites, but there's not actually a photo of the actual satellite space. That's what people want to think. But on this whole thing, I'd like to ask you, is there one particular problem you see about the Apollo missions that stands out that shows that we didn't get to the moon?
No, there's nothing I have in my knowledge or possession to disprove it. It's just a gut feeling, if you want to put it that way. I think the biggest tragedy was when those astronauts went up into space and got blown up. That was the thing that caused me to stop and think about what's going on here. Because number one, seven astronauts in that little capsule, I may have this incorrectly, but in that little capsule does not work. I think that when you have in recent history, they were sending up the shuttle, they were sending up a Russian capsule, and they only had 3. Each time they only had 3 people. So why did they have 7? I think it was 7 in that.
The Challenger disaster.
Yeah, I might be wrong, but I think there was 7 in that.
Well, his name was William Keating. He died. William Casing. That's what it was. And he wrote the book. And he was actually a publisher for rockets. For jet propulsion. And he would say the obvious, blatant anomaly with the so-called moon landings was that there was no crater that when the LEM is supposedly landing. There's no you're gonna have this engine thrust coming out, and there's nothing. There's no deformation to the surface below it. It's just perfectly untouched, and it's like that would never happen. You'd have this big blowout, this crater formation right underneath the module.
And the lighting's wrong too.
Oh yeah, the lighting's wrong.
And along, adding to that, to the best of my knowledge, the Apollo did not have rockets on it. I could be wrong. It did not have rockets on it. So how did it jettison back into space?
I always wondered.
I could be wrong. I'm just.
It's hilarious. Then you got stereo.
Trying to figure out. I don't have all the information, because I only worked on the module.
Sure.
That was it.
Yeah, you were compartmentalized.
That's correct.
Everybody had their own specific function, never cognizant of the whole, just the parts.
That's correct.
So that's the way.
What happened to them after they were shipped to NASA? Wherever NASA or whomever. I have no knowledge of that at all. We were at the A part, which is the starting putting it together. What was that Z? There's a whole chasm there that I can't explain. But my common sense tells me that it just doesn't add up. It simply does not add up. And now that the Chinese are planning on landing a person on the moon in 3 years now, where does that leave us? The United States.
Yeah. Well, it's across the board as far as faking stuff. Every country's doing it. They're going underwater with bubbles, but anyway.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. In today's day and age, they keep talking about these millionaires getting all together to travel out to a one-way trip to Mars. Do you think that this is possible?
No. had a big discussion with Joe on that, and I told him, I said, I may not be here because, you know, I don't expect to live forever. No one does. But if they go to Mars, that will be the biggest joke because it's a one-way trip. Number one, there's nothing on Mars. There's no vegetarian vegetation, no water, nothing. So how are they going to survive? I mean, you can go up and build a biodome, sure, but will that suffice? I mean, every time you go out of the igloos or domes that they have in the plans, you have to put on your G suit. You know, you have to put on your space suit. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't believe it's going to happen.
Well, you know, just the whole interest in space travel. It's a money-making operation. That's all there is. They don't have to They don't actually have to do anything. They just have to say they're going to do it. And
that's right. And then all the cattle start running.
Exactly. they have all the advanced computer graphics of the modern age to do it and to fake people and to fool people. And you know, everybody's part of it. You know, all the news agencies, all the so-called scientific institutions. Oh yeah, we went to the moon.
Yeah,
everybody's shilling for them. You know,
I'm all I can say is show me.
Exactly.
I got another question. Sorry.
Yeah. Sure, Teresa.
We all remember. Well, most of us remember. I don't know. It was about '69 or something. The space landing. I think it was number 11 or whatever, Apollo 11. And remember? Does anyone else remember that little phone call from the president to the moon?
Oh yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't know about it. Go ahead.
All right. This is something I guess, you know, as a kid that they had the phone call. Was it Nixon just chatting it up with the astronauts on the moon, you know, congratulating them on their success and everything, and it was right then and there, more or less instant gratification. Back there in 60 whatever it was, okay? But now, here we are, 3 decades later, just to be, you know, gracious, 3 decades later,
more. Yeah, about 40 years, actually.
And now, I hate saying the N-word, NASA goes ahead and says, they go ahead and say, you know, oh yeah, we're going to send this device out into space to, say, I don't know, whatever planet they choose to pick, and it's going to take us till 2020 to get anything. And I'm like, wait a minute. We're in year 2014, 2013, 2015 now, and all of a sudden we can't see nothing. We have no instant gratification for nothing now. But back there in year 1960 whatever, the president can go ahead and make, you know, hey, how's it going? This is the most expensive long-distance call I ever made.
Yeah. You know what? You know what I find funny about that? In 9/11, they were making phone calls from cell phones and stuff, and they say that wasn't possible on the planes.
Yeah.
I have a problem with understanding how you can do it 240 million miles away.
In 69!
I don't understand that part.
Nathan, welcome,
that was my
Nathan.
question.
How you doing, Nate?
Just my question.
Yeah, well, it's a good question.
Nate is my good
I'm
buddy.
not saying you got the answer, Mr. Sir, but you know,
I mean, I'm playing.
One I had to put out there since you were all
playing
on
this. I'm playing on the screen here. Danny, she's actually. Oh yeah, we got to talk about the Concave Earth forum, but we just started the forum. But anyway, she made 2 videos about these astronauts on cables. They're falling down on the moon, and then they're magically being just pulled back up. You know, it's only 1/6 of the moon's
fishing
gravity.
wires.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Hollywood did them great. Hollywood did a great job on that because it was not
Stanley
real.
Kubrick, yeah. Stanley Kubrick probably helped them.
Yeah. And as I said, the module did not have jet fans on them to propel them off the Earth, off the moon. So how did they get off without any rocketry? And just a whole ton of questions that go unanswered.
And then the Van Allen radiation, supposedly, there's a Van Allen radiation belt, or two of them actually. You know, and now they can't do it. You know, now they have the Orion.
That's in this great age of technology, it's impossible to do it.
Yeah, it's the only NASA. I mean, with all their advanced technological prowess and accomplishments, it's all of a sudden going backwards. It's interesting.
And you know, also another thing noteworthy is that for years we've been using the Russian system to go to the space station.
Yes,
we didn't have one. Somebody explain that to me. How we had all of that information and technology in the 60s, but we have to rely on the Russians to go to the space station.
Exactly.
It really is a misnomer.
It is, definitely.
A mystery.
How's it going, Nathan?
Hey.
What are you up to?
I've been looking forward to this show for a while, I guess.
Excellent.
Hey, how's it going?
It's my good buddy Nathan. John, meet Nathan, Teresa, Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, Joseph.
Sorry.
Your name is, Joe's name is under your pictures. I just think I read the
name. Yeah. Anyway, it's really interesting, and I don't know. I don't think that we'll ever have the answers, because I don't think that our government is willing to suffer the embarrassment of giving us the truth about what actually happened.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. But I do believe that all will be revealed one day, because I don't believe we have much time.
Well, I would agree with that too.
Because I have like my own understanding of what will happen because of the structure of the Earth. We're living in the concave Earth. What we think of outer space is actually inner space. You know, stars are not millions of light years away. Everything is tiny up in the middle of the Earth, and the Earth is not moving. It's stationary. There's no evidence whatsoever that there's a spin to the Earth. And so, what is moving is the stars. The stars, the sun, the moon, everything in space is moving, but the Earth is not. And so, there actually was a time in recorded history, legends recorded all over the world, that the sun stopped in the sky. Now, you can't have that on an Earth spinning system, you know, because the Earth would supposedly, you know, you have this whole whiplash effect of oceans completely enveloping continents, you know, tsunamis everywhere. But if the sun did stop in the past, it's also mentioned in Scripture, and then it coincides with large hailstones from heaven falling. They mentioned that in Scripture, and so it's prophesied that's what's going to happen again. You know, the final day and the final hour. If you have this foundational understanding of how the Earth actually works, how the universe actually works, the Earth is like this contained, synchronized system, and so everything is on a timer. And so if the sun stops, you know, it's like holding a magnifying glass over a certain area for a long time. It's going to start heating up and burning up, and so. Because I believe there's a glass sky too, and I believe there's actually ice that's attached to the glass sky. See, what has been falling recently, more so recently, but even for centuries, they call them mega cryometeors, or large chunks of ice, and so they can't explain where they're coming from. They're just coming out of, you know, a clear blue sky in the middle of summertime or something. You know, there's no good, reasonable explanation of where they're coming from.
Well, but their explanation is that it's fallen from a jet airplane or something.
Well, you know, yeah, they can't actually. No, they actually ruled that out because, well, for one thing, they've been falling for centuries prior to aviation. And another thing, those ones that come out of the laboratories and the airplanes, they're dyed blue. And the FAA actually, there's one that fell in Chicago recently. They ruled out airplane, and they don't know. The scientists don't know where it's coming from. You know, some think that it's coming from a so-called wind shear in the troposphere, but there's no way, because some of these have been actually reported to weigh as much as 1,500 pounds. One supposedly weighed, you know, there's no way a 1,500-pound block of ice is going to fall out of clear blue sky. There's got to be some kind of, you know, some kind of foundation for that to formulate from. And so within this concave Earth structure, I believe there's actually a literal ceiling to the sky, made out of glass, and I believe that everybody, I believe NASA knows about this, and you know, the Masons or whatever, the higher level secret societies, they know about this. They just keep it hidden from public. And so I believe that the sun is going to stop, and I believe that hail is going to fall. And there's a verse in Scripture that says the hail will sweep away the refuge of lies. And so all these lies, that's why I believe that. My theory is, there's talk about martial law happening, not just in America with Jade Helm, but there's talk about in Canada with Operation Maple, and then in Europe with the NATO forces getting together, and in Russia. So it seems like, even more so lately, even like exponentially increasing, all these countries are starting to formulate their little plans to issue some kind of martial law declaration. Like, it's like they know some kind of catastrophic worldwide doom is about to happen, and so that's my take on it. And so that's.
What's your take on the holes that keep showing up around the Earth?
Oh, you mean the sinkholes?
Yeah, the sinkholes.
Well, yeah, I think their explanation is reasonable. I think that there's a cavity that formulates underneath the ground, and due to water erosion or whatever, and so it just keeps growing, and then eventually just, the top part is just a thin film, and eventually just caves in. I don't have too much of a problem with how they explain that.
We have a local joke about sinkholes. They say that someone ended up dividing by 0.
Well, what amazes me is that they're so perfectly perfect in
round,
perfectly round.
Yeah,
that just shocks me to see.
Well, I never bought the meteor crater in Arizona. I don't think that's a meteor crater. I think that's most likely a sinkhole, or even possibly a large chunk of ice that fell down from the sky. I don't know if you know about the Tunguska event in 1908 in Siberia.
Yes, I do.
But that's a mystery to them.
I know.
But
after all these years.
Yeah, but within my model, I believe there's a mantle of ice attached to this glass sky, approximately 100 kilometers. And so I believe that if a large sheet of ice fell down like that, there's no remnants of any meteorites laying around. And just the way that it just kind of just pushed out the trees and everything, it's like a circular formation. And you heard it. I think they heard the boom. They heard it from like 1,000 miles away, and that kind of coincides with these smaller blocks of ice that fall, because people say they hear it sounds like a. What do they say it sounds like? It sounds like a. Did they say a meteor? They say, no, it sounds like a missile. It sounds like a missile hit the ground. Sound. That's a good segue. We can talk about sound now, Teresa.
Well, listen, I have. I'm going to give you back to Joe here. I've got something. I have rehearsals tomorrow, so I can do my planning.
Hey, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to have you, Fred.
Well, I'll come back again. Nice to meet you all.
Okay, take care.
Here's Joe.
So anyway, Teresa and I were talking earlier, and she's like, well, go ahead and just explain it. What your theory about the sound?
Okay, well, I got a lot of theories about sound. I've got a little bit of a P3 Orion background. I know that we used a lot with the Sono Boys. It's a big old waterproof microphone, and you can drop him down into the ocean.
So a Sono Boy is underwater? It
is underwater, and at the right depth, and you got to figure out how. And it's got little devices, tells you how deep you are on the Sono Boy, how deep it is, and how warm the ocean is. And you've got to do your math and your algebra, and you let that Sono Boy drop to a certain depth, depending on the temperature of the water. You can hear a whole half or hemisphere, whatever you want to call it, of the globe.
Yeah.
So, and in terms of an anti-submarine warfare advantage of the P3 Orion, they had their 15 minutes of fame, Hunt for Red October, the movie, the book. But that's kind of the gist of it. So, that what the deal was, the Russians at that time had more submarines, but we at that time had more of the anti-submarine warfare. It kind of, we had the anti-submarine birds. They had the all the subs, so you kind of balance each other out. We could kind of keep an eye on what they're doing under the sea just by listening, and we, listening to a half, you drop 2 sonar buoys, you got it covered.
Interesting.
So I know that when you dropped a sonar buoy, it was a nice treat. I mean, because it don't take that many, and there's fleets and fleets of P3 Orions, but yeah, you can do quite a bit.
So yeah,
and there you go. Yeah, I'm seeing them pictures up there. But yeah, we did it from the P3 Orion instead of just dropping them overboard. But yeah, it's not the same thing. They look very familiar.
And so you're saying, actually, because of the way acoustics work within a concave chamber, right? I mean, you can hear an aircraft above your head, even though it's 35,000 feet, 50,000 feet high.
Yeah. We've all went in the yard and thought that the airplane was, way closer than it was, and you look up and it's really a little tiny little thing way out there.
Yeah.
Or you've heard something at night and you just barely see the little blinking lights go way out there, and you're like, geez, it sounded a lot closer.
Yeah, why do you?
And then you find out that it's way up there, and you can hear it, but you take that airplane and put it on the ground and let it scream at the same amount of decibels, however you want to pronounce it, and you get yourself in a glider.
I like decibels.
Decibels. You get yourself in a little glider, and you let that airplane that was screaming way up there, say, let's just for argument's sake say 10,000 feet. I don't know how. I don't really care. I never paid attention. I was doing other things anyway.
Right.
But it's way up here, and you take that same amount of noise that it's screaming at, and you put it down on the ground. Say I was God, and I took that plane and I put it on the ground, and I scotch taped it on the ground, and then I take you and I put you in a glider that makes no noise, no engines. It's just glide, big old wings, and you fly right over that airplane that's still screaming, and not even half the height.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear nothing, but the glider going by, the wing, the air going by.
Yeah,
it's and you got to think about the math on
standard acoustics. I mean, they use these spherical dishes to absorb the sound, or to project the sound, and the boom microphones, with the dishes.
Right,
I mean, they don't use convex dishes.
No, but the thing also you got to remember about water, though, is how it does carry noise.
Yeah,
so you got to kind of excuse the water. It's really great for carrying noise. But
sure,
that's interesting. Okay, go ahead.
There was also sorry. But you also got, on the terms of noise itself, like, we said, the earthquakes rings like a bell. The earth rings like a bell. The 20th, it's at the note of E, 20 octaves below middle C.
That's pretty low.
Look it up. Google it.
Yeah.
Check it out. I might have a link. I can submit the link to you guys. It's just common knowledge. The earth rings like a bell. You can't take something and fill it full of hot molten sand and smack it or let it earthquake, and it will not. Hot molten sand does not, or hot molten lava or a hot molten core will not ring like a bell. However,
Yeah. Amazing earth facts that fascinate. The earth rings like a bell after a large earthquake. The lowest ring tone is E flat
seen that
in the
link,
20th octave below middle C.
Oh, pardon.
Go ahead. Yeah. And they say, the moon rings like a bell too.
Yes, they do.
Maurice Ewing. I don't know.
When they bombed the, I have no idea if they bombed it. I hear they bombed it.
Actually,
but when if they bombed it, they claim it rang like a bell also. Who am I? I wasn't there. I don't know, but But that's something to think. You just can't fill something full of molten sand and a little bit of water here, a little water over here, and bang, ring like a bell. I'm not sure. Just try it at home, kids.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to be said about just noise.
Definitely. I think that makes a good selling point for the Concave Earth. The whole audio. It's just like an audio chamber.
And then I know you guys talked about the elite a little bit there. That's kind of an interesting thing, too, because way back when I was a kid, I graduated high school early, and so I was kind of out and about a lot. But yeah, I would end up being married once, and it turns out I was married. You guys ever heard of the Carnegies?
Yeah. Andrew,
okay.
Is it Andrew Carnegie? Andrew Carnegie?
Well, and there's a handful of them. I don't know, but of course, the gentleman I was married to, his dad, David Smith, was actually giggling with glee to show me the blueprints of that, that blackbird with the weirdest kind of wanky, and he was giggling, look at I get to show you. But yeah, he would often talk about Uncle Fred Carnegie.
Phone right now, but if you leave a message,
Really? Uncle Fred Carnegie?
Uncle Fred Carnegie. And then I know my husband at the time would sit there, and you know the dollar bill on the eye over the dollar bill, and you got the pyramid under the eye.
Yeah.
He would sit there and giggle. He says, "Look, honey, that's us."
Oh,
One of the
really?
bricks on the. So but of course he's long gone. He died, and but and that's another mess. But there's a lot to be said about the elite, and there's a lot to be said about their motives. And
I know. Yeah. That's what's really making me wonder. There's got to be some kind of coup d'état where, like, the good people,
well,
just take over. We need these underground bunkers. Sorry, you fat, rich, disgusting people. You're not going to take them.
Well, here's the deal. If NASA would actually say, okay, guys, it is a concave Earth, and that's and like say, okay, NASA actually came to plane and said, okay, Steve, your model's spot on. All right, say that happened.
Yeah.
The problem is NASA could not take the buku dollars, because then we would know that it's a finite space.
Mm-hmm.
It's a finite place.
Yeah.
It's not infinite. They can't, and it's that's something to consider.
Yeah.
They're going to fight that tooth and nail.
Well, it's gonna. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to capitulate eventually. It's just a matter of time. They're running out of time, so and sometimes I think maybe they're using all this money that they generate from these bullshit missions or whatever to fund their underground operations, their black ops.
Well, it goes a little. I'm speechless. But yeah, it goes deep. I believe it goes very, very deep, and everybody's kind of hands in everybody's pockets, yada yada yada. But it goes, and Bermuda. But there's a lot to be said about, or a lot to not be said about the elite. Let's put it that way. And they've got everybody's. It's like the big. What if everybody knew? Like, oh my God, we're in this big bubble, and they're shoving all these pollutants from the fossil fuels all into our air, and it's not eventually filtering out and petering out into space. It's all stuck here coming back, and we're all breathing the same crap in this bubble all the time. Do you think people wouldn't just get infuriated and let the big fossil fuel dealers just keep pumping this crap into our air that we're stuck in a big bubble? It's like farting in a spacesuit, you know what I mean?
Let's talk about these ATSs that.
Selfies in the vacuum of space.
Selfies in the vacuum of space.
Yes.
What do you think's going on there?
Me?
Yeah.
No clue. But like I said, you can.
Google Sky, right?
Yeah, if you look around at that picture, you can actually see the location, the inclination, if you get the far out. But the patch, no clue what that's about either, because I love the stars. I remember laying down as a kid and being able to see something very similar to that just for hours as a little kid. I can't do that no more. It's hard. I'm in the city anyway. So, but no, I remember looking at a kid and seeing that big square patch all the time saying, gee, that reminds me, I got a hole in my jeans. And that, you just cannot take a selfie in space.
Yeah.
But everybody claims there's a vacuum of space. What do you have a reflection in the vacuum of space of? I mean,
Exactly.
selfie.
So that's why I think that I brought up ATS, attached to sky. And so
Yes,
that's what I think
yes.
there's a glass sky. Most
I don't know.
likely-
I mean, maybe someone's can explain that better than I can, but to me it looks like a selfie in the quote-unquote vacuum of space.
I think you got a very good point there. What do you guys think? John, what do you think about that?
Well, I've seen this before. I think it's quite interesting, and I mean, even till today, watching your video and things like that, I'm not really sure what to make of the images. I mean, the idea that there could be something attached to the glass sky, and that's the reflection. But besides that, I really don't have anything input on that sort of thing.
Yeah, I made a video probably almost 2 years ago where I was just, if we do have a glass sky, and we have the, the so-called satellite imagery of Earth, maybe they're just mounting some kind of some like transparent apparatuses, attaching them. I mean, I'm just reading, this is speculative, but they called it ATS back in 1966, the first so-called satellite, and I think it stands for Applied Technology Satellite or something like that. Or I'm like, apply to sky. And
Attached to sky?
Yeah, well, I call it attached to sky.
I'm not too sure.
They call it applications technology satellite.
Regardless, anything they quote-unquote supposed to be shooting out there should not be taking selfies.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So anyway, John whipped up a forum in like record time. Was it like 2 days ago, or maybe 3 at the most? I was like, "Hey, John, we should put together I was going to say flat. We should put together a Concave Earth forum because there's they have these flat Earth forums, and I'm like, it'd really be a good place to just to have like a home base for people just to register and talk about this stuff." And great job here. I'm just looking at it right now. If you guys watching haven't registered, please do. You already put the link in there, didn't you?
Yeah, an easy way to get to the forum if you are unable to get the link, on my blog, concaveearth.blogspot.com, there is a forum link on the tab on the top. You just click there, it brings you directly to the forum. Use that, that address that it links to as the forum page. You don't have to necessarily go through the blog every time, and you can always put it as a bookmark.
Excellent.
Nice. But yes.
So there we go. Good show. You guys want to talk about anything else?
Well, I have something I can input here. One of the things I thought was interesting. I thought I should share this because I'm in the field, and you brought up the global warming, basically with the glass sky and the fossil fuels keeping it all inside, right? And how the elites have this control of
everything?
Oil, everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the oil in particular, in this comment. Have you guys heard of the Saturn EV1 vehicle?
No.
Wait a minute now. Hold on.
You never heard of it?
Is it a car? Is it a car?
It is a car. GM made this car, developed this car to have zero emissions, complete zero emissions. Small little car, fully electronic engine, and they put out about 4,000 of them in California. They literally had no gas enough. These hybrid cars that you're out there buying, everybody's buying a hybrid car, you're being duped because I'm telling you, it's just a waste. You're actually spending a whole lot more to create the batteries and everything inside than you are to save up emissions. The EV1 vehicle got at 75 miles per hour
300 miles per charge. It was a fully electronic vehicle. GM bought a battery company that allowed the vehicle to get the 300 miles per charge, and they called this car the Corvette of electronic vehicles.
Wow.
What they did is they leased all these 4,000 cars. At the end of the lease, they took all the cars back and they crushed them all because these cars cannot be serviced. There is no oils to change. There is no fluids, nothing. All you have is brakes, tires, and suspension parts. Car's vehicle is too good to come to market, and it removes the oil system and everything else, so that they crushed them all. There's also a bus in the 70s that was fully electronic, and that bus doesn't exist anymore either.
Pathetic, that's really pathetic.
So these hybrid cars, the engine that's in it, all it does is the actual engine part just charges the battery, and the car literally drives off the battery. It doesn't drive off the engine. I mean, a diesel engine gets more gas mileage than a hybrid car. So, and the diesel engines, like right now I work for Toyota. Toyota has diesel engines in all their vehicles overseas, all over the place. But they're not over here, because diesel engines are better than the gasoline engines when it comes to miles per gallon.
Mm-hmm.
At least in America, we're very suppressed in what we're able to have.
Yeah.
And the miles per gallon game that's going on, it is exactly that. But this is the illustration of control that they have, calling that we're the problem and we're the ones causing global warming, when we already have all the solutions.
Yeah. Well, they're going to lose all these jobs, and the unions they won't let you get away with that. Got to keep them employed.
No, but it's the same thing with Tesla. Tesla wanted to give free electricity.
JP Morgan. No.
Yeah, and they got to stop funding Tesla.
Cannot put a meter on free electricity.
Yeah, they got to let them go broke. They got to go with Edison.
This world's just so fucked up. It's just so fucked up.
Yeah,
it's time for me to take over. I'm sorry, I got to take over. This is bullshit. Let everything be free. Anyway,
we got a lot of problems, but we already have the solutions as well.
Yes. So, it's just a matter of time before the coup happens. I mean, I don't know. Well, I do know. Coming from a faith-based understanding of things, the kingdom will be done, and it's not, it's not coming up from above. It's just a matter of implementing that takeover, which will happen. It's going to happen. It's bound to happen.
Eventually, it's this tough situation we have all around us.
Who killed the electric
car? Who killed the electric car.com.
Yeah, that's a documentary that was put out. There's a second documentary to it that further goes into it, but that will explain everything that I just said in much more detail there. But very interesting. If you ever thought that there was no way we can make this happen. And you look at a Chevrolet Tahoe that's a hybrid, it gets the exact same gas mileage as it does as a regular gasoline engine. So what's the purpose of the hybrid?
Yeah, what is the purpose?
It's a joke.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's that big bad dollar bill that keeps getting less and less valuable, but I won't even go there either. Don't get me started. But yeah, and you mentioned something about the Mars expedition earlier.
Yeah.
And there was an article I just seen the other day where they had picked it down to 5 or 6 Britons. I don't know even if it was titled right. 5 or 6 Britons hit the Britons. Let me see if I can find that link real quick that I saved here. And I really kind of worry that people are actually volunteering. I have no idea if it's true that these people are actually volunteering for this thing to go to Mars.
It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
Let's see if I can...
What's his name from Virgin Atlantic?
The 5 Britons.
What's that guy's name? Richard Branson? What a fucking scam artist.
TheDailyMail.com, meet the 5 Britons who could live on Mars and never return.
What's a Briton?
I don't know. It's just how I spelled it. Britons. Who could... And I'm thinking if they're going to sign, and they're signing away their life. They're saying you're never going to come back to Earth, ever.
Oh, that's all bullshit.
So, I mean, I don't think I could
drama.
happily do that. Most of them are these scientists, and I'm like, they're going to sign away their life, and I mean, that sounds like something that's...
Mars is a what? It's about 40, 50 feet wide. How are they going to live on Mars?
But no, all they got to do is ship them up to the ISS, which is in low orbit. Let them believe they're going to Mars. Let them hang and play in the anti-gravity in the ISS for a while. Okay? It's a big... I can see the capitalization on this. It's just a theory. I'm not there. But they pick up these people. They've paid all this good money. They're signing their life away to never return on Earth. Boy! You know, so here's the deal. I mean, you can build all kinds of drama on that.
It's a drama.
You go ahead... You're tired of them. You're not having enough ratings, and the money's not coming in. You knock one. Someone had a leak in their suit. They just signed their life away.
Well, that's what Apollo 13 was.
But you bring them up to the ISS, and they're floating on their travels to Mars and the ISS, and then when you finally get to Mars, you land them right back down to Earth.
Exactly.
Where this Mars set is. And nobody knows, and if they think that they're leaking, they've got to watch them 24/7. And if they're leaking, they do them off. They don't have, they can just do off. They've signed off their life. They're never coming back to Earth. They do them off. If they think that the secret's going to escape, just you're over, dead. You're dead. Boom.
That's a good.
Oh, sorry, public. Their suit had a leak. They died. Great capitalization.
Yeah,
got
but
too boring, kill somebody.
They also need snorkels now.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this picture of Mars. Look at this bullshit. Okay, come on. Okay, this is supposed. How big do they say Mars is? It's like maybe what 2/3 the size of Earth, they say, or something like that. You got this.
I love that one picture
you got
up
this,
there.
This scar going across, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know. Gorgeous.
You see how straight that is? I mean, relatively. If this is supposedly, let's say, Mars is what, 6,000 miles wide or something like that. You're not going to have this straight of a line of a mountain range or whatever it is. This thing is tiny. Mars is small. It's fucking 50 feet wide. It's not. It's inside the Earth. Same with all the other planets. They're small. Or you ever see, like, what about the top of Saturn? They have the hexagon on Saturn, right? You're going to get that straight, rigid, I mean, relatively speaking now, hexagonal, perfectly symmetrical hexagon, and that's going to be what? 100,000 miles wide, just a hexagon alone? No, I don't think so.
Wow. I never considered that. The dimensions, yeah. It's supposed to be... I don't have my painting around. I try to get them in dimension with each other. But yeah, I've got a little painting going on about... I call it my 7 vile angels. And I know it says...
Oh, yeah. I talk about... Did you see my video about the 7 vials?
No, I don't think I...
That's what I say the planets are. I say the planets are the 7 vials in Revelation. They're hollow. They're going to be
I think they're all filled with special kinds of death.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I talk about.
Yeah.
That's what I actually say Jupiter's made out of glass, and so is Saturn, and so is, the superior planets, Neptune and Uranus.
I know it says they're bowls in Revelations.
Well, it depends what translation.
16:1.
King James says vials, I think. Some translations say.
Well, there you go then. All right.
Yeah, But, okay, and look at this image here, this hexagon on Saturn. If this is a real image, there's no way this is going to be, 100,000 miles across or whatever they think it is. This is tiny, guys. This is small. And the movements, the filamentary movements on Jupiter, it has the stripes going across it.
Oh, yeah.
That's indicative of a spinning planet, of something liquid that is spinning on the inside of a clear, transparent vial.
Yes.
Sphere.
See? Yeah, I totally agree.
So these will be poured out. I mean, I actually broke it down in Revelation 15. I said, okay, well, Earth is not a planet, and Pluto has been demoted to a dwarf planet, so you have 7 planets. Okay, and so you got, first would be Mercury, and then it would be there's a description in Revelation 15. I can't remember it by heart, but it matches very, very accurately the description of each of the planets coincided with what it talks about in Revelation. And let me pull up the Bible here and find it really quick here.
What I fear, Steve, what I fear is if you're right and you said, oh, the sun's going to stop. I've seen the little video, and if you're right, what I fear is these 7 vials are going to, because they're kind of going in correlation with the sun around your model.
Yeah.
And if that sun stops and hits the brakes, you're going to have your 7 bowls or vials come psh, 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 right
exactly. Exactly. That's what I would talk about. The sun stops, and then the planets. See, one of the planets it talks about in Revelation, it crashes into the sun. It says that, I believe that's Jupiter, actually. Now, I said 15, but it's Revelation 16. And so the first one was poured upon the earth, and there was a noisome, grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast. See, I actually think Revelation is really a mind F-U-C-K.
Yeah.
It's some things I believe are encoded and meant to be interpreted with the opposite interpretation, because how I talk about, I have this seal of God, seal of the living God, and a lot of people are going to think it's the mark of the beast. So I think there's a lot of reverse psychology going on with Revelation. But anyway, the first one I say was Mercury. So something inside, all these planets are hollow, I believe. There's even Eric Dollar talked about how the motions of the planet were indicative of them being hollow. They wouldn't be moving like that if they weren't hollow. But anyway, and then the second one talks about, that would be Venus. Venus would be the second planet. And it poured out the vial upon the sea and became as blood of a dead man. Well, Venus is kind of reddish, and so maybe it's blood. Third one is Mars. The third angel poured his vial upon the rivers and the fountains of water, and they became blood. They say Mars is the red planet.
Oh, very red.
And then they say the fourth one, okay, this I believe is Jupiter, poured out its vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. So I believe some kind of chemical inside of Jupiter. It crashes into the sun. Now, I think it's glass, so it's just this container. And you can even see the liquid squishing around it.
I know, yeah. I know, right?
And so if it causes some kind of chemical reaction to ignite the sun and to increase the temperature of the sun to 7-fold. It talks about that in Isaiah chapter 30. The sun shall be 7 times as hot. And so, that's a good reason to believe why I believe that's going to happen like that. So then, the fifth one would be Saturn. So this one I think is actually my own interpretation of this. See, I think that I am I play both roles anyway. I think I'm the beast too, as well as the Christ. But anyway, it says, poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and the kingdom was full of darkness. I actually think Saturn there's something good in the planet Saturn. There's a lot of talk about all these people's conspiracies. Saturn, the death planet. It's the cube, the black cube, and Saturn worship. I actually think there's something good about it, because it's just how God likes to play with the opposites. And
it also represents plentifulness. Saturn represents plentifulness. Yes. Plentifulness.
Yeah, there's a lot of good. I can go into a lot of weird synchronicities with correlating me with the planet Saturn. I was born under, that sign, or with that sign, and it's a Capricorn and all that stuff. But anyway, and then the sixth one, that would be Uranus. We poured it.
Kronos.
Kronos is Kronos, crown, Kronos.
Kronos is Uranus.
No, Kronos is Saturn.
The sky of time. Uranus, the sky of. Uranus is the god of time, or the god of the sky.
No, that's what.
Maybe I'm looking at different schools.
That's what they say Saturn is. They say Saturn is Kronos. But anyway.
Oh, all right. We're gonna have to compare notes.
Yeah. And the seventh one would be Neptune. And so, they're right there, Revelation 16. within the concave Earth, you have these hollow 7 vials that are reserved for judgment. So.
And the thing that I kind of look at about the Bible, all respect due, but the thing I have to think about the Bible is you got to think about the people. They were written by people. I mean, it wasn't an automated robotic person. People had to write that, and it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that they were written as they were given visions.
Yeah.
So you got to think of someone back in that time when things, their perception, they're saying, okay, this planet is a bowl. They don't see it as a big glass thing of massive death. They're going to see it as a bowl, because they don't realize that we come in now and we can see things because time has moved on, and we can see things a little bit more technically, a little bit more digitally. But these guys, they're just going with a vision and going with what they're used to seeing and try to describe this stuff down.
Well, yeah, I mean, Enoch, the book of Enoch, but I think, they have actually an advantage as compared to, because, today's day and age, 99.9% of the people think the Earth is a spinning planet. They can't place heaven. They don't know where it is. Or like I talk about my vision, I saw the back of the sun. I mean, there's a high level of accuracy of what they saw, especially, the pure in heart. I believe they were able to have more, insight and privilege to understand or to see heaven as it is or earth as it is. But I think for the most part, I think where flat earthers get off is they take it too literal. When they think that the sun rises and sets, obviously that it's not implying how a concave earther would see it. The sun rising would actually be the sun lowering and coming toward you, but they're just describing what they observe. But, so I think they fall into a trap of too much literal interpretation, too much literal hermeneutics, interpreting things from the Bible. But that's why you need to have a right balanced understanding of things, and you have this perspicacity. You need to understand, okay, when you read, when you interpret, especially like in Job 38. That's a great chapter to understand the concave Earth. Verse 33, it says, "Heaven resides with the dominion, the ordinances of heaven reside inside the earth." And then they talk about when the sun it wraps around like a day spring, like clay to the seal. So you have the sun revolving in a cylindrical orbit, and then that's my model. I have this cylindrical orbit orbiting like that, and then it talks about the foundations of the earth. People think, for the longest time, you have all these biblical commentaries thinking that, foundation of the earth, in Job chapter 38, verses 4 through 7, it's got to be somewhere down below. Foundations of no, they never think. Well, they're describing a geometric structure. They're stretching a line upon it. They're laying it with measures. They're setting a cornerstone. Okay, you're describing a pyramid here. This is. So if you understand the foundations of the earth are actually up in the middle of the earth, it's all about having the right foundation of understanding. So
I think that the flat earthers might get a little hung up because of the romanticism about Antarctica.
Yeah.
You got to understand that Antarctica has no indigenous people, which is kind of a mystery right there. You've got the indigenous people of Africa, indigenous people of this, indigenous people of that, indigenous people of this. No indigenous people of Antarctica that I'm aware of. I would like to be corrected on that too. I mean, I love learning new stuff every day. But I think there's a little bit of romanticism there, knowing that I know of all the places I've went, in the military, I've never had the ability to see Antarctica, and there is a big shroud of mystery about it. Admittedly.
Well, there's talk about the Vril Society or the Thule Society. Hitler, the Third Reich, going there, and supposedly, they believe that there's a lot of talk about the convex hollow Earth, and they think there's some kind of opening to the inside of the convex Earth, but I think there's probably an exit out of there. I mean, there's a lot of mystery about well, let me go back there. Like in this video I'm playing right now, there's no way you can, they're filming the midnight sun from the South Pole. Okay, there's no way you can do that on a flat Earth map, on a flat Earth paradigm.
Nope.
And I'm going to say, well, you can't. You never can go to the South Pole. You can only go to the edge. Well, no, you can go to the South Pole. I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, not everybody can, but yeah. But there's probably other reasons why that it's so sectioned off like that. It's not because it's this giant ice wall. It doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work.
No.
You have an axis of rotation. The South Polar stars have an axis of rotation. Period. You cannot make it work. Sorry. So.
But yeah, there's too many people that are very willing to, too willing to admit that there's too much secrecy that goes on with NASA. So that's.
Yeah, I mean they're full of shit, but
that they're. I mean, as much as the money that people have dumped, the bazillions and bazillions of dollars that people have dumped it, and not just Americans, everybody across the world have dumped into NASA. And they're like, okay, you've given us all this money, now we're going to just spoon feed you little bitty little bits of this and a little bits of that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense for the money that everybody's donated. That's like, here, give me $1 bazillion and I'm only going to show you a corner of what we've done. Here you go. Here's your receipt for all your bazillions of money. It isn't logical.
Yeah.
It isn't really logical. You only see little slivers. But, so they leave a lot of people guessing.
They do.
And you have a lot of people arguing, well, no, it's flat Earth. Well, no, it's round Earth. Well, no, it's concave. Well, no, it's inside out. And, that's all good.
Well,
I don't care if it's a triangle.
I made a video about this is my speculation. Mark Sargent and that other guy, Matthew Boylan. The flat Earth advocates, and I just what if they're like CIA plants? Because for the longest time, people who actually believed in a flat Earth, it's kind of a shameful, belief system to actually endorse or to disseminate to people. I mean, you don't want to really, you don't want to be known to believe that the Earth is flat. And so, but what these two individuals did is they actually started publishing YouTube videos. Matt was supposedly a freelance graphic artist for NASA, and all of a sudden he, now he's exposing the lie of the so-called flat Earth, and they brought to this community, this suffering, this identity crisis movement. They made them feel kind of special and confident. I'm confident. Yeah, it is flat, man. Yeah. We got Matt. He's cool. He's a comedian. Yeah, and we got this other guy, Mark Sargent. He's a great congenial, amicable talker.
But what has NASA got to lose then, though? Because if it is flat Earth, then people think, oh yeah, we can still go out and explore outer space if it's a big flat pancake or a big flat cake pan.
They can't. I mean, there's no good. Go ahead.
If your theory, it won't work. It's a finite area, and NASA can't keep pulling in the dollars because it's a finite area.
Well,
the end.
There's no
a flat Earth. They will endorse flat Earth because they're saying, oh yeah, I'm sitting on a pancake, and we can go this way, that way, this way, that way, the other way.
It's just, to me, it's like the Wild Heretic came up with this term, a second net. It's like a second netter. The people that don't believe the official story, they need to fall. We need a safety net to catch them from believing the truth, the concave Earth truth. So, flat Earth. Let's instill these two individuals, kind of, get the movement going again, and get all the attention away from the truth, the concave Earth truth, which obviously it irritates me to see this going on. It's like, what is going on? You people that have no science. I made this flat Earth impossibilities video. I brought up at least 4, 5, 6 different points why flat Earth is impossible. Instead of them focusing on the points that they can't obviously resolve, they'll say, well, water level is flat. No, it's not. The Rectilineator proved conclusively that water is curving upward. You're in a concave surface. So there's no good reason to believe that the Earth is flat. It's just they're riding on this emotion, and they have no focus, they have no direction. They just want to expose the lie of NASA when not providing an alternative solution. What you need to do, if you're really going to believe the Bible, if you're going to really believe that there's a God, you need to understand there's a literal heaven. You need to understand that kingdom come is a reality. It's an imminent reality in this paradigm. It's going to happen. So how's that going to happen? Where's your Jesus? Where's your kingdom come? They just, we got to break out. We got to break out of this prison. I don't see Earth as a prison. I see it as a beautiful home. I mean, I believe there's hell outside. I don't think there's anything outside of the Earth. So I hear this a lot of talk about, we're enslaved. No, just be glad you're inside the Earth. You don't want to be kicked out of the Earth.
Most people don't.
Go ahead, Nate.
Go, Nate. Go, Nate.
Most people don't realize existence is. It's only made for Steve, really. We're just here too.
Yeah, it's flattering for me to hear that, but yeah, I mean.
Well.
But it's yeah, I do talk about flat Earth, concave Earth is an exclusive paradigm. It points to one individual. So it's
no one else has a plan for after it. If he wasn't here with a plan, then there would be nothing.
Yeah, I mean that's what I.
I agree with that too.
I think if people actually really, really could figure out, I mean, that we are in this nice little bubble and we all stuck in here together, and we were fortunate enough to get stuck in here together, that
it's just
it would really simplify things for people.
I
really think it would.
Yeah, all we have to do is switch the power structure. I mean, it's how you look at things,
They people would not let the companies just pour all these poisons into their bubble. I mean, and as long as people can sit there and sell these poisons and shove their money and buy the yacht for their grandkids and whatever college their grandkids for, don't get me started. But the point is, it is about the money game. It is, and I know how you believe about the money game, Steve. But the truth is, the dirty truth is the dirty truth. It's all about the money game.
Well, that's what
the elite, and
that's why I have to. That's why I want to abolish that. You can either you can choose one: love God or love money. The love of money is root all evil, right? So.
I know when I had to get divorced from the Mr. Smith there because I just couldn't take it anymore, and the lawyer salivated. Oh, we can take him for this. We can take him for that. And I'm like, I just want to take what little things I walked into this relationship and run screaming into the night. And I don't want to owe nobody nothing over there. When I divorced, and of course later he died. But yeah, there's something to be said about that. There's a dirty money game, and it's a tight linked thing with the pharmaceuticals and the oil, and it's really just really tight linked. And NASA's in there, and it's all, everybody's got their little hands in everybody's pockets, and they support each other. Why should NASA tell you that you're in a bubble? Because like I said, everybody would be infuriated that we're poisoning our little bubble with all this crap. It's not magically filtering out into outer space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's so important to people, and and they're never going to let people know that.
Well, yeah, and I believe. Go ahead.
Well, you're right. I'm about done anyway.
No, yeah. I believe that. They fucked up the sky. I believe they poked holes in the sky, and now they're afraid of the ice falling, and now they have to spray the skies with chemicals. Same chemicals that are found in apparatuses to suppress fires. Go figure. I mean, this is if they're not trying to prevent man-made heat from rising. And they'll tell you, it's just an albedo. It's reflecting the sunlight away from the Earth. No, you need to get your foundations straight, people. You need to understand. There's so many people out there, conspiracy theorists, just running around with chickens with their heads cut off and angrily shouting out, "Stop spraying the skies!" There's a reason they're spraying the skies, guys. Because if they didn't, it would be worse. You'd have fucking Tunguskas all over the fucking place, with ice chunks falling all over the place. But thank them, because they fucked up the sky. So
I miss the sky. I remember what the sky looked like when I was a kid. It does not look like that now. It does not. I miss the sky.
Yeah.
It's not the same. You know, I've got a 25-year-old son, and I'm like, that's not the same sky I grew up with. It's different. It's entirely,
yeah.
You know, you'll never see what I saw when I was a kid. You know, it's
you're
different.
in Ohio, right?
Yes, Columbus, Ohio. Pretty cityfied, lots of light pollution. What more can you say? It's very city.
Yeah.
Very, nothing exciting really. Just worked 20 years as a pencil pusher. Was happy to do that after being in the honorable discharge in the military with the airplanes, and seeing a lot. And
yeah. Well, it was
surprise.
Yeah, it was a pleasure having you on, Teresa.
All right. It was a pleasure being on. I'm sorry I bored you to death and bored you to tears.
No, you didn't. It was good to have Fred on too, and
it's nice meeting John, Joseph, Nate. Nice
Joe,
meeting you guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
And you didn't say a word, Joseph.
Yeah, well.
He did. He said a couple.
I said a few words, but
you want to talk about anything before we?
I mean, nothing in particular.
Okay.
I had my rant, so I had fun.
That was a good show. John, you want to? Did we leave off anything?
No, just want to touch on the forum again. It is available, and everybody should make use of it. Flat Earthers, if you are listening, please, there's a spot for you to get on there and talk to us about why you think we're wrong or why you think we're right. Where you'll actually find we're very similar.
Oh, I wanted to bring up a Sensi. He's the only flat earther that I can tolerate for the most. He's a nice guy. He's very diligent. He actually takes notes on every Concave Earth session that we record, and he breaks it down minute by minute what was talked about, what was said, his opinion about, But so I'm sure he's going to do it for this show too. So
he's going to have fun with me.
So, and he actually talked about his frustrations with flat Earth forums and people within the flat Earth, and how he talks about how initially he started listening to Eric Dubé, but he was attacked by Eric Dubé because Eric Dubé called him a Jesuit shill, and so there's a lot of name calling. He called him a Zionist and mass. It's all because the Sensi's a nice guy, and he likes to let people have their opinion. He treats people with respect, and he gets called a shill for that. It's
nice guys finish last, man. That's just uncool.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see if a Sensi can make the switch over to Concave soon. We just got to show him a lot of love. Right?
Well, hey, everybody's different, and everybody's got a different point of view, and, I've always said that success is measured in failures. I mean, if you did everything perfect each and every freaking time, you'd never know what you did right.
That's true.
So, I like to be corrected. I like to learn. I like to learn stuff, tell me I'm wrong. I'd like to learn what I did wrong. I would like to know. That way I know, okay, we can't go that way again. Let's figure out how to do this the right way from now on, but that's the beauty of it all.
Yeah, that should be somebody's goal in a debate. Not to win the argument, but to find out what is the truth.
Yeah, to learn. If nothing else to learn, how to spell a word, anything. Just learn something.
So,
yeah,
there you go.
It's very difficult for people.
It is. Because they have their egos, their pride.
Nah. Everybody's got a little bit of ego, know.
I'll tell you what, though, it just to touch upon that. What I'm finding out is there are people who will start ad hocing me, calling me names, all this stuff, and then I'll tell them, okay, to each their own, so to speak, to end it nicely.
And
Yeah, I see that a
you,
lot, too.
you give it a day or two or three, and I think there's seeds implanted in their head from our conversation, and then they come back and they say, well, then answer this and that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, but I thought you were done.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I got that too. Actually, I was on an atheist forum for the last couple of days. Skeptic. I have to find that for you. But yeah, I was like, this guy was bringing up the Wild Heretic articles, and he was refuting the first 2 points that Wild Heretic brought up about the Rectilineator and the Tamarack mine shafts. He thinks they were debunked by Donald Simonek.
Oh, yeah.
No, they weren't debunked by Simonek. No, he constructed an erector set. He didn't go out and reconduct the experiment. He speculated. But then the third point that the heretic brought up was lenses, and that got him worried. And he was like, oh. So I had some fun with this guy. Let's see. Yeah, he's got some threads here. The Concave Earth.
Yeah. I think that same guy went and posted on my channel too.
Oh, did he? Oh, because I probably posted one of your videos or something. So
Yeah. RU238. Yeah.
RYU238. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy.
Mm-hmm. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to learn something here. The rectilineator.
Rectilineator. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I hear that word, I keep on thinking of like when they take a skull and they all dissect it and kind of blow it out. Or you take like the Chilton's thing where they take a carburetor and they just kind of. You ever heard of the Chilton's manual? And they'll take a carburetor and they'll blow it out and all the screws go out and I thought, that's good, but when I think of rectilineator, that's what I think of is the things that they take littler things and they just kind of blow it up into a larger kind of diagram of
you're right. And it's an incremental step-by-step process of taking little baby steps to measure out a long distance. Yeah.
But the thing is, I think I can see where people would argue that instrument or devices, because usually something like that is made to diagram out something pretty small. And so they're trying to take something that's usually designed to diagram out something small and diagram something that's huge. So I wonder if that's where a lot of the problem might have started out with.
Well, the results proved out to be a 25,000 mile circumference, and that's what the circumference of the Earth is. And so there was no very, very, very minuscule, negligible error in device. I mean, they used 3 levels, the mercurial level and the spirit level and plumb bobs, to make sure everything was perfectly aligned. And this guy Simonek, the supposed physicist emeritus, retired old goat bastard, he said, well, the beams probably sagged. And what do you think the chances are that they sagged just enough, perfectly, to sag the exact opposite way in which the Earth is supposedly? It's just too many coincidences there.
Well, yeah, and I've actually seen the chunk I've seen an image of that chunk, and the way that they're twisted around upon each other, I don't know, it's like an X, and they're twisted, so they kind of correct themselves as they're linked together. They will correct each other out.
Well, yeah,
but in the way it's designed.
They flipped each post, made sure there was no sagging. It was, and they actually invited all these skeptics, all these heliocentric skeptics, to make sure. They even retraced. They went backwards for like almost a mile, and it turned out to be the exact same measurements in reverse. It was so precise.
That's a lot of work.
Oh yeah, it took them months. It took like 5 months, and yet oh no, it cannot be true. Well, then retest it. No, there's no reason to retest it. We know the Earth is convex.
But the whole thing, it even goes back to the church. The whole dirty picture, it even goes, unfortunately, it goes back to the church with making sure that people are programmed into the ball Earth and the money, yada, yada, yada.
Well, we are in the ball Earth. We're not on the ball Earth. We're in the ball Earth.
On the ball Earth, yeah. But it's a programming. It's a horrible, hard programming to procreate the money. I mean, if everybody knew it was one way or the other, you can't, like I said, one way is a limited amount of space, a limited amount of funds, and a limited amount of poison ourselves. Another way, oh yeah, filters into space, keep giving us money, money, money. Yeah, it's a money game. It really is, in the worst possible way. And it's a programming thing. They've programmed the babies way from the beginning so that they grow up thinking, yeah, we're going to pay all this money into, rich and poor, we're going to pay all this money into funding the Earth, you know, in case the Earth collides. Oh, it's okay if we destroy the Earth. We can shoot out into space and live on another planet. It's okay, because all our great scientists will be smart enough to shoot off the Earth and go live on maybe Mars. And that's the mentality. And, you know, it's a good idea. It's a fantastic idea if you are programmed to believe that that's the way the world is.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they've got Stephen Hawking telling how we're going to destroy ourselves, and we've got to get ourselves off the Earth within so many years. And, you know, I just don't know. I've went to high school with someone who went to the same condition that he has, and I still think someone's.
He's got ALS,
I think he's
right?
sold out, and they're punching in what to say in his little box there.
He supposedly has ALS. Is that correct?
Yes, I know about ALS.
But they say that's like you don't last for like more than 5 years with ALS. And he's like what, going on like 30, 40 years?
He's about Joe's age when they discovered he had a problem. Now he's older than I don't know, but the thing is, and he sits there and he smiles in this little wheelchair, and I've seen some pimped out wheelchairs. I've worked at the VA clinic. And I mean, I've seen some pimped out wheelchairs and stuff, and that's some pimped out stuff right there. He's cried. I'm telling you, he's sold out, and they've told him what to say in that little box he's got.
Yeah, I think so. Well, you can go into the bullshit, though, that's actually said about him with Matthew Boylan, putting words into this guy's mouth. But anyway, yeah, it's just so much bullshit.
Sorry. That's my opinion. Everybody's got an opinion, and you know
I agree with you. I agree. I think that they are telling him what to say.
You know, they're
I just don't believe in some of the interpretations of what they're telling him to say by flat Earth psyops people. You know, so.
But there's no money to be made in a concave Earth.
Exactly.
There's no money to be made in there. NASA cannot make no money. The big oil people cannot make no money because we're poisoning ourselves inside this bubble.
Exactly.
There's no money to be made in a concave Earth.
And that's where the hail will sweep away the lies. Just a matter of time. I just wait back. Sit back. Just wait for it to happen. We'll see what happens.
That's the problem. That's the big fight.
All right, guys. Great show.
Yay!
Thanks for
Love you
joining.
guys. I know we bored each other to death. It's like what time over there? Good night.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna blow it. I'm gonna make the picture bigger. Picture big.
I don't know who's going here.
Sometimes I can't really enlarge the pictures because I like to show imagery on the left hand side. So there you go. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. John, you're I don't know. I do tell you how much I appreciate your work, don't I? I really do.
Yep. I'm glad to help.
Joe, of course, Joe. You're great, man. I appreciate you. Teresa, I appreciate you. Nathan, I appreciate you, man. So, bless you all, guys. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, me too.
You too.
Okay. Later.
Bye, guys.